Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Be seated. Just before we go to member statements, I would once again take the opportunity to remind members of the sub judice rule. Assembly standing orders recognise the distinct role of the courts and the Assembly in our constitutional settlement. So to remind members to say nothing today which could prejudice matters currently before the courts. Could I wish you all a very happy New Year? Trust you had a restful Christmas and that you're back refreshed and invigorated for the months that lie ahead, and I trust that there'll be a lot of work and legislation to go through. And we now move to member statements, and I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Speaker. International Migrants' Day was held just after the Assembly broke up for Christmas. Even if the day itself is over, Speaker, it is worth saying a few words about it, given the importance of the subject. There are many reasons for migration: the hope of reaching safety, peace or freedom, for example. Migration is a serious decision, one that often sets migrants on a difficult and all too often a deadly journey as well. Moreover, as if the journey that they have to make to reach this country is not bad enough, the process that they face afterwards to gain entry into this country is often no easier. They are subjected to a lengthy, complicated process before they can settle here. Migrants are among the most marginalised people in society, and they are the most discriminated groups in society. However, Mr. Speaker, despite the difficulties that they face, despite the obstacles placed in their way, and despite the dangers that lie in store for them, when migrants succeed in establishing themselves among us, we all feel the benefits of it. Migrants bring to us knowledge and a new world view, and they put that knowledge to use as workers, as students, as entrepreneurs, as artists, or as family members. They make life here better. That is what we are celebrating today, Mr. Speaker. The improvement that migrants make to our lives and to our society. They take care of us. More than 35% of our doctors are trained abroad. They give us jobs. For 1 in 7 of our business owners here is a migrant. And they support our economy. Migrants contribute about £500 million to the GDP of the 6 counties every year. From economics to business, from medicine to culture, migrants have a unique role to play, and we all benefit from it as a result. I think that is worth celebrating. Thank you, Speaker.
Joanne Bunting.
The 5th of January marked the 49th anniversary of the King's Mills massacre, in which 10 Protestant workmen were mercilessly murdered by the Provisional IRA after being lined up along the side of their van on a dark country road. There was one lone survivor. It has been my honour to work for Mr Black and the family of John McConville. I pay tribute to the families for their fight for truth and justice that has lasted just shy of half a century. They've even had to take on the very bodies established to help them. What kind of system is it when it exacerbates the pain of those innocent victims who have already suffered unspeakably for such a protracted period? Mr Black sums up the situation as cruel. It should be a source of grave embarrassment for those concerned. I need not go into the horrors of that night. I've recounted the events in a previous debate. However, members will be aware that there's been an ongoing campaign for the Office of the Police Ombudsman to release their report. We're now 9 months on from the conclusion of the inquest, when the coroner advised that they would be in receipt of the report, and still nothing. I recently wrote again to the Ombudsman, and here are excerpts from her response. There can be no suggestion that I or any member of my staff are seeking to run down the clock to the deadline. I've made a personal commitment to communicate my findings in the Kingsmill investigation. This remains a matter of priority for me and my staff, who will be in contact with those affected to discuss arrangements for the delivery of the investigation findings in due course. In due course. There are a few problems with this. We've heard it all before. Their actions vary considerably from their words, and again, she demurs to specify a date for the report's release. This, despite the families being advised a number of years ago that it was finished. So which is true? Is it complete or is it not? How long will it take? They've been investigating this for 13 years. Unfortunately, the natural conclusion is that the body is running down the clock to the deadline before the ICRIR. You could write the script. The report will be released at the deadline, at which time, when the family asks questions, they'll be told, the time has passed, it's no longer our remit, and there's nothing this office can do now. You'll have to go to the ICRIR. The ICRIR will then rightly state that it cannot answer questions related to another body's report, and thus will be the passing of the proverbial buck. It is as predictable as it is despicable. Yeah. I sincerely hope that I'm wrong, but I fear that I'm not. And I publicly call again on the Office of the Police Ombudsman to release this report immediately.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark a very important week. Today marks the beginning of Less Survivable Cancers Week 2025. Across the world, there are 6 cancers which make up those known as less survivable cancers, namely stomach, esophageal, liver, pancreatic, brain and lung. These cancers just have a 16% survival rate. This week is a vital occasion that reminds us all of the realities faced by many individuals battling cancers that often go unnoticed and underfunded. This week is not just a time for reflection, but for action, awareness and commitment to the fight against these cancers that take far too many lives. Statistics tell the harsh truth. Less survivable cancers, such as pancreatic, liver and esophageal, not only bear a heavy emotional weight on those who have been diagnosed with these cancers, but also place a significant burden on our healthcare systems and the families of those who have had this diagnosis. Unlike some of the more common cancers, these conditions often receive less public attention, resulting in diminished research funding and limited treatment options. It's our duty, Mr. Speaker, to shine a light on these cancers, ensuring proper funding and recognition. In December 2024, I marked a personal milestone celebrating 5 years cancer-free following successful surgery for one of those less survivable cancers. We know, Mr. Speaker, that early diagnosis, as is the case for all cancers, gives the best chance for survival. Sadly, with the less survivable cancers, diagnosis is often made all too late and is therefore much harder to treat. Of over 20% of esophageal cancer cases are diagnosed in emergency settings. Unfortunately, at that stage, the cancer is often progressed where it cannot be treated. Today, Mr. Speaker, I urge people in this week to educate themselves and those around them, to promote awareness and support organisations that prioritise those 6 less survivable cancers. This week is an opportunity to confront the stigma and amplify the voices of those affected by less survivable cancers: stomach, esophageal, liver, pancreatic, brain and lung. Let us strive for a future where no cancer is deemed less survivable. I commend all the charities dedicated to these cancers. We demand focus and attention from the Minister and the Department of Health. We want every individual faced with a diagnosis in Northern Ireland to be given the best chance to fight, survive and thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of the amazing charities that support less survivable cancers, such as Esophageal Cancer NI, Pancreatic Cancer UK, Guts UK, Liver Cancer UK, Brainwaves Northern Ireland and the Roy Castle Lung Cancer Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin McNulty.
Well, I rise today to recognise the remarkable, life-changing work of community nurses. These incredible individuals do not just care for our physical health, they sustain and enhance our lives. They are the unsung heroes who bring comfort, compassion and healing in places where healthcare is needed most, in our homes, in our neighbourhoods and in the heart of our communities. Community nurses show up when it matters most, often during difficult moments in people's lives and families' lives. They visit homes where a mother may be struggling with a newborn, where an elderly person is isolated, or where a family is caring for a loved one with a terminal illness. They bring more than just medical expertise. They bring warmth, they bring hope, and they bring a sense of reassurance to families in times of uncertainty. I've seen how community nurses go above and beyond for their patients. They are not just administering treatment, they listen, they offer comfort, and they provide hope and reassurance. When a nurse sits by a patient's side, holding their hand, offering kind words of encouragement, they are offering far more than just care. They are giving them dignity, respect, and a sense of security. We know that the work of community nurses do is difficult, at times overwhelming, and often goes unnoticed. But it's precisely because of their dedication, their empathy, and their tireless efforts that our healthcare system works. They are the lifeblood of our communities, the ones who ensure that healthcare does not end at hospital doors, but continues at home where it matters most. And so today, I want to thank community nurses, not just for the work they do, but for the hope, for the warmth, and for the kindness they bring with them. I want to thank them for their patience, for their commitment, and for the love they give every single day. They change lives, and they do so with warmth, kindness, and grace. They make people feel seen, heard, and cared for, often when they are at their most vulnerable. I want to pledge that I will continue to fight for the support and the resources that community nurses need to do their work. We owe them far more than words, and we must ensure that they are recognised, valued in a way that they truly deserve. So to every community nurse, I want to offer you a heartfelt thank you. You make our community stronger, healthier, and more connected. And for that, we are forever grateful. And to all those fighting illness, I want to send you our love and support, and to my cousin who's in the hospital bed fighting for his life, sending you our hope, our prayers and strength to Danielle, Ethan, Alexis and Ciara, Lourdes and Charles. We believe in miracles and cures and healing wells.
And I'll be making my remarks in Irish for those using the translation service.
Speaker, it is with great sadness that I announce that Ted Howell has departed this life. Ted played a central role in the peace talks and in the Good Friday Agreement. When people speak about the kind of man that Ted was, they say he was funny, kind, loyal, and that his life was dedicated to republicanism. Among all that, he was a married man, a father, a grandfather and a friend. And I would like to extend my heartfelt sympathies to his families.
Jimmy Gale or Clean
The last other Gales passed away over the Christmas period. Garda Carlin was president of the Conradh na Gaeilge from 1995 to 1998. And he was active in establishing many pioneering initiatives. The newspaper Law, the drama Aisling Gair, Radio Falcha, Catalan Macadam Fir, as well as Manscald Farste. Garage was central in advertising in the Irish language movement to Belfast, and I extend my heartfelt sympathies to his family. Another, Padraig O'Snoddy, a former president of Conradh na Gaeilge, left us recently. Padraig was president of Conradh na Gaeilge of 1974 to 1979, and he was a leading figure in the Irish language movement and in the cultural life of Ireland. As founder of the British Noise Crushkin, as an author, a poet, and as a language activist. I extend my heartfelt sympathies to the O'Snoddy family, and especially to my colleague Angus, a TD in Nestor House. Great Gaels who, to their core, who have gone before us. As an Irish speaker, I thank you for Ted, Garage and Patrick for all the work and efforts in promoting our language, our culture and our identity. We will not see their likes again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They say you judge an individual or an organisation not on their words but by their actions. And with 6 months of a Labour government, their actions amount to nothing more than betrayal, deceit and destruction. In opposition, the Labour Party said that they supported a public inquiry into grooming gangs that had gang raped young white women right across England, but yet in government they vote against a public inquiry. In opposition, Labour said that they supported pensioners and their right to retain the pensioners' fuel payment. In government, they cut the pensioners' fuel payment. Many of our pensioners are now in hospitals, as has been seen here in Northern Ireland. Many backlogged, no care packages, when they could be best placed at home. They promised the farming community that they supported the farmer. They introduced the biggest change-up and destructive measure introduced to farming in the last 100 years, that being the farm tax. And today, as a point of conversation, they promised growth of the UK economy and have yet literally tanked the UK economy. Rachel Reeves and her blunder budget have and let's look at it because the facts speak quite clearly. The cost of government borrowing has now exceeded nearly 30 years' high of last week. The pound has taken a further hit against the dollar, now at a 14-month low. We see the worst inflation in the G7, growth rates around zero. Does anybody remember the public outcry from the media and from Labour when it was apparent that Liz Truss's mini-budget had apparently destroyed the UK economy? What was it over? That of bond rates. Today, government bond rates exceed that of which Liz Truss's mini-budget delivered. The cost of government borrowing is increasing to staggering levels, and it is we, the people of the United Kingdom, that are facing the consequences. We were told growth, growth, growth. That would be the priority. But after that blunder budget, what did Labour deliver? It was a policy of tax and burn. They have set the economy ablaze and left farmers, businesses, pensioners smouldering in the ashes and the weight of new taxes. The confidence in the business community is at an all-time low. It's high time that Labour wake up from the la-la land in which they operate in and get into the real world, because the prosperity of our nation and our people depend upon it.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully someone wished you Happy New Year. If they haven't, I'll wish you Happy New Year. Our news feeds will be filled with an unfolding international tragedy in Los Angeles with the wildfires. That today we have been told have claimed the lives of 24 individuals, and that count, tragically, may still escalate. But 24 deaths does not paint a picture of the devastation, the full devastation that is unfolding in that region. In one of the wealthiest, highest and densely populated areas of the world, where you would think that fire safety standards and the attitude to these things would mean that people live in absolute safety. But I would like to take the opportunity today, and I'm sure the members will join with me in sending a message not just of sympathy and awareness, but of support to all of those people who have been affected by this. I don't know what the investigation will pull out as to the cause of it, but there's no doubt that the tinder, dry area that it is, the heat and those winds that they're talking about will have played a part. But I just want us to turn our minds to those people that step up to the mark in instances like this. And the first one, obviously, and you'll know that I'll make no apologies for this, is paying credit to Frontline fire and rescue personnel who step up and, at great risk to themselves, actually step in to evacuate, protect property, lead people to safety, and have spent days and days away from their own family at great risk. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of being in LA a number of years ago with the fire service, and actually on the fire engines, or fire trucks as they call them over there, in Fresno, California. And wildfires are a very real and present everyday danger that they face on a much greater scale than we face here. And I noticed today that their local government has talked about easing the bureaucratic burden on building back, and that is to be welcomed. But what I would warn is that their standards aren't like our standards in terms of their house construction and their attitude to fire safety. I hope that if there's a role that we can play here in Northern Ireland, where we do have perhaps one of the best fire and rescue services in the world and really good building construction regulations, that can be passed to them. But unusually, I'm going to end by paying tribute to two members of our media. Now, media give us a rap on a daily basis, and that is quite right, but we have seen absolutely fantastic representation by both David Blevins of Sky News and Emma Vardy of the BBC, who have been in the midst of this unfolding tragedy, giving us accurate, truthful, up-to-date information. So I'm sure the members will join with me in passing on our thoughts to the people of LA, and in any support that we can give, I'm sure that we will give it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Concordia, today I want to talk about an issue that is nothing short of a crisis. That is the mental health and well-being of our children and young people. It is a crisis that is claiming lives, devastating families, and stretching both our health and education systems to their very limits. I want to begin by acknowledging the parents who last month, just prior to Christmas, shared their heartbreaking experiences with me. Your courage in speaking out reminds us why urgent action is needed. Last month I also met with New Script for Mental Health, who spoke so passionately on this topic. The need for early intervention and the rise of prescription antidepressants to treat our children and young people, and the stark reality that suicides are more prevalent in areas of high disadvantage. The statistics are clear. They are deeply troubling. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death amongst young people, especially in these areas of high deprivation. Yet, as the crisis grows, the services designed to support those in need are failing to keep up. CAMHS waiting lists are shockingly long, with children and their families often waiting months, sometimes years, for the help that they so desperately need. For many, these delays are life-altering, and for some, they are life-ending. We cannot let this continue. This is why I'm calling on both the Minister for Education and our Minister for Health to prioritise health and wellbeing in our schools. Schools must become frontline hubs for early intervention. This means embedding mental health practitioners directly in schools and ensuring there is immediate access to support when children need it most. Early intervention not only saves lives, but it reduces the long-term burden on our health services. But mental health provision in schools cannot stop at crisis response. It must include preventative measures also. We need to equip our children with the tools to manage stress, build resilience, and navigate the complexities of life in this digital age. And speaking of the digital age, we cannot ignore the enormous impact of social media on our young people's mental health. The pressures to conform, the endless comparison, and the damaging effects of online bullying are contributing to rising levels of anxiety, depression, and self-harm. We must work with schools, families, and these tech companies to educate young people about safe and healthy social media use. We must also demand accountability from social media platforms whose algorithms profit from amplifying harmful content. This is a call to action. Mental health and wellbeing must be woven into the fabric of our education system. Every single child deserves to feel safe, supported, and understood in their school environment. Concordia, this can't wait. If we truly care about our children's future, we must invest in their mental health now. We need shorter waiting lists, mental health practitioners in every school, and an education system that prioritises well-being alongside academics. So I urge the ministers to make this a top priority. The stakes are simply far too high.
I rise today to express deep concern and raise awareness regarding the ongoing search for Larne man Gary Patterson, a 45-year-old man who has been missing for almost 3 months. The last confirmed sighting of Gary was on Saturday the 12th of October in 2024, when he withdrew £100 from a bank machine close to his home in Larne. Since that time, there have been no further sightings or developments in this case. Gary is described as having dark hair. When last seen, he was wearing a distinct yellow and black checked pattern coat, dark blue jeans, hiking or walking boots, and a black beanie hat. He has links to both Larne and the Belfast areas, and his disappearance has caused significant distress to his wider family, friends, and of course the wider community. I want to commend the police for their continued efforts to try and locate Gary and for reassuring their appeal to the public for any information that might help. However, this case serves as a stark reminder of the heartache and uncertainty faced by a family when a loved one goes missing. I would like to take this opportunity to urge anyone who may have seen Gary or who has any information about his whereabouts, no matter how small it may seem, to come forward and contact the police on 101. Every piece of information could be crucial to bring Gary home. I want to acknowledge the support and the efforts, of course, of Gary's family and friends who have worked tirelessly to organise searches and raise awareness about his disappearance. Their determination is a testament to the power of our community and the importance to stand together in these difficult times. Thank you.
Donny Donnelly.
I rise today to discuss the importance of vaccination and the need to tackle misinformation in respect of vaccines. This is especially concerning over the winter period, as we have seen a rise in infectious diseases such as COVID-19 and the flu, in addition to the usual pressures facing our already overstretched and under-resourced health service. We will shortly be discussing these pressures in more detail through our Alliance Party motion on ambulance services. At Health Committee last week, we heard about the low rates of vaccine uptake, and that the Minister and the PHA have attributed some of this to vaccine hesitancy. I want to emphasise to everyone that vaccines are safe. Every available vaccine has been rigorously tested across many stages of trials before their introduction and regularly reassessed after introduction. Any potential health risks are constantly monitored by scientists. As with any medication, there is a small chance of side effects from taking a vaccine, but most are minor, such as a sore arm following an injection or a mild fever for several days. Serious injuries are extremely rare, and the tragic incidents where lives are lost due to the side effects of a vaccination are even rarer. However, the vast majority of cases, vaccines are safe, and it is important to remember that you're far more likely to be seriously injured or killed by a vaccine-preventable disease than by a vaccine. While there have been a small number of deaths and serious injuries following the introduction of the COVID vaccines in 2021, these vaccines have saved millions of lives, and the development of these vaccines within a short time frame, while following all the required trials and precautions, remains one of the greatest scientific achievements of this century. Vaccinations are, more broadly speaking, the most effective method of prevention of infectious diseases. Vaccines have been the primary cause for the worldwide eradication of smallpox and the restriction of diseases such as polio, measles and tetanus from much of the world. Vaccines are available for 26 preventable infections. And the HPV vaccine that protects against cervical, head and neck, anal and genital cancers is now available to our children and young people. The overwhelming scientific consensus is that vaccines are a very safe and effective way to combat infectious diseases. No vaccine or medicine is perfect, but there is no safer way to stay protected this winter. Therefore, I encourage all members and the Department of Health to encourage everyone who can avail of vaccinations to take them, and in doing so, better protect themselves and support the health service. I also encourage everyone in this chamber to call out vaccine misinformation, which is sadly becoming more prevalent in our politics and on social media in particular. Social media companies must play a greater role in challenging misinformation and false statements, as we are seeing a backward step on many such sites. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my concern about the future of Riverside Theatre in Coleraine, an important cultural institution in Northern Ireland since 1976. As the only professional theatre in Causeway Coast and Glens, its potential closure would have wide-ranging consequences, not only for those who rely on it for creative expression, but for the wider area. The Riverside Theatre is a space where talent is nurtured and showcased. It has hosted world-class performances and has served as a launch pad for local actors, writers and musicians. Notably, James Nesbitt, one of Northern Ireland's best-known actors, began his journey here. It has also been a home for amateur theatre groups and a space where talent across different genres has flourished, from drama to music to comedy and dance. Beyond professional productions, it offers a platform for the community to come together, build connections and celebrate the arts. While its cultural contributions are significant, the theatre's closure would also have a tangible impact on the local economy. It draws visitors to the area, supporting nearby businesses such as cafes, shops and hotels. If the Riverside Theatre were to close, the borough would become the only council in Northern Ireland without a professional theatre, an unacceptable gap that would deprive the community of opportunities for creative engagement and connection, and undermine part of Northern Ireland that we often sell as our premier tourist destination. And unfortunately, the challenge facing Riverside Theatre is not an isolated issue. It reflects broader concerns about the gradual reduction of resources and focus at Ulster University's Coleraine campus. For over 50 years, the campus has been a cornerstone of the town's economy, attracting students, staff and visitors who support local businesses and create jobs. Its presence has been integral to the area's identity and infrastructure, providing access to education for generations of families. However, the steady movement of key courses, including the performing arts, to Magee and other campuses raises questions about the long-term strategy for Coleraine. While not an immediate threat, this erosion of resources has created uncertainty and unease within our community in Coleraine. For a town that has built so much of its economy and future around the university, this trend risks diminishing Coleraine's role as a centre of education and opportunity. If we pull down this key structure, then we pull down what has been built around it. Mr. Speaker, Principal Speaker, I urge the University, the local council, as well as the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for the Communities to ensure that the theatre's future is built upon and its popularity and success.
Thank you. That ends members' statements. I've received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I'd just like to remind members that they must be concise in asking questions, and also want to take this opportunity in wishing us all a very happy New Year. Bliain Nerf we washi Dave. Minister.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, today I'm setting out my vision for the most ambitious programme of SEN reform in a generation that will see our children and young people with special educational needs truly thriving in education. The challenges around special educational needs provision are well documented and have rightly been the focus of many debates within this Assembly and across society. Today is about moving beyond the commentary to focus on the actions that are needed to ensure that our children and young people with SEN benefit from greater inclusion and receive the right support from the right people at the right time and in the right place. The context in which I'm bringing forward this programme of reform is vastly different to the one in which our existing system was developed. 1 in 5 pupils in our education system currently has a special educational need. 8% of pupils across the school population have a statement of SEN, by contrast to other parts of the United Kingdom, which average around 5%. 11,000 of our children are now in specialist education provision, an increase of 45% in the last 7 years. The Northern Ireland Statistical Research Agency projects that these figures will increase to over 16,000 by 2031-32 years. This picture is not unique to Northern Ireland. The challenge is how we respond and ensure our system meets the needs of an increasing proportion of our children within our school population. The need for reform is clear. Since taking up the role of Education Minister, I've spoken to many parents, families and teachers frustrated by the current system. Delays in securing school placements, inadequate, insufficient and late support, an outdated schools estate, and school leaders struggling to meet the needs of their pupils are just some of the issues that need to be addressed. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker and members, we need to rebuild the confidence of children, parents and families and our education workforce. Today is an important milestone in doing that. I want to be very clear that the key driver of reform here is my unstinting commitment to better meeting the needs of children with SEN. The reality is that our current approach does not work. The limited outcome measures that we have show that we're not doing well for our children with SEN, and that needs to change. In 2022-23, 10% of young people with SEN had no GCSEs or formal qualifications, compared to 1.6% of students without SEN. And only 14% of school leavers with SEN went on to higher education, compared to 41.5% of their peers without SEN. This is despite expenditure in SEN increasing by 145% since 2017-18 and forecast to rise to an estimated 622 million in this financial year. We are spending money on an approach that is simply not working. Imagine the impact we might achieve for our children if this money was spent differently and on approaches that are highly effective and evidence-based. The need for change is clear, and the challenge of the scale of the challenge is significant. We have a job of work to do that requires commitment, investment and collaboration. SEN transformation is a key priority for this executive, and my personal commitment to this reform agenda is without question. But I must have support from my ministerial colleagues to successfully deliver the scale of ambition required. The need for true collaboration has never been greater. Many of our children's needs require support from beyond education, and so we must harness the expertise and resources that reside across departments, local government and the voluntary and community sector to ensure that needs are picked up and addressed early. Young people leaving school have access to meaningful, well-supported pathways, and our children with the most complex needs are supported to learn. This reform agenda represents the Department's response to more than 200 recommendations that were made across a range of scrutiny reports and signals my intent in leading the transformation required. The 5-year plan accompanying this reform agenda sets out the actions that will be taken to provide our children and young people with the right support from the right people at the right time and in that right place. These 4 pillars, drawn from the SEN end-to-end review analysis, focuses on identifying and responding to needs early, providing the highest quality in school support, building the confidence and capability of the workforce, and ensuring children are thriving within high-quality learning environments. All of this is set within the context of my department's ongoing work to develop a longer-term vision and plan for inclusive education that meets our Northern Ireland context. In October of 2024 last year, I set out my vision for a high-quality, efficient and sustainable system of education that provides choice, is inclusive and encourages collaboration. Children with SEN deserve to benefit from a world-leading education system delivered on the basis of evidence on what works. This reform agenda will, for the first time, articulate clear, measurable outcomes for our children with SEN, their parents or carers and our education workforce, and set expectations for the services that are delivered to support them. As an early action, I will bring forward an outcomes framework that will include clear and positive ambitions for our children with SEN and set out how we will measure our progress towards meeting those. Building a strong and confident workforce is central to my reform agenda, recognising that it is our workforce who can often be the first to identify a need, who are in the best position to respond early. To do all of these things, our workforce must be supported and valued. I will do that by investing in teachers, early years practitioners and non-teaching staff through the development of a continuous professional development framework for SEN, by working with our initial teacher education providers to develop a strategic framework for SEN in initial teacher education, informed by evidence on what works, and improving career pathways for practitioners and support staff. We know that early intervention works. Early identification of need and timely intervention in response must be in place throughout a child's educational journey, from the early years and on an ongoing basis through primary and post-primary education. In the early years, I will do that by establishing a bespoke regional programme for 2 to 3 years olds to include support for parents and families, providing resource and trialling the introduction of SEN classroom assistance within preschool education settings, and piloting an early education and intervention centre approach for children that are aged between 3 to 6. For school-aged children, I will do that by piloting the introduction of a professional support programme in school, expanding nurture and other evidence-based therapeutic preventative approaches, and developing understanding of inclusive learning environments and approaches, including supporting learners with SEN to access the curriculum. Of course, schools may in some instances need access to specialist support services where a child needs support beyond what the school can offer. The Education Authority has commenced its phased implementation towards a new delivery model this year. This will see support services move towards a model where holistic support will be provided based on the needs of the child through local impact teams. The educational psychology gateway has already been removed and a tell us once approach is being implemented. The sensory service will remain as a standalone service due to its very specialist nature. And in addition, my reform agenda will seek to expand this multidisciplinary approach to include health professionals, ensure that support services are high quality and evidence-based, delivered by those with expertise and experience. Introduce performance measures to ensure all services are measured in terms of how they deliver better outcomes for children. Develop, where appropriate, bespoke services to support children in the Irish medium education. Harness the expertise within our special schools and develop their role to support inclusion across the wider school system. I will enhance the role of the Middletown Centre for Autism and expand its reach in developing neuro-affirming practice across the system, and partner with the voluntary and community sector to enhance and expand delivery for children with SEN. Within the existing model, parents and indeed many schools see a statement of special educational needs as being the best way of securing support for a child. Aligned to this, we also know that many view one-to-one classroom assistance support as the gold standard intervention. Evidence from emerging practice, both here and elsewhere, points to the effectiveness of a more nuanced approach, where schools have greater flexibility to deploy a range of professional support models in the classroom, including harnessing the opportunities of technology. Currently, many parents and schools do not have access to information on the wider range of possibilities for their children, and this must change. We now know from research and emerging evidence that one-to-one classroom assistance support is not always the most effective intervention for children. While for some children, one-to-one support is necessary, there is no one-size-fits-all approach, and we must be more responsive to children's needs, guided by best practice and evidence. I know that securing the confidence of parents and teachers will be crucial to making this transition. My hope is that with enhanced in-school support and an expert, responsive education authority and other support services, there will be increased confidence in the system to effectively meet the needs of children and young people, without in all cases resource to a statement. For the minority of children for whom a statement of SEN is required and for their families, it is essential that the process is streamlined, efficient and easier to navigate. The EA is already leading the way on this aspect of reform through its digitisation of the assessment process. As I've already indicated, the existing system of support is simply not working. This reform agenda will seek to fundamentally change the model of support for children with a statement of special educational need, building on what we have learned from those settings that are providing support in different ways. I'll do this by the following: ensuring that school leavers are given flexibility to determine the support required to meet children's needs and to deploy different models of support; empowering classroom assistants through high-quality, evidence-based professional learning; developing interventions that harness emerging technologies and ensure classroom assistants are trained in their usage to meet children's needs; bringing forward a framework of whole school support models that are based on evidenced good practice and drawing on the learning from those schools already deploying different approaches. This should not be viewed as a means of reducing the number of classroom assistants, rather focusing on a more effective deployment that develops their expertise and more effectively meets the needs of children. School placements for children with SEN has been the subject of much debate in this Assembly, and I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Education Authority, who, supported by my department, have created 1,450 new special provision places this year to meet the ever-increasing demand. I announced the SEN Capital Investment Programme in April last year to enhance the capacity across the system to support the placements of children with SEN. To date, in this financial year, I've invested £51 million in the SEN Capital Programme and £58 million of resource for additional specialist provision in mainstream classes. As a consequence of this reform agenda, I'll also do the following: require the Education Authority to prioritise special education within its operational plan number 2 and take a SEN-first approach to future planning. Work towards ensuring there is enough flex in the system so that no child remains without an appropriate place. Streamline the EA assessment and review process to inform placements. Formalise information sharing with health and economy to aid planning to support children's educational journeys. And finally, to scope a suitable education offer for the development of post-16 specialist provision in mainstream. Work will continue and intensify in preparation for placements in September of this year. But we need to be clear on the challenges that lie ahead. While much progress has been made in terms of building in additional capacity across the system, there are continued pressures, particularly in some areas, and I cannot emphasise enough the importance of schools engaging closely with the EA to identify and bring forward solutions. For children with SEN moving into or out of education or transitioning to different provision, my reform agenda will, 1, implement a transitional support programme at various stages of each child or young person's educational journey. Secondly, introduce agreed data sharing arrangements between health services, my department and the Department for the Economy. And thirdly, introduce a child development passport to include progress on milestones, interventions and learning profile. For school leavers with SEN, my department will continue to work with health and economy to develop appropriate pathways into adulthood. SEN transformation is an investment not only for education but for our society. Delivering on this agenda will require sustained funding. I will continue to make the case to the Executive for appropriate investment in our education system and in particular to drive the reforms I know are necessary to effect real change. My department is awaiting the outcome of a bid to the Northern Ireland Civil Service Transformation Fund, which would provide a much-needed injection of initial investment. Dependent on the success of this bid, work will commence on the following areas this year: transformation of the support model for children with statements, development of a pilot early childhood SEN intervention programme, development of a speech and language and communications intervention programme which will target 10,000 children over the next 3 academic years, development of inclusive play environments providing in-school support, testing of an enhanced nurture programme model over 3 years, development of a model of special schools as resource centres of expertise, design and trial of inclusive capacity building programme including a teacher and classroom assistant professional learning programme. Whilst additional investment is essential to generate momentum with this transformation effort, we must also do better with the resources we have. In the longer term, I will look to reconfigure funding as services are remodelled to ensure all investment is impactful and as close to the child as possible. Change cannot wait, and some actions are already underway or due to begin imminently. The streamlining of the assessment and SEN placement processes will commence. Operational Plan 2 will shortly be published with a SEN-first approach. Preschool education settings will receive additional resource for children undergoing statutory assessment, which commenced in November last year at an estimated total of £1.2 million in this financial year. The EA will implement its graduated response framework and its new local impact teams model for pupil support services. ETI has been commissioned to evaluate specialist education provision, including the early years foundation stage provisions. I will publish my SEN reform agenda and delivery plan in the coming weeks. The plan has been developed with input from parents, practitioners and academics, and this engagement will continue as we move to implementation. My department will also be engaging with key delivery partners around early actions, and I have asked the Education Authority to prioritise their areas of responsibility within the delivery plan. And in that context, I am pleased to be able to advise members that, reflecting the priority I have placed on this issue, the Chief Executive of the Education Authority has confirmed that he will be restructuring the organisation to bring a renewed and specific focus on SEN reform at the most senior level. I hope that I've provided members with an outline of the scale of the reform that is needed today. Transformation will take time and it will require investment. I am committed to driving this agenda during this mandate, to working with ministerial colleagues who have an important part to play, and to ensuring that our children and young people with special educational needs receive the support that they deserve. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cara Hunter.
Madam Speaker. Minister, I welcome your statement today, particularly with the Send First approach with regards to school placements. One thing I did notice is that it didn't address post-19 provision. I recently met with Alma from Caleb's Cause about this issue and the cliff edge that children with special educational needs experience after leaving school. Can you provide this House with an up-to-date explanation of what is happening with post-19 provision? And I do note that within my constituency, Rossmar Special School, you are exploring a pilot programme. Can you tell us more about that here today? Thank you.
Well, can I thank the member for her positive response to the statement. The statement does speak to the issues around transitioning, the importance of those pathways and working with the Department of Health and the Department of the Economy. So very much within this statement, it is about ensuring that there is the best support for people who are moving from education into then that post-education environment. That is very much part of the work that we will be taking forward in the transformation of special educational needs provisions, and I hope those who have campaigned will recognise the efforts that are being made to ensure that we support them and their young people as they go through that process of transitioning from education.
Thank you, Minister. I call Nick Matheson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the Assembly this morning. I must admit, when I saw this statement was coming, I thought we were going to get the plan today. I thought we were going to hear that, much as when officials came to committee, we thought we were going to get the plan and it didn't land. So effectively, parents need to know when is this going to change and what is going to change. Schools need to know what is going to change and when is it going to change. So when will the plan be submitted to members so we can scrutinise what you're going to do, how it's costed, how you're going to measure success?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the Chairman for the question of his committee. This is very much the outworkings now of a nearly 18-month process, going through those 200 recommendations, analysing it as part of that end-to-end review. I've now outlined where we are going and some immediate steps that we are taking. I think it's important that people reflect on some of what I have said today. That allows people to have some of that discussion, and as a result of my announcements today, we will need to finalise that delivery plan, but I can assure the Chairman that that delivery plan is at the point of finalisation, and when I said in this statement within coming weeks, it is within coming weeks that we will be able to publish the detailed delivery plan. But I think it is important that now, after I as a Minister have taken decisions around these areas, that those stakeholders get the opportunity to finesse the delivery plan in that context, and now we will move to implementation. We're already moving forward, but those detailed plans will be published, and I look forward to the Education Committee being able to scrutinise that work.
Thank you, Minister. I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank the
Minister for his statement
today, and I welcome it. And he rightly states in the statement that some of our schools will need specialist support, and I presume he's talking about, speech and language therapists, behavioural therapists, and other allied health professionals, of which there is a shortage at the moment. And in order to put more in place, that will have to be a matter for the Health Minister. So could the Minister tell us what engagement he has had with the Health Minister around this issue and what progress has been made to date?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his comments and the question? He is right to highlight the issues around these multidisciplinary teams that will be taken forward. That's going to be those local impact teams. And that very much is about making sure that we are supporting those children and young people with their additional needs, and it will be around speech and language and other aspects of that associated with those allied health professionals. So there has been engagement between my department, the Department of Health, in respect of that. It is very much part of the detailed implementation plan. It will require additional resource, it will require recruitment of people, it will require increasing the number of people that get trained in order to meet that need. But that work has been in collaboration between the two departments, and I've met with the Minister for Health the chairman of the Education Committee, Nick Matheson, has engaged on this issue with me outside of the committee in terms of highlighting, particularly in our special schools, the need for that collaboration between health professionals and educational settings. And there is an ongoing piece of work with the Chief Nursing Officer, who has commissioned a piece of work in that, and there is a joint oversight group between education and health looking at the kind of provision that is needed in our special schools. But this also goes further than that in terms of those impact teams. This is supporting the needs that exists for children with statements of special educational need, or indeed without those statements, in all of our schools that require that support.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deborah Erskine.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. One of the issues that comes up time and time again with constituents of mine, and actually was just speaking to a constituent on Friday in relation to this, is about the information sharing between health and education. And this is the case when dealing with speech and language or mental health matters. I note in the statement that he will be formalising the information sharing across departments, which is really welcome. However, I just want to follow on from the last question and ask the Minister, how do EA's proposals of local impact teams fit with the SEN reform agenda, and more specifically, when will the impact teams move to become multidisciplinary to include those allied health professionals?
Well, can I thank the member for the question? It builds upon some of the issues that we've already touched upon, but that speaks to the issue around providing this wide support for children that have additional needs, whether it's in speech and language, communication, other behavioural issues. There needs to be that support so that children can have their education in mainstream settings, but also in those specialist schools where there needs to be that support provided. So, there has been work in terms of moving what was called local integrated teams in respect of this. We're obviously now that will be called local impact teams, because that very name speaks to what we're trying to do. It's about making that impact. So that ensures that the services will be integrated and consider the holistic support needs of the child, to ensure then that the system is more agile in terms of providing a response to the support that is needed. So there'll be a more streamlined approach to referrals as well, which will allow schools to have easier access to that support. So as we move towards the creation of these new local impact teams in this year, we will do that, but it is of course dependent on us being able to resource that, and that is something that we will be seeking to build upon, and that will make a positive impact to children that require that support.
Thank you, Minister. Before I call Colin Crawford for the next question to the Minister, just ask people to rise in their places, because I don't think we've got everybody. Okay, so Colin, not all at once, please. Thank you, Colin Crawford.
And can I thank the Minister for his statement to the House today, and join with others to welcome it. Minister, can I ask what specific plans or policies are being implemented within the continuous professional development plan to attract and retain qualified professionals?
Well, can I thank the member for the question? The statement outlines the importance of having the right support for people. It talks about the importance of ensuring that our educational professionals get access to that training. It speaks to how we'll be working with those initial teacher education settings so that there is that support. The investment that I want to see in our classroom assistants in terms of empowering them to provide the support that the children require. So there's a number of areas that we're taking forward in terms of providing that professional development and learning that you can do that. That is something that we will do with our early teacher, initial teaching educationalists, but also it again is part of that collaboration with the Department of Health and working with them. So we will be taking that forward in terms of that professional learning, and we've addressed some of those issues the member has raised.
Thank you, Minister. I call Donny Baker.
And Minister, I agree, real change is needed. For far too long, families are having to fight daily for the support that their children deserve, and children with special educational needs have been failed. And due to the lack of special schools, children who should have a place don't, and have been placed in a SPIM. Does the Minister share my concern that because of this,
these children may not be getting the support that they need, and that other children who may have moderate learning difficulties are then being placed in a mainstream classroom. What steps will the SEN Reform Agenda plan take to ensure that every child gets the support that they need?
Minister.
Thank the member for the question. And yes, I do share the concerns that he has just articulated. We've had to create that 1,450 places, but I want to make sure that children, when they are placed, it's the appropriate place. It isn't just about getting any place. And that is what we are trying to do in terms of the processes that we're taking forward. In terms of the accessibility to specialist schools, he is right. That is why I announced that every specialist school in Northern Ireland has been reviewed by the Education Authority to identify the ability to enhance that capacity, to put in place investment where we can, so that we can meet the needs in those localities by increasing the spaces available in special schools. That is something that, as part of the capital programme, we have taken forward. But it's also why the operational plan that the Education Authority will soon publish, which is the plan for how you area plan the needs of education provision within your community, but right across Northern Ireland. Within that, I have asked, and it will include, a SEN first approach. It is the provision and the planning for meeting special educational needs that has to be given the priority, and that will be reflected in the document that's being published. So we're working at the capital needs of the entire school estate. We're working at the process by which we assess people to make that much better in terms of making sure then we respond with the right support, and also ensuring that people are placed in the right setting.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for a very comprehensive statement. The Minister will know it is a concern to us all, the huge and rising numbers of children with special educational needs in our education system, the impact it has on the child, the impact that it has on parents and teachers that feel in many ways under-equipped to deal with these huge levels. So can I ask the Minister, how will the delivery of the SEN Reform Agenda be costed? What is the cost? And how will that be funded? And could he also maybe elaborate on some of the performance measures which are going to be key to ensure that we tackle this issue for the long term?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for his comments and his question? And I spoke about the need for significant investment in order to allow this transformation to take place. The ability to do it within my department's resources are incredibly challenging, if not impossible. That's why we put forward a bid to the Northern Ireland Civil Service Transformation Board for the funding which is available, and that is one of the projects that is sitting for a decision to be taken. Unashamedly, I am saying very clearly, I need that to be approved. It will allow us to take forward this work, and so we await a decision, of which I outlined the steps that we could take as part of this work, should we get a response in the affirmative. If we don't get a response in the affirmative, I think members will need to ask very serious questions as to why not. And the restrictive approach then that takes on my ability to take forward the transformation that needs to be taken. But I also want to make sure that we utilise the resources that we do have as effectively as possible. That's why I've spoken about the need to ensure schools get that flexibility to deploy resources in the way that the evidence is showing is very impactful. And in some schools, they haven't been able to recruit classroom assistants. They aren't able to bring them in, but also principals have said they can recruit a full-time teacher and deliver lessons in a smaller class setting. That is having a positive impact, and there are good examples of schools which have moved very significantly towards that model. And this statement today is affirming that approach and saying that is the way we need to be taking things forward across Northern Ireland. The cost, the independent review of education noted that there would be a requirement for an additional £136 million in resource funding per year to transform SEN support. The initial costings as part of this exercise that we have taken forward is providing indicative costs in the region of £114 million per year of investment that would be required to support the identified areas that are going to be contained within the delivery plan. That equates to around £570 million being needed over the next 5 years. And I don't need to say to members how challenging that is to deliver all that we do in education and also take forward this transformation work in the absence of getting that additional resource. But I am absolutely committed to taking forward what I can within the resources currently available to me, but this will require significant investment.
Thank you, Minister. I call Michelle Guy.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for bringing this statement today. SEN transformation is anxiously awaited by parents and by schools, and I'm sure the Minister will agree that children have to be at the heart of any action that is taken. We have only 2 years left in this mandate. What difference at the end of this mandate will there be for children than what they're experiencing now?
Well, can I thank the member for the question, and I agree entirely with her sentiment. This has to be about the children, it's about the young people, that is the focus, and therefore where the evidence leads us to saying that the model needs to change, then we need to make sure we change that model, because that's what the evidence shows is in the interests of the children. So I am very much committed, as I've outlined, some of the immediate actions that we can take that was contained within this report. Early Year 1 actions, they're very much intended to rebuild confidence and the capability across the education system, and they're embedded within a clear plan for implementation of the system-wide reform. Those priority actions include additional professional support in the classroom, improved and more child-centred communications and improved approaches to placements and admissions, and a more child-centred approach to support, which the members articulated this should very much be about, and I agree with her, it's about the children and young people.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cathy Mason.
And I thank the Minister for this statement today. The Minister will be aware that the requirement for prior educational psychologist service assessments has been removed, and so children now should, in theory, be able to access support without this referral. However, is it not now the case that SENCOs are now under even more pressure, and they are essentially carrying out the job role of that educational psychologist? What will this transformation plan mean for this? Will it address it, and how will SENCOs be supported going forward?
Minister.
Well, SENCOs do an incredibly important job. I agree with the member in highlighting the contribution that they make. This transformation reform programme that we're about is very much to support the children and young people to access the right support in a timely fashion. And often it has been the delay in getting statements from psychologists which has led to services not being provided for. We all know that earlier intervention makes a significant impact, and that is something that we need to support. That's why I want to have a process in place where we're not dependent on a psychologist's report to access that. We have the support of allied health professionals, assessments being taken, therefore we can access the support and put that support in place in a more timely fashion. All of that will be to the assistance of SENCOs in schools.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gary Middleton.
Speaker, and can I too welcome the Minister's statement and his ongoing commitment to children with special educational needs. Minister, in your statement you reference no one-size-fits-all when it comes to one-to-one support. Minister, can you outline what you are planning in relation to one-to-one classroom assistance support for children?
Can I thank the member for the question, and I know this is an area where he's often engaged with me on in terms of that importance of supporting our children and young people in our educational settings. In terms of the one-to-one support, I do recognise, and I spoke to this in the statement, that for some children a one-to-one classroom assistant will remain the most appropriate form of support. And I want to be clear that classroom assistants remain a key role in our schools and are pivotal in the delivery of that inclusive whole class provision of pupils with SEN. However, the evidence from a range of scrutiny reports tells us that one-to-one classroom assistance is not the most appropriate form of support for the majority of children. This approach can lead to dependency, where students are hindered in developing independent learning skills. Additionally, one-to-one support can isolate students from their peers, limiting their opportunities for social interaction and collaborative learning. Furthermore, the effectiveness of one-to-one support can vary significantly based on the skills and training of the assistant, leading to an inconsistency in terms of quality of support. Research indicates that inclusive teaching practices where all children are engaged together often yield better outcomes and fosters a more supportive learning environment. And feedback gathered from the end-to-end review of SEN also makes clear that the current methods of deploying this resource may not be the most efficient or sustainable. And there is, as we know, a lack of flexibility around the role due to the allocation of hours and also the way statements are written. There's a need for a more efficient strategy for providing increased professional support in the classroom. That's why I'm keen to see the development of a flexible, evidence-based model for classroom assistance that can be readily deployed by schools to best meet localised and sector-specific needs. And officials are exploring a range of such models and a suite of revised approaches which will be made available to schools during the first term of the 2025-26 academic year.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for again coming and making sure that SEN is to the fore of his change agenda. However, on page 3 of your statement, Minister, you refer and you use the GCSE formal qualification as a metric for bringing about change, yet the Independent Review for Education suggests that GCSEs are not a useful terminal exam. And further to that, are we not in danger of pushing children into having to fit a format which facilitates industry, as opposed to going to industry and saying perhaps we should be adjusting industry to suit our children that are coming through into adulthood?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his kind remarks and recognising the commitment that I have to support our children and young people with special educational needs. Absolutely, we need to make sure that we're getting this right. That is one measure in terms of the figures that I provided for the academic outcomes for children with special educational needs. But the member is right about making sure that when it comes to transitioning from education, supporting in pathways so that these young people are able to have careers and develop themselves professionally and be able to participate in our economy. That's why the statement speaks about the needs for that collaboration, not just on meeting any health needs and working with the Department of Health to do that, but also with the Department for the Economy. Those transition years are so important, and I understand the concerns by those who have campaigned on this particular issue, because they're fearful as to what happens when their children or young people leave a formal educational setting. And that's why this statement and the work with the Department of Health and Economy speaks to the need to make sure that those pathways provide the right support to those young people so that they are independent outside of a formal school setting, that they are able to engage within our society, within industry, and absolutely this is what this statement speaks to and will be there to support.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Gildernew.
And thank the Minister for the statement and responses. And Minister, particularly welcome the highlighting of the importance of responding early, and indeed your unstinting commitment to that. In terms of early intervention responses for children with special educational needs, are the proposed provisions designed for children who are already statemented, for children who may be awaiting a statement, or for those children who are showing signs of having special educational needs? Thank you.
Thank the member for his comments, and it's all of those issues. So this isn't just about meeting the needs of children with a statement of educational need. Indeed, as part of the transformation work, this should reduce the number of children that require a statement of educational need. Often families are having to resort to getting a legal document to force the support that they feel is necessary for their children. It shouldn't get to the point where you need to get a legal document to get the right educational support within those school settings. So we need to transform the way in which we support children and young people. There are thousands of children who don't have a statement of special educational need, but they have additional needs that require that support. So this transformation, seeking that early intervention so that we make the impact at those earliest of years, because all of the evidence shows when you do that, there's less intervention required as you're older, and it's more efficient in terms of the use of your resources. So this movement, the Minister for Health has referred to shifting left in the Department of Health, where you meet the need of services. This is the same within
of investment that has been continually delivered from this department. But I just want to touch on the urgent need in terms of streamlining the assessment process, which for many parents is complex, it's confusing, and it's very, very stressful, and it can end up being a fight for so many. Could you provide any further details in terms of how this process will be improved and when?
Well, can I thank the member for her contribution, because I think she brings her own personal experience to this and has very much added value in my consideration of these issues, speaking about the need to support her young people. Can I also say that my officials have done an incredible amount of work on this issue, and I commend them for it. And for some of them, it's very personal to them as well. And they've invested themselves, not just professionally, but emotionally in taking this forward. So can I thank them for that, and can I thank the member for the work that she has been able to do in supporting me in bringing this statement forward. The streamlining process is really important because it is one of huge frustration and one that we've touched upon already. And so we are going to be streamlining that process. In my engagement with the Chief Executive of the Education Authority, one of the director posts that are going to be recruited is going to be tasked with the job of reforming these processes within the Education Authority. That is the priority that is being given to addressing these issues within the EA. I'm supporting that work, but the totality of the work that we are doing today that I've outlined in this statement is all about supporting children, young people and their families, and the streamlining of those processes is part of the outworkings of this.
Thank you, Minister. I call Connie Egan.
Minister, welcome your statement today. I think everybody would agree that we do need transformation when it comes to special educational needs. Can I ask, though, as part of your plans, will children with SEN no longer be considered as supernumerary when it comes to placements?
Well, can I thank the member for that? And I can assure the member, when it comes to new builds, the supernumerary issue is one that our officials are already dealing with. There's no point building new builds or engaging in school enhancement programmes and building an estate which doesn't recognise some of the children that end up going to that school. So I agree with the member. You cannot area plan on the basis of not including people that have the additional needs that are required.
I call Justin McNulty.
I applaud your statement, Minister, on the scope, scale and child-centred ambition inherent within your reform agenda. I applaud your use of empathetic language around a bespoke, flexible and holistic special educational needs first approach. Minister, you refer to the importance of a child getting a statement of special educational needs. What would you say to parents now struggling and battling with the system for their children to get a statement, number one, and number two, for those parents who have received a statement for their child who are then put in a special educational needs environment which is not appropriate for their needs? What would you advise those parents right now?
Minister.
I would say to those parents, I hear you, I understand you. Your voice has came through very clearly as part of the work of this end-to-end review, and that experience has very much informed what I have articulated today in terms of how we're going to address those issues. So we as a society are marked upon how we treat the most vulnerable and those that need the most. And if we fail them, then we're not, in my view, living up to the values that we should be setting ourselves as a society. So this work is very much based upon the evidence of people's experiences. But I get the frustration that when you get a statement, because you aren't able to even recruit in some areas a classroom assistant, then you're feeling failed. What I have articulated is I believe there's actually a better way to meet the needs, and we need to do that better and work through the process of being able to meet that need. I don't want the frustrations that often parents feel when they're exasperated, not able to get a placement, when they hear of other children who've got their place confirmed, but they still have to fight. They're contacting the EA, they're frustrated at not getting a response, being passed around from one person to the next, not getting the information. All of that is hugely frustrating. What I would say is that we have improved, but we have so much more to do. Today I'm outlining how we're going to do that. I've indicated the resource that's going to be required, short-term measures that we have already started and that we'll be imminently starting, so that we improve all of this for those people who need it most.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. Minister, I welcome your comments around the importance of the early intervention and refer to last May's announcement of the range of measures for early education and including the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, as well as progressing these new measures that you've announced today in terms of the early intervention. Can you confirm to the House whether those measures that were announced last year will continue beyond this budget period of March 2025?
Minister.
Okay, can I thank the member for her comments and her engagement with me on particularly the early years provisions around special educational needs and more generally. The statement outlined the work that we're going to do in early years because it's critical that we provide that support and make that early intervention, but that we also support those practitioners in those early years settings. And this will complement the work that we have taken forward around the early learning years strategy that we're wanting to develop, but also those measures that we've already implemented. Because of the funding that I was able to secure from the Executive, we were able to provide support to early year settings, but also that childcare subsidy that the member has spoken about. That's why I'm delighted that within the draft budget that's out for public consultation, I have again been able to secure the funding that will allow that 15% subsidy to continue into the next financial year, and I know that will come as a welcome announcement for those who have been part of that scheme, of which over 13,000 people have registered for, and that funding is secured within the draft budget. That will be finalised whenever we agree it as an Executive, but that 15% subsidy will continue into the next financial year.
Thank you, Minister. I call David Brooks.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the vision he's outlined today. I know that this is a top priority for him and his role. What parents really want from any reforms is that their children get the correct support and the proper support that they require. And so he's touched on it a bit today, but to allow the Minister the opportunity to maybe hone in more specifically, does he believe that the less focus on the statementing and the battles that have been referred to around that will allow the health professionals, the SLTs, the educational psychologists to spend more time on the meaningful interventions that can be real help to the children?
Can I thank the member for his comments and his question and the work that he's doing on the Education Committee. I know this is an important area for the member. We've spoken about the needs to provide much better support in accessing the services that are required. All of this work that we'll be taking forward, of which the detailed plan will be published within coming weeks, will address the issues that the member has spoken about. It will take time, and I've outlined that in the statement, to transform these services which have become embedded over the past almost decade will require time in order for those changes to take place. But we have now started on that journey today. We will publish the detailed documents within weeks, and there is short-term immediate decisions that are already being taken forward, including in the areas that the member has spoken about, and we will see the transformation of the support for children with special educational needs.
Mark Durgan's not in the seat. Timothy Gosson.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his lengthy statement to the House here today. Minister, last year I had correspondence with the Health Minister about a case of a young child who is not due to receive his NHS diagnosis of autism until this July and should be starting primary school in September. He was placed on urgent list by his GP in December 2023. Eventually the family got a diagnosis, but only after going private. However, they are no further forward in terms of getting a statement in relation to his education.
Is there a
the
question?
Parents are currently applying for school places, but cannot
Gosson,
apply to special schools.
Mr.
without a
Gosson,
statement.
is there a question,
Yes,
please?
Principal Deputy Speaker, if you would just bide your time with me, we could get to it. What in this statement will address that situation, and will you give me a commitment today, Minister, to look at this case, which happens to be in your constituency, to see what can be done so this young child can start a special educational school in September?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for outlining the case, and of course I'm happy to look at the individual case. But this statement seeks to address the very point that he has just made. It should not require a legal statement of educational need for a child or young person to get the support that's required in our educational settings. That's why it has to change. That's why we're creating these local impact teams with educationalists, allied health professionals, all being able to address these issues and then put in place the right support and giving flexibility to schools to have the resource that they need to best meet the needs of the children and young people that they have. That's why we're doing the work in our special schools to increase the school estate. So I want to get to the point, as I said to Mr Gilner earlier, that you don't need a statement to get the services that are required, because professionals know what that is. You shouldn't need a legal document to have to take people to court. You should be able to get that support, and that's what I want to do. And this is what this statement is about, providing the right support to the right people in the right place at the right time.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Comments around classroom assistants sound a bit concerning that we're moving away from them, and even sounds like making the case for fewer classroom assistants at a time when SEN workers are overstretched and overworked. So I want to know, will the reform agenda involve a pausing or slowing down of recruitment? And this SEN reform delivery plan rightly has input from parents, practitioners and academics. Was there any input from those who work as classroom assistants or the unions in that plan? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for the question? And yes, in terms of engagement with unions, that is something that we are always engaging with unions within the Department of Education on a whole range of issues. I think what is absolutely critically important here is what is in the interests of the children and young people. And we have to ensure that where the evidence shows a particular model or approach works better than maybe what we've been doing currently, then we need to change the model, because I'm sure the member, like me, wants to put children first in terms of this. I've outlined the very valuable role that our classroom assistants play. I've outlined how I want to empower them, support them with training in order to make that impact with children and young people. But I have also outlined how in Northern Ireland there are schools who, rather than using the resources available in a statement to have a classroom assistant, have deployed that resource to recruit a full-time teacher and have a smaller class. And those school leaders and family have said that they are getting a good outcome in terms of the educational impact that that is having. And so I would encourage the member and other members, if they haven't been in schools, of which there are a number, I will easily commend a number of them to the member, where you will see firsthand the impact that it's making. I name-check Glengormley Integrated College as one example, and the resources that are being deployed to employ full-time teachers and deliver small settings. I reference Balnahinch High School, a principal who could not recruit a classroom assistant, despite repeated attempts to recruit classroom assistants, was unable to do so. And now the resource is being used to employ a full-time teacher. Is the member really saying that you stick to a model that doesn't work, or we go on an evidence-based approach which is in the best interests of the children in terms of their outcomes?
Daniel McCrossan.
Minister, I hope this plan that this House has not yet seen signals an end to the stick and plaster approach when it comes to special educational needs in Northern Ireland. The Minister is right to point out the cost of transformation, but the cost of doing nothing is much greater to our children, young people and families. The problems with SEN are well rehearsed. We've known them for a long time. Who is going to oversee this change agenda? And do you trust the Education Authority, given their track record, to do that effectively in the interests of our children?
Minister.
Well, ultimately, as Minister, it's my responsibility to ensure appropriate governance arrangements are in place and accountability in terms of being able to measure the outcomes that we're having. So that is very much something that we will want to do in terms of the regular reporting and being able to hold people to account in respect of that. So as part of the reform agenda, I'll be creating a new delivery unit within the department that will be established to drive forward this reform agenda. There will be progress measures in terms of targeting, and that will be monitored regularly through formal governance structures. So this isn't just a hypothetical announcement. This is real. The delivery plan is real. There will be governance, there will be targets, and there will be accountability. And I'm sure the member who very passionately holds ministers to account will also hold me to account as I hold my department and all of the various stakeholders to account as we take this progress forward.
Call Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, it's not your remit for post-19 special educational needs provision, but it should be, because the Minister for Health and the Minister for Economy, quite frankly, are failing in this area. And I do think there is an opportunity through even the legislation that you're proposing to extend it up till the age of 25. Is that something you're willing to consider? Because your department does have the right support, the right people, and it is the right time, and this is the right place to do it.
Minister.
Well, on one hand, let me thank the member for her comments, but on the other, let me just push back. I don't believe the Minister for Health or Economy is failing in terms of the support for children and young people. I understand the concerns that have been expressed in terms of that transition period. But members in this House will get up and criticise the Department for Education for not meeting the current needs. So on the one hand, the member, I'll take it as a compliment that she thinks I can do this effectively, but on the other, members will challenge me and say this department isn't supporting children and young people, and therefore the solution should not be a default position that says this department should become legally required to provide education up to the age of 25. If that is the case, we need to then relinquish functions from the Department of Health and from the Department for the Economy. Those two ministers will need to let go of certain areas that they're responsible for, and it will need to come to this Department of Education. The resource will also need to follow. What I would rather do, and I think what my ministerial colleagues, not to speak for them, would rather do, is ensure that our three departments are working closely together and providing the pathways and the support that is needed, because ultimately it is that support from whichever department the families and those that are campaigning on this issue want to see. And I am determined to make sure that they get that support irrespective of what department responsibilities sit within, and I'm confident that is the desire for the Minister of Health and also for the Minister of the Economy.
Before I conclude this item, I just want to remind all members that when ministers are making statements and members are asking questions and need to be concise, I do allow a bit of latitude, but what I will not allow are bad manners and a lack of courtesy, Mr Gosson. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the Speaker to review your comments and ensure that you need to be courteous like every other member in this House. And when I'm in this position, you respect this chair. I don't care what you think about me, but you will respect this chair. That concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory instrument. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the draft Human Medicines Amendment, Modular Manufacture and Point of Care Regulations 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on Minister for Health to move the motion.
To move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so therefore I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. So I'm seeking the Assembly's approval to the making of this draft statutory instrument, which will amend the Medicines for Human Medicines Regulations 2012, or the HMRs, as they are known, and the Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trials Regulations 2004. This will enable the introduction of a new tailored regulatory framework to support point-of-care and modular manufacturing. And this in turn will decentralise methods of medicine manufacturing. It will move innovative medicines closer to the patient, while at the same time maintaining robust regulatory standards and ensuring patient safety. Introduction of this framework is intended to proactively support the development of new medical advances on the cutting edge of technology and new means of medicine manufacturing, facilitating the development of highly specialised medicines where they are most needed for patients, whether that be in hospital wards, operating theatres, community health centres, or indeed even in patients' own homes. These products are in early stages of development, but one example of the type of innovative treatments that may be enabled by this new framework is a diabetic foot ulcer treatment. It uses blood-derived products obtained from the patient and manufactured at their bedside. Modular manufacture can support early-stage vaccine deployment, allowing vaccines to be locally filled and finished, ensuring efficient supply to mass vaccination centres. These amendments are needed as increasingly, with advancing health technology, innovative medicines are now being developed that will need to be manufactured close to patients and to healthcare settings. The traditional approach by the UK Medicines Regulator, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, or MHRA, therefore needs to adapt to support the development of these new technologies. Current arrangements are suited to centralised factory-based manufacture, with a small number of fixed manufacturing sites named on manufacturing licences and on marketing authorisations. Point of care and modular manufacturing products may potentially be manufactured at multiple sites across the country. Some of these products are developed to meet the unique needs of each patient when those patients need them and are often derived from the patient's own cells or their blood. Indeed, some products must be administered within an hour and even in some cases, even minutes of being manufactured. This creates an urgency and specific demand that traditional manufacturing cannot easily accommodate. It would be extremely challenging for these innovative products to be regulated in accordance with the current regulations, and that results in significant regulatory and financial hurdles. The objective of this instrument is therefore to provide an enabling framework to allow for the safe and efficient manufacture and supply of these emerging medicines still in early development stages, and provide the regulatory clarity necessary to encourage the development of these new products and approaches. The benefits of this approach will extend to patients and carers who will benefit from access to new and more personalised medicines in a timely and more convenient manner, with the potential, as I say, for some patients to be treated with medicines manufactured at their home. It will help move care from hospitals to communities, and that, of course, is consistent with my direction of travel for health and social care delivery. Secondly, healthcare professionals will benefit from the ability to provide a greater range of more effective treatment options, thus improving patients' response to treatment and delivering better outcomes. And lastly, innovators in industry will benefit from clear regulatory expectations and the enabling of speedier product development. The new framework will remove regulatory barriers that are not suited to novel manufacturing methods, and this benefit will be seen across all sizes of company, be they large, medium, or small enterprises. It's vital that the medicines regulatory framework is flexible for new innovations, but also that it does not compromise patient safety. So I'll now set out how the MHRA will ensure point-of-care modular manufacture products will meet the necessary standards of safety, effectiveness and quality that are expected of all medicines. The new framework is centred on a hub-and-spoke model, with a single control site as the hub for each product, overseeing all aspects of the point-of-care and modular manufacturing systems, including the spokes of the individual manufacturing locations and their activities. The control site will be the only named manufacturing site on the manufacturing licence and on the clinical trial and marketing authorisation applications. The holder of the control site, as its name signifies, will be responsible for ensuring product quality across all manufacturing sites and notifying the MHRA of reportable issues. The diligence of the control site in overseeing the manufacturing locations will be scrutinised at routine MHRA inspections, and arrangements for oversight will be examined as part of the licensing process. Several manufacturing spoke locations will also be sampled and subject to inspections to ensure that the oversight claimed by the control site can be independently supported by inspection findings. The new framework is a modified form of the current regulatory system for evaluation of regulatory compliance at manufacturing sites and safety monitoring. There will be no change in the expected standards that must be met for safety, quality and efficacy of the product. There will not be an increased risk to patient safety, with the MHRA retaining regulatory oversight. There is not a different approach to implementation in Northern Ireland. I wish to emphasise to members that the proposed framework will apply across the United Kingdom, and there's no difference in the approach to implementation here. In practice, currently there are not any point-of-care manufacturing sites yet in Northern Ireland, as point-of-care products have not moved past clinical trial phase. and while it may take some years before point-of-care products become widely available, the plan is to implement the new framework preemptively in order to provide certainty for industry as the regulatory requirements they will be required to meet, and also to promote the UK as a great place to invest in clinical trials and in product development. A UK-wide joint public consultation on the proposal has taken place. It received significant support. From the consultation response document, 91% agreed a new framework was required, and 94% agreed with the proposed framework. My officials attended the Health Committee at its meeting on the 21st of November, where they outlined the full policy intent of this draft SI, and again on the 12th of December to provide some further necessary clarification on the new framework introduced by this statutory instrument prior to them possibly being debated in the Assembly. And I'm pleased to confirm, Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee raised no issues on the policy intent at its meeting on the 21st of November, and we're also content with the further clarification given by officials on the 12th of December. On both occasions, the committee indicated they were content that the draft SI be laid in draft form at the Assembly Business Office to allow for the debate here today following Christmas recess. It's therefore with the committee's support, Deputy Principal Speaker, that I now bring this statutory instrument before the wider Assembly and its members today, and I therefore commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Liz Kimmins.
Liz Concordia, and I welcome this opportunity to confirm the Health Committee's support for the motion. The committee welcomes this timely legislation which will help put our healthcare system at the forefront of advanced healthcare technologies and ensure access for patients to innovative treatments and medicines. As outlined by the Minister, this regulation provides a framework for regulatory oversight of point-of-care medicinal products and modular manufacturing systems. The committee welcomes that the regulatory approach within the new framework, known as a hub-and-spoke model, is an approach which is considered to be long established from having been used for the manufacture of blood-derived medicinal products. The committee was encouraged to learn impact assessments found that the public sector is expected to benefit through savings from more fast-moving treatment of patients, and that manufacturers seeking to produce POC and products may gain substantial annual benefits of £3.3 million per annum on average. Change in inspection protocol is expected to mean a reduction of 95% in POC and inspections and bring cost savings to small, medium and large firms which are at the forefront of this technology. Altogether, this would improve access to effective healthcare for patients. I wish to highlight the important role of the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in ensuring the success of the new framework. The control site will be the only named manufacturing site for applications for manufacturing licences, clinical trials and marketing authorisation. It will be responsible for ensuring compliance with internationally aligned standards for notifying the MHRA of reportable issues and will be subject to routine inspections by MHRA. To ensure quality, safety and efficacy of medicines and treatments in a new era of healthcare, MHRA must carry out its role effectively. Accountability and best practice within the healthcare system is one of the Health Committee's main priorities. Therefore, I welcome that though the instrument does not have a specific review clause, the POC and provisions will be covered by the review clause already embedded in the Human Medicines Regulations 2012 and will be subject to regular review. Further, the Medicines and Medicinal Devices Act 2021 requires the Secretary of State to lay a report every 2 years on the operation of the regulations. The committee gave consideration to the instrument having been notified to the EU under the Directive 2015-1535 and that no comments were received from the EU. The committee invited department officials to attend its meeting on the 12th of December 2024 to answer questions on what the significance would be of any divergence by the EU to the new framework and to give an overview of engagement with the EU in regards to the instrument. Officials provided the committee with an overview of the current communication mechanisms between the EU, MHRA, the British Government and the Department of Health in regards to the supply of medicines. On engagement activities concerning the draft SI, the committee was advised of a possible forthcoming internationally harmonised framework and that the EU have proposed reform of their pharmaceutical legislation, part of which is of a similar decentralised manufacturing approach. Following the evidence session on the 12th of December 2024, the committee have agreed to recommend that the statutory instrument be approved by the Assembly.
Thank you, Liz. I call Diane Dodds.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure I've got that wrong again. Minister, there are many times we sit in the committee and we go out and we scratch our heads and wonder where on earth is it all leading to, and where's the light? And I'm sure sometimes when you leave the department you feel a little bit like that. But having listened to officials who were talking about the new regulatory framework and the new medicines and how they will improve and should improve patient outcomes, and that they will be delivered at the point of care, it is incredibly innovative to think that these kind of things are happening. And I know that we're not delivering them now, but I hope that soon patients will benefit from this type of care. We accept completely the need and the idea that current regulations are not suitable and need reformed in terms of what is new and innovative. And I suppose really, and the chair of the committee reflected on it as well there, your note to the committee indicated that the framework would have to operate within the confines of EU law as it applies in Northern Ireland. And it really crystallises the dilemma for this part of the United Kingdom being subject to laws which we cannot control or make. So it's really just my only reflection on this is a question. Has your department given thought to what should happen should the EU, and we know that they're going to review their laws in relation to this, change its laws and regulations, and they may be out of step with the framework from the United Kingdom as it applies here?
Thank you, Diane. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise briefly to speak in relation to this SR, which we in Alliance are content to support. I thank the Minister for bringing it today and for his contributions. As already has been outlined, this SR will provide an updated regulatory framework for the point of care and modular manufactured medicines, which reflects modern technological innovations beyond previous factory-based methods of manufacturing such medicines. Many of these medicines have a short shelf life and therefore they need to be manufactured close to hospital or to where patients are situated. So these regulations will be useful in providing that flexibility to accommodate patients and providers. We discussed this in the Health Committee last month and the committee was content to support both the draft SR and the intentions of its policy objectives. It is important, however, that the regulations provide the highest standards of quality in respect of manufacturing and other aspects such as clinical trials and marketing. So I would encourage the Minister to continue working with the relevant authorities to achieve this. These point-of-care innovations have the potential to have a huge benefit on patients' health, so it's very welcome that Northern Ireland will be prepared to adopt them into treatments when they are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, having a regulatory framework to ensure medicines are made near the patient at the point of care is obviously important and essential even in many cases. It's important to have personalised manufactured products near the point of care due to the nature of the diseases, but as the Minister said, the short shelf life that the medicines, many of them have. And it potentially allows medically vulnerable people to be given the best chance at improving their health. It allows for cell or gene therapies that often have a short shelf life to be produced much more easily and hopefully more readily. And as a general point, Deputy Speaker, I think we need to ensure that there are no barriers between people receiving health care. There should be no barriers whatsoever, but medical companies should also not be allowed to profit off the backs of people's ill health and suffering. All medicine, all medication should be provided to patients without any further payment or cost from them. An investment in public health is key. I want to specifically ask the Minister a question about this, how these regulations may affect a constituent of mine. I've written to the Minister just over the weekend about this and appreciate he may not have the letter in front of him. But this person has a rare enzyme disease. She was provided with a treatment by a pharmaceutical company for 2 years with no extra cost to her. This has now been withdrawn from the constituent and having a huge impact on her health and her life. My understanding is because NICE have said the medication is too expensive, some £500,000 per year. Frankly, I think it's cruel, Deputy Speaker, that a private pharmaceutical company can dangle this in front of someone. Someone's life this is, someone's healthcare as well. So I want to ask if these regulations will have any impact on this constituent of mine, this person, and how the changes in regulations today could benefit them in this specific case. Can the form of medical treatment that they received be replicated locally, and can the profit motive that currently dictates their life be removed to provide essential healthcare? Appreciate if the Minister give an answer, if not today, on those questions in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call the Minister of Health, Mike Nesbitt, to conclude and wind up in the debate on the motion. And Minister, you'll be aware, I may need to interrupt you to allow for question time if you don't finish within that. I'm not putting any pressure on you, but I'm just reminding you. Thank you, Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I will finish before 2. And may I thank the Chair of the Committee and the others who have spoken, and indeed for their broader support for what we're achieving here. I think there are 2 specifics I want to address, Principal Deputy Speaker, in reverse order. Mr Carroll is mentioning about a constituent. I haven't seen his communication yet, but as a more general point, as there are no medicines currently being manufactured under modular manufacturing or point of care, then I don't see how there is any impact to that patient that he is referencing and their care. But his point, I think it goes beyond what we're discussing here today, and the potential removing of a medicine, and if I hear him correctly, it's on grounds of expense. I'm more than happy to look at that. Mrs Dodds talked about alignment with the European Union. It's my understanding that this legislation actually achieves the same aim for decentralised manufacture as is the European Union's proposal in their future pharmaceutical reforms. That's to ensure current standards of safety, quality and efficacy are maintained, while at the same time delivering that framework that enables innovative manufacturing across multiple decentralised sites. And I just emphasise again, it is UK-wide legislation, and while the Windsor Framework resolves the concerns around long-term risk to Northern Ireland medicine supply expressed by the pharmaceutical industry through the disapplication of the EU Falsified Medicines Directive and a move to UK-wide licensing of medicines, it is true that other aspects of EU law relating to the manufacture of medicines do continue to apply here in Northern Ireland, and that includes Directive 2001/83/EC of the European Parliament and of the Council on the Community Code relating to products for human use. So we will, of course, keep a close eye on developments from within the EU. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I firmly believe the introduction of these legislative changes to enable the introduction of a new tailored regulatory framework to support point-of-care and modular manufacturing is a very, very positive step. Instead of placing additional burdens on the health service, some patients will be able to be treated with novel medicines manufactured in their very home, aligning with the concept of moving care from hospitals to communities, the shift left you often hear me discuss. We could see a greater number of hospitals able to use new medicines, safe in the knowledge they can comply with a regulatory framework that is appropriate to innovative manufacturing methods and which maintains patient safety. In short, these regulations support wider access to life-saving, innovative medicines. It's an enabling change that caters for new ways of manufacture and supply and has the flexibility for future technological developments. It's a vital step forward in making sure that regulation not only supports innovation, but actively encourages it.
Much appreciated, Minister. So the question is that the draft Human Medicines Amendment, Modular Manufacture and Point of Care Regulations 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business on the order paper is question time. So I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
We now move to questions to the Minister for Justice, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Agus buíthas. Ceistifir hían.
Minister.
My officials and I have regular discussions with our colleagues in the UK and Irish governments on matters relating to ending the harm caused by paramilitarism. The Independent Reporting Commission has an important role in reporting on progress towards this objective, and I welcome their positive feedback on the work of the Executive Programme for Paramilitarism and Organised Crime, for which I am the lead minister. I welcome too the progress that is being made against the new recommendations that were made in the Independent Reporting Commission's most recent report published last December, particularly the inclusion of a continued executive-wide commitment to tackling paramilitarism in the draft programme for government. The Independent Reporting Commissions previously recommended that Northern Ireland should have specific organised crime legislation like that used in other jurisdictions. I am intending to create 2 new offences in the new Justice Bill, which is currently before the Assembly. One of participating in the criminal activities of an organised crime group, and another of directing the criminal activities of an organised crime group. The draft clauses have been shared with the Justice Committee and will be formally added to the bill at amendment stage. I look forward to the publishing of the Independent Reporting Commission's 7th report in the coming months.
Mr McGlone.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Minister, there has been some speculation that a person is to be appointed to engage with these illegal groups. Can you confirm or deny that? Because obviously there are those of us who would be concerned that at this time, given a lot of years have passed since the Good Friday Agreement, that there would be a risk there in legitimising illegal paramilitary groups rather than rectifying those who are engaged in paramilitary activities such as drug dealing and other nefarious activities.
Sir.
The particular recommendation to which the member refers from the Independent Reporting Commission is a matter for the UK and Irish governments, not for the Department of Justice. As far as I am concerned, anyone engaged in criminal activity should cease that activity now and don't need any further assistance to do so. These groups should disband. It's unclear to me what any process of transition or interlocution would achieve. However, how the Irish Government and the British Government proceed with the appointment of any interlocutor is for them to decide. I would agree, however, with the member and would urge caution on any actions taken that could undermine the work of the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime or lend any legitimacy to those organisations.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can you please outline what the proposed new organised crime offences will be? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you to my colleague for asking the question. New legislation is intended to demonstrate the importance and commitment of law enforcement to specifically tackle the issue of serious organised crime by ensuring they have additional legislative tools available. It is also intended to send a strong message that there are no individuals who are deemed to be untouchable from their criminality, and ensures that there is scope for sentences to more accurately reflect both the nature and seriousness of the crime, but also the level of their engagement in the commissioning of such criminal activity.
Minister, first of all, can I acknowledge the hard work that your department has done in regards to dealing with paramilitarism, and I fed into that myself, particularly around the language used for paramilitaries. But can I just ask the Minister, has she had any discussions with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland or the NIO in ending the separated prison regime?
It is an issue that is raised with me perennially. I have said before to the member who often raises it, this is a matter for which the solution, I think, will come from outside in and not from inside out. The threat that is posed by those who are granted access to the separated regime by the Secretary of State is, I think, one that is managed now carefully within the prison. Increasingly, those who are held within the separated regime are subject to the same regime as the remaining prisoners, and so in many ways it is somewhat of a narrow distinction between them and the rest of the prison. I have raised it with every Secretary of State, not least of all because of the additional cost burden that we have to carry as a department, and I think if the NIO continue to allocate people to the separated regime, they should also pick up the tab.
Deborah Erskine.
Your question 2.
Sure.
The management of the PSNI estate, including custody suites, is an operational matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. As I am committed to respecting the operational independence of the Chief Constable and the role of the Board, I would suggest you direct your question to the Chief Constable or the Policing Board directly.
Ms Bunting. Ms Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The police are part of the Justice Department, and I do not understand why the Minister keeps firing off the PSNI issues off her table to the Chief Constable. There are clear concerns in relation to my constituency with custody suites that are being upgraded and are in close proximity in relation to police and operational matters. And I am pretty sure that those concerns have been raised with the Justice Minister in terms of the timescales and how they are operating. Not least, in fact, that it adds cost to our policing service. So what is the Minister doing in relation to having those conversations with the police in relation to this?
The member is unclear as to the tripartite arrangements that pertain to oversight of policing and justice. I'm more than happy to meet with her and explain it, but in the interim I won't be entering into anything that would cut across the responsibilities of the Policing Board or the responsibilities of the Chief Constable. My duty as Justice Minister is to ensure that both are adequately funded to undertake the role that they have to do. Their job is to decide where they allocate the resources, not mine.
Alan Chambers.
Throughout the police estate, there are around 140 custody cells, including those in reserve custody suites. Can the Minister confirm if any of these cells have been used to house prisoners in the short to medium term due to pressures within the prison service estate?
Minister.
With respect to prisoners being housed on behalf of prison service, it is not the case that we outsource that responsibility. It is one that people are committed to prison either on remand or on a full-time committal basis, and they are housed within prison service estate. There are, of course, pressures within the prisons estate, but I can say that anybody referred to the prison service estate, there is still currently accommodation available for them.
Joanne Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, question 3, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to answer question 3 and 12 together. I believe both questions have been prompted by erroneous reporting of a recent court case, and so wish to clarify the position. An application for leave to issue a writ of habeas corpus was lodged alleging that an applicant's detention at the instruction of the court in a male prison was unlawful. The application was dismissed by the court with no order as to costs. The judge made no order either in respect of prison service policy or transfer to Hydebank Wood Secure College. During the hearing, the judge was advised of the process that was ongoing to confirm the most suitable location for the applicant and was satisfied this process should be allowed to conclude. As per the wishes of previous Ministers of Justice, the Northern Ireland Prison Service had a long-standing, albeit unwritten, position of dealing with transgender prisoners on a case-by-case basis. However, following the deaths of 2 transgender prisoners in English prisons and issues in Scottish prisons, a decision was taken to put in place a formal process. An instruction to governors with guidance on the care and management of transgender prisoners was subsequently issued in August 2022. This followed a review of the current arrangements and was developed after consultation with the Equality Commission and the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. When an individual is committed to custody by the courts who identifies as transgender, the prison service will consider their specific needs and risks on a case-by-case basis and take a person-centred and risk-based approach on decisions around accommodation and care, informed by advice from colleagues in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust, which is responsible for the delivery of healthcare services to people in prison. It would be dangerous to give a commitment that a male prisoner will never be housed in a female prison and vice versa, as there may be unique risks and issues which lead to such a situation. The risks presented by each case will be assessed on their own merits. To that end, Hydebank Wood Secure College and Women's Prison is already a mixed-gender site where the risks of holding males and females in separate accommodation are managed on a daily basis. I am satisfied that the Prison Service remains committed to ensuring that people in prison are held safely and securely at all times and treated with dignity and respect.
Ms Bunting.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that clarification, but this issue of self-identification does have the potential to be a predator's charter. As we've seen from England and Scotland, predators will cynically exploit any loophole, and in all of these circumstances, it's the hard-won rights of women that are depleted and their safety diminished and compromised. In full knowledge of the disturbing statistics around the backgrounds and mental well-being of women in prison, rather than championing the rights of those who want to be women, will the Minister move to protect actual biological adult human females in the prison setting?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed at the tone that the member has adopted in regards to this issue. Referring to trans people as adopting a predator's charter is, I think, scurrilous. Many of those who are trans in our system are some of the most vulnerable people in the prison system, and far from being predators, are predated upon. I think it's also important to say that what I champion as Minister of Justice is justice, fairness, equality and dignity. And when it comes to prisons, I champion the safety of every single prisoner, whether that person identify as female, whether they were natant female, whether they were born as a man, whether they identify as a man. It is their safety and not any ideology, whether that be trans ideology or anti-trans ideology, that will drive the protective work we do within the prison system.
Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, at the weekend, one of our papers carried a report with the headline "Belfast Woman Cleared of Battering Elderly Mum in Row Over Table Salt." Does the Minister agree with me that that headline was an insult to women who suffer at the hands of violent men with squandering as women?
Mr.
Well, I'm not sure what the member understands by the word squandering, but it doesn't actually seem to match what he's actually talking about. However, it's not my job as Justice Minister to comment on headlines in newspapers. It is my job to ensure that the Justice Department does all in its power to ensure that, irrespective of how anyone identifies, when they come into contact with the justice system, whether they be a defendant, whether they be a victim or a witness, or whether ultimately they be committed to the prison system, their safety is paramount and their dignity is secure.
Sean Mulholland.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, this is obviously a very sensitive topic, and I'm just wondering if you could give your assessment of the importance of following an evidence-led and risk-based approach, rather than indulging in some of these knee-jerk populist reactions when you're keeping prisoners safe.
Minister.
I thank the member for acknowledging that this is a sensitive issue, because it's the first time it's been acknowledged in the course of the questioning here. Instead of trying to divide people, instead of trying to other people and further diminish and marginalise people, it is our job in prison service to treat every person who arrives in our care with dignity, with respect, and to ensure their and every other prisoner's safety. Managing risk is what prison service does, and I commend our prison officers for the excellent work that they have undertaken in this regard, not just when it's now in the headlines, but long before it appeared in the headlines and became part of this ludicrous culture war that some people are indulging in today. We ensure that every prisoner, irrespective of how they identify, irrespective of their gender identity, their sexual orientation, their race, their religion, their colour, their creed, that they are treated with dignity, and that any risk that they pose to the remainder of the prison population is properly handled based on a proper risk assessment and an evidence base. That is how this should be done. It is how it is done for every single prisoner, because let's be clear, prisons are, by their very nature, places where dangerous people are held. If we did not do those risk assessments based on the needs and the individual risks posed by prisoners, we would have far more serious incidents within our prisons than we do at the moment, and it's therefore important that we hold to that objective, that we look at each prisoner individually and ensure that they are not posed a risk to by other prisoners, but crucially they are not a risk to other prisoners in how they are housed.
Diana Armstrong.
Question 4, please.
Minister.
Enniskillen Courthouse is currently designated as a hearing centre and is open for 3 days per week, primarily for the delivery of magistrates' court business. In recent years, investments in the building have included internal and external redecoration works and an upgrade to the custody suite ventilation system. The publication of its estate strategy in December 2023 was an important milestone for Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service, as it provides a long-term framework for investment over the next decade and beyond. To implement the strategy, NICS will continue to use data and evidence to baseline the existing estate against the agreed strategic outcomes and to develop prioritised investment in delivery plans in the context of the finite resources available. Future investments in Enniskillen Courthouse will form part of this process.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her response. However, I do need to ask if you accept that any future diminished investment in Enniskillen Courthouse threatens the fabric of the building and access to criminal justice in the future.
I apologise, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear the member's question. I was coughing at the time.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your earlier response. However, I do need to ask you if you accept that any future diminished investment in Enniskillen Courthouse would threaten the fabric of the building and also access to criminal justice in the future?
Minister.
It's been made with respect to any courthouse that is part of the overall implementation of the estate strategy. There will of course be some difficult decisions that require to be taken with respect to all of the facilities we have. However, any proposal to either reduce or change the operation of courthouses will be subject to public consultation and to the scrutiny of this House.
Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the Minister in relation just to the estate. I done a recent visit to the Derry Courthouse and a tour of it. Beautiful building, but the conditions in which staff, the legal profession and local people arriving at that centre are pretty dire, to be honest. So I was wondering, is there any further update on the upgrade to the Derry Courthouse? Thank you.
Well, again, it's part of the overall programme of improvements that we have, and I know that there is ongoing work with respect to the courthouse in Bishop Street. There was at one stage a plan for an entirely new facility for the North West. However, we have been able to obtain potentially additional land, which will allow us to look at instead refurbishing the existing courthouse, so therefore maintaining the fabric of the building that she refers to, but also improving access for people who are coming to the courthouse for the range of facilities and services that are provided within it.
Robbie Butler.
Speaker. Question number 5, please.
Minister.
When staff are being recruited to the Northern Ireland Civil Service, they have the option of indicating on the application form if they have a disability. At any stage following recruitment, staff may also update their HR records to declare a disability. As of January the 1st, 2024, 148 employees in the Department of Justice had declared a disability. That equates to 4.4% of employees in the department.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer and breaking it down into the percentages. The Minister will be aware that the disabled community make up around 25% of the population of Northern Ireland and that they are woefully underrepresented in all workplaces, not just at our departments and civil service. Are there any actions specifically that the Minister is taking in her own department to increase the opportunities for people with disabilities to work in the Department of Justice?
The Northern Ireland Civil Service, who are responsible for HR for the Department of Justice, operates a guaranteed interview scheme as part of its commitment to the employment of disabled people. Guaranteed interview scheme doesn't guarantee anyone a job. However, its objective is to ensure that applicants who have a disability and who meet the minimum essential eligibility criteria for the role they've applied for are offered an interview. The Department has also offered placements under the International Job Shadow Day, which is an opportunity to celebrate the valuable contribution that disabled people make to our workforce and an opportunity to promote inclusion in the workplace for people with disabilities. Action to increase diversity of the Northern Ireland Civil Service workforce are also being considered in the context of a new 5-year people strategy for next, which is currently under development, with the Department of Finance in the lead. As I indicated in my response, 4.4% of employees with DOJ declared they had a disability. The equivalent figure for the wider Northern Ireland Civil Service is around 6.1%, comparing against the Northern Ireland Economically Active comparator of about 10.2%.
Mr. Dixon.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
As you will be aware, it was not possible to introduce any legislation or progress key policy decisions in the absence of ministers, the Executive and Northern Ireland Assembly during a significant portion of the early part of this mandate. I therefore had to review and reprioritise my previous, more ambitious legislative plans on my return as Minister of Justice at the beginning of last year. My revised legislative programme now includes plans to bring forward 3 Assembly bills in this mandate, equating to 1 per annum, during the time remaining within this significantly shortened mandate. They include a mixed content justice bill, which was introduced to the Assembly on Tuesday the 17th of September 2024, a sentencing bill for planned introduction by autumn 2025, and a victims and witnesses of crime bill planned for introduction by March 2026.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, there's been a great deal of interest expressed to me as a former member of the Justice Committee about the content of the Victims and Witness Bill. Could you perhaps outline for the House what the general principles will be behind that bill and the type of offences which will be covered?
Sure.
Well, there are a range of issues that we're looking at in terms of the Victims and Witnesses Bill, in terms of, first of all, the potential to include some of the recommendations from Judge Marin's report around support for victims of hate crime and special measures within the courts. We're also intending to bring forward additional measures to complete some of the legislative requirements of elements of the Gillen Review, which we had agreed were necessary, and also to put the Victims Commissioner Designate on a statutory footing. There are a number of other issues that we're looking at. It is the third bill in the mandate, and so there is still development of that undergoing in terms of what we intend to include it. But it is important, I think, from my perspective, that those issues in particular are advanced during this particular mandate, and that we have the opportunity to look at, for example, legislation around disclosure regime, protection for complainants, and restricting access to third-party material, particularly when it comes to things like counselling records, which is an issue that I know many members are concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I commend you for actually introducing legislation in 2024. Many ministers could learn from that. I also appreciate you being in the chamber. Clearly you're suffering from a cold, so fair play for being here and answering questions. But can I ask you, given the seriousness of the situation we face in relation to hate crime, given what we saw on the streets of Belfast last summer, will you revisit your plans not to introduce standalone hate crime legislation, which was a commitment in your party's manifesto, and seek to introduce a bill in this mandate which properly tackles hate crime? I appreciate you'll say it'll be part of another bill, but will you revisit your plans not to introduce standalone hate crime legislation?
I have no intention to revisit those plans. I considered it very carefully before opting on the course of action I did. Had I decided not to decouple the different elements of the hate crime bill from each other and proceed with them as I have at pace, I would not be in a position to make any progress with regard to hate crime in this mandate, because it was to be the fourth bill of the mandate and therefore would have fallen off the end of the time frame. If I were to revisit it now, first of all, I would not have sufficient time for Legislative Council to be able to advance the hate crime bill and the policy development work that would need to take place within my department to happen before the end of the mandate, and so I would effectively be slowing down progress on hate crime rather than speeding it up. I have opted to accelerate it, albeit that means it won't be standalone. But to be clear, it makes no difference whether a bill is standalone or whether the legislative provisions are included in other vehicles. When they're legislation, they're the law.
Question
number 7, please.
Minister.
My department's additional allocation from the Executive in draft budget 25-26 is 134 million, compared to our stabilisation pressures initially reported of 207 million. In addition, His Majesty's Treasury has earmarked 38 million additional security funding for PSNI. This funding, combined with a reported 5 million reduction of pressures, leaves my department facing over 30 million stabilisation pressures. This excludes an estimated 15 million pressure as a result of the Chancellor's changes to the rules on employer national insurance contributions. My department also submitted capital bids of 146 million and received an allocation of 100 million. Whilst the allocations in 2025-26 are welcome, difficult decisions on prioritisation and service provision will continue to be required to manage the remaining pressures. This will continue to present challenges for legal aid payment times, the ability to grow police numbers, and delivery against the draft programme for government.
Ms. Guy.
Can I thank the Minister for her answer, and can I ask you for an update, please, on the PSNI workforce recovery business case?
Minister.
One of the executive priorities under the New Decade New Approach Agreement was to increase police numbers to 7,500. This is the same figure recommended by the Patton report 20 years ago. However, the reality is that police officer numbers are at a record low, and without additional funding it will not be possible for the PSNI to recover and grow as we would wish. So the PSNI has adequate funding to stabilise and recover numbers back to a sustainable position. I have repeatedly raised the need for a better financial settlement for my department with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, as well as with the Finance Minister and other executive colleagues. And I want to pay tribute to the Finance Minister, who I think showed in recent allocations that she has indeed listened to that argument. My officials are currently considering a business case from PSNI on stabilisation and recruitment, and we continue to work closely with PSNI colleagues to help support them to prepare a robust business case for onward submission to the Department of Finance. When that work's been completed, I will be making the case to the Executive for additional funding for this particular purpose. However, in order for the affordability requirements to be met, we will also need to deal with that additional £30 million of pressure that we have in the department. Otherwise, the affordability component of any business case will not be met, and therefore it is important that as a department we continue to work to reduce that insofar as we can, as well as the PSNI and our other arm's length bodies seeking to do likewise.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, does it remain the case that the Executive is not in line to get one-off Treasury funding of up to £240 million for the unforeseen and unavoidable costs arising from the PSNI data leak, and that this, along with the pressures just outlined by the Minister, mean that the PSNI's ambition, all our ambition to see recruitment of hundreds, even up to 500 PSNI officers in the next financial year is now extremely challenging, if not impossible?
Well, I would agree with the member that it is extremely challenging. I would disagree with him that it is impossible, because I don't believe that it is impossible. I believe it is possible, and I believe if we work together we can achieve it. I think the first and most important part is for us to get the business case together, and that needs to be robust, because remember, there are costs to having too few police officers, as well as cost recruiting more, and we need to consider what those costs are, and that's part of the business case. It is, however, important to recognise, as the member has, that in addition to the immediate pressures that my department is facing, my department also faces exceptional pressures of £227 million in relation to legal claims for McLeod injury to feelings, for the data breach and for holiday pay. These costs are not affordable within my department's budget under any circumstance. The Finance Minister would conclude that they are also not affordable within the Executive budget under any circumstance, and therefore I continue to support the Finance Minister's efforts to secure a reserve claim from HM Treasury to fund those particular costs that are out with the normal workings of policing. And finally, on the matter of whether or not we keep pace with the investment of police services elsewhere in GB and indeed in these islands, none of the money that comes to us arrives here hypothecated, with the exception of security funding, which is directly sent from Treasury to the PSNI. And therefore we have to bid, like every other department, into the local processes, the devolved processes here, in order to be able to obtain the resources we need to run our police service, our prison service, and all of the other justice elements that we have to cover within budget. We have managed to do that reasonably successfully to date, and I want to thank again the Finance Minister for her work in that regard, but it is an uphill struggle.
Dr. Aiken.
May I thank the Minister for her comments and answers so far. May I wish her a happy new year. Minister, the cost of the separated prison regime is a quite significant one. Has your department been able to analyse those costs and look at the impact that those costs are, and could you report those costs, please?
Minister.
My understanding at the last time I looked at this was it was somewhere between £2.5 and £4 million per annum for the separated regime. So in the overall context of my budget, a relatively small amount of money, but nevertheless, as the member says, significant. We have, as I said earlier in response to your colleague's question, raised this on a routine basis with the NIO, who are ultimately responsible for whether or not people are committed into the separated regime. But I would say that we also need to look very carefully at the fact that the prisoners, whether they're in the separated or whether they're in the normal regime, will still have to be housed, will still have to be accommodated, will still have security and other issues pertaining to their costs. And so we should not lose sight of the fact that there will still be a cost to people being in prison, irrespective of how they're housed. But there is an additional cost as a result of separation, and it's something that I raise periodically with the NIO.
I call David Honeyford.
Speaker, question 8.
Rehabilitation is a key priority for the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Individuals committed to its care are offered the opportunity to develop skills and employer-recognised qualifications to give them the best chance of securing gainful employment on release, which evidence shows is a key factor in desisting reoffending. Adopting the further education delivery model, Belfast Metropolitan College and North West Regional College deliver accredited training in all prison establishments, offering entry level 3 to level 3 in education, vocation and employability skills. This includes essential skills training in literacy, numeracy and information computer technology, construction skills such as bricklaying, joinery and tiling, hospitality skills such as barista training, catering and food hygiene, and training in other sectors such as barbering, hair and beauty. Soft skills and interview techniques and CV writing are also offered as part of the range of employability skills programmes. Furthermore, higher education is accessible for prisoners in Northern Ireland through the Open University.
We have to move now to topical questions, and I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, in the 2 weeks from the 20th of December 24 to the 2nd of January 25, police here received 1,288 domestic abuse calls. That's 1,288. 92 calls every day over Christmas, which is significantly higher than the daily average across the rest of the year. Can the Minister outline what work her department has undertaken to establish and address the reasons for the increase in domestic abuse calls every Christmas?
Minister.
It is a well-known factor that periods where people are confined to home, where they don't have access to work, to school, to employment and to other diversions, that sadly the number of reports of domestic incidents, domestic abuse, domestic violence increase. Times where financial pressure is laid upon that, particularly around Christmas, can indeed exacerbate that further. And in a culture where often the celebrations tend towards alcohol, that can further exacerbate any underlying issues within households. So it is not unusual for there to be a spike around domestic incidents when it comes to the Christmas period. However, it is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker, that anyone should be in fear at their home at any time of year, be that Christmas, Easter or any other period. And it's important that the PSNI, first of all, have the tools which we have provided through the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act to be able to respond appropriately to those, but also that we have the other support services in place that are able, as part of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, able to provide the frontline support to people who are affected directly by domestic violence and abuse. It is sad to see that these issues are seasonal, but it's also true to say that if one looks, for example, at large football matches, we know that the police brace themselves for an increase in calls in the aftermath of large sporting events for largely the same reasons. People being at home, having taken alcohol, their team loses, their team wins, and sadly the people who live in their household with them are the people who suffer most.
Mr. McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, what reassurance can you give to victims of domestic violence and abuse who come forward that their cases will be taken seriously at every stage of the justice system?
Well, I can give the assurance that, first of all, this formed my priority in the last mandate, which is why the legislation changed so dramatically during that period around this, around stalking, around sexual offences and all of the other related issues. And it continues to be my priority. It is important that anyone who is living under threat from someone living in their household, who feels fearful for their life, who feels fearful for their safety, who feels that they are being coerced and controlled into doing things with which they are uncomfortable, that they have the confidence to come forward and make those reports, and that they will be believed. There is a programme, as the member will know, of ongoing training for first responders in this area to ensure that they are ready to direct people to the right services. And it is also the case that there is training in place right across the justice system so that those they come into contact with. I cannot guarantee, no minister can guarantee, that everyone will have a perfect experience when they report a crime. But I can say, hand on heart, that the situation has improved dramatically over recent years in terms of that response. And I would fully encourage people who report and do not get the response that they're entitled to under the Victims and Witnesses Charter to come forward and make that known, either to the Victims Commissioner or to the Department, because we will act on that and raise it with those who are responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far, and I hope she's feeling better soon. In regards to the strategic framework and ending violence against women and girls, the Northern Ireland Civil Service presently has 69 safe space advocates trained, none of which come from the Northern Ireland Prison Service. Could I ask the Minister if this is likely to change? Are we likely to see safe space advocates within the Northern Ireland Prison Service?
Well, the rationale for safe space advocates, you will know, is part of the TEO-led Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. Currently, in terms of the work we do within prisons, we have a number of strands of work that we do with prisoners, both those who themselves are victims of domestic and sexual violence and abuse, and also those who are perpetrators in terms of perpetrator programmes. Given the living conditions with most of the people that we would be engaging with, the issue of safe space is the prison itself, and as I said earlier, it is our commitment to try to make that a safe space, not only for people to be able to make disclosure, but also for them to receive whatever counselling and support they may need in terms of recovery. It is an area that I'm happy to look at in future to ensure that if there are further areas where we can allow for additional support for people who are making disclosure or who feel that they are fearful for their safety, that we're able to do that in conjunction with our other partners. However, the member will appreciate that within Northern Ireland Prison Service there is very little of the estate that would be open to the public. The majority of it is there purely for the service provided to those already committed to our care.
Mr. Beattie.
Thank you, Minister. And you're right, and I guess in many ways what I'm looking at is training of ourselves, or training of our own workforce, because the Northern Ireland Civil Service has implemented a domestic and sexual abuse e-learning package for staff. Can the Minister confirm whether or not this e-learning package has been rolled out within the Northern Ireland Prison Service, so that our prison officers and all staff within the prison service continue with continuous learning in regards to this issue?
With respect to Northern Ireland Prison Service, they are NICT's employees, as you are aware, and therefore can avail of all of the particular online services and training programmes that are available, but there are also bespoke training opportunities available for prison services. Those who work within prisons, those prison officers, are often dealing with people who have themselves been victims of abuse as well as perpetrators of crime, and therefore it is important that they understand the seriousness of the issues. Some of our prison staff in recent years developed an ONC qualification on healthy relationships, which they delivered to the women in High Bank Wood Prison, very effectively identifying that a number of the women in that prison had been victims of trafficking, victims of sexual abuse, and had been manipulated and abused by people that they had previously viewed as intimate partners. It's also the case that we work with the White Ribbon organisation, who come in and deliver both staff and prisoners their programmes in terms of how to be a bystander and how to intervene. So I think all of those programmes are important, but we do have bespoke training for those who are working in prisons around this issue.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Given that the 2025 PSNI officer recruitment campaign will be opening for applications later this month, is the Minister confident that funding is in place to enable student officers to be appointed in the very near future at the conclusion of that recruitment exercise?
Well, ultimately, the decision to go to recruitment is one for the Chief Constable, and it is for the Chief Constable to be confident that he has the money to recruit new officers. As I explained earlier, we do have a business case which is under preparation with my officials and the PSNI at the moment. We hope to take that to the Department of Finance, and that will hopefully secure not just funding in this year, but over the next 3 years for us to grow the PSNI to a more stable and representative level of numbers. But in the interim, I think the Chief Constable has reached a conclusion that he has to go out to recruit, even if that is only to ensure that there is no further fall in numbers due to attrition.
Mr. Kingston.
Thank the Minister for her answer, and I understand it is responsibility of the Chief Constable, but I am also aware that sometimes in the past there's been a long delay and a waiting list for officers appointed through recruitment exercise. So has the Minister had some communication with the Chief Constable or the Policing Board to ensure that officers appointed through this exercise can have confidence that at least some funding is in place to enable appointments and not long waiting lists?
Minister.
Well, the Policing Board, the Chief Constable and myself meet on a tripartite basis now on a regular basis to discuss issues arising either to do with budget, to do with policy, or indeed, where appropriate, to do with recruitment. However, it does remain for the Chief Constable to answer the question that the member asks about whether or not the money is available and how long it will take to appoint officers. That can often be more than just about money. It can often be about availability of posts that are suitable for an officer who is coming out on probation to start their career, and it's not often as straightforward as simply the money. I have said for my part, and the part that I have responsibility for, that I am making the bid to the Department of Finance in due course through the normal budget processes in order that we can secure the funding to allow us not just to recruit enough members to stave off attrition, but to actually progressively increase the number of officers that we have in the PSNI to a more reflective level that we should have.
Joanne Bunting.
Has the Minister ever directly or indirectly contacted a senior investigating officer or an investigating officer regarding any specific investigation, whether ongoing or concluded?
The investigation of crime is ultimately an operational matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. As I am committed to respecting the operational independence of both organisations, it would not be appropriate for me to become involved in live police investigations, as I have made clear repeatedly in this House, other than in circumstances where I am either the complainant or a witness.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the Minister has clarified that, because she'll be aware that an issue has arisen in relation to an Alliance Party councillor, and there has been a...
There is no point of order, but I'm going to just intervene here at this moment, because I did mention the issue about sub judice this morning. Yep. And if a case is ongoing, we should be very careful to notice the separation between this institution and the courts. Now, I'm speaking at the minute, Mr. Tennyson, so if you'd kindly keep quiet. Sorry? Right. So it is for the member, but I have to draw the attention to the member that anything that would jeopardise a court case is upon them.
Thank you, and I'm aware of that, Mr. Speaker. If I'd been permitted to finish my question, it would have been clear that I wasn't going to stray into that territory. What I'm attempting to do is to offer the Minister an opportunity, because this is a serious matter of public importance. And I'm asking the Minister to make it clear, categorically, yes or no, whether she or anyone else on her behalf intervened in any way during or after any investigation.
Minister.
I can make it categorically clear, as I just did in my original answer, that I have never sought to influence or to in any way interfere in any live police investigation in my role as Minister. I can also make it categorically clear that I think raising this in this manner and indicating an individual in this context is completely and utterly scurrilous.
Jerry Carl.
In an answer to Assembly question to myself, it was revealed that some 10,000 people were prosecuted for personal possession of cannabis over the last 5 years. Does the Minister think this is adequate and good use of justice resources?
The policy and legal frameworks relating to the misuse of drugs, including the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971 and the Psychoactive Substances Act 2016, is reserved to the UK Government. It is therefore a matter for the Home Office to determine and bring forward any proposals on the benefits of decriminalisation of drugs. I have not been made aware of any plans within Home Office to decriminalise or review the classification of drugs. Any change to the status quo would require the engagement of all 4 jurisdictions. The Organised Crime Task Force Drug Subgroup provides a forum for engagement between PSNI and other stakeholders in response to the challenges posed by the misuse of drugs and related threats, and to identify solutions to effectively deal with enforcement and supply of drugs. A key focus of my department is the promotion and support of preventative approaches to substance abuse and misuse, and the harm and vulnerabilities associated with addiction. We will only succeed in improving outcomes if we see substance misuse in the broader context. Policing and community safety partnerships funded by the DOJ and Northern Ireland Policing Board also deliver local interventions within each council area to address harm and vulnerability. This includes awareness raising and education projects and initiatives around substance misuse, including drugs awareness.
Mr. Carl.
So maybe come back to on some of that, and appreciate this is a reserve matter, but you probably have a view on it, and given the fact there's 10,000 people here affected by it, I'd like to tease that out. And decriminalisation of drugs has proven to reduce addiction, keep people out of prison who shouldn't be there. Do you have a view on the decriminalisation approach, and have you made any attempts to try and move that forward?
I do have a view on the issue of decriminalisation. It's one that I've raised with previous health ministers who are on the lead when it comes to drugs policy and their engagement with the Home Office and others. As I've said, there seems to be no indication on behalf of government for any review of the approach. I personally believe that the approach should be reviewed in order that we follow evidence-based policy and are able to do all that we can. First of all, to prevent people becoming addicted to substances or engaged in substance misuse. Secondly, to criminalise those who are involved in the procurement of those drugs for onward sale and distribution. And thirdly, to ensure that those who are addicted to drugs are dealt with in a therapeutic manner.
Thank you. We don't have time to go to the next question. Can I thank you, Minister, for persevering today? I can see, and I was warned beforehand that you weren't feeling the best today, but you persevered well, and well done for that. We now move to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And I call Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. It is now illegal for a person to own an XL bully type dog without a valid exemption certificate. Any person who is in breach of the law could be subject to prosecution. As the member will be aware, I introduced these measures in response to public safety concerns and to bring Northern Ireland in parity with the rest of the UK, where similar measures have already been implemented. The Republic of Ireland has also made it illegal to breed, sell or import XL bully dogs since the 1st of October 2024. The deadline to apply for an exemption certificate passed on the 31st of December 2024, and councils have informed me that as of today, out of the 698 licensed XL bully dogs in Northern Ireland, there have been 673 applications for an exemption certificate. This is 96% of the known population. Complete final data on the number of dogs which have been granted an exemption certificate will not be known until all applications have been processed, and so the final number of certificates approved may vary slightly. It is encouraging, however, that the overwhelming majority of owners have embraced the need for responsible dog ownership and have taken the necessary steps to ensure compliance with the legislation. My department continues to liaise with all councils on a regular basis to provide appropriate support and guidance.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. It is heartening to see that high percentage of exemption certificates issued. However, given that there were only 140 of these dogs registered last March, and come the end of December there were almost 700, given that increase in the number of registrations in that short period of time, is the Minister concerned that there might be a number of these dogs still out there unregistered? And does he have any plans in conjunction with councils to identify if that is the case and where they might be?
Mr. Durkin.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. People must remember it's an offence not to licence their dog. Although dog licensing is a council matter, my department is working with stakeholders on key priorities on licensing and encouraging compliance, as the income funds from the essential dog warden service in councils is assisted by the dog licence fee. And I'm meeting the councils later this week and we can discuss a bit more about how can we encourage further uptake in terms of dog licensing. Specifically, we're just going the figures we've got in terms of the number of dogs that are licensed, and I think it's important we encourage people to do that.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the information given so far on this issue. Can I ask further to that how Northern Ireland's approach to the XL bully breed compares to other jurisdictions in the UK and Ireland, and if he has any more information on the further efforts to ensure dogs are licensed?
Minister.
So XL bully legislation has already been implemented in England, Wales and Scotland, and when I made my decision to introduce this legislation in Northern Ireland, I did that in that context and also to protect public safety in Northern Ireland. The legislation introduced here is broadly similar to the legislation introduced in the rest of the UK, although Northern Ireland will not be implementing an ID registration process. The Republic of Ireland has also made it illegal to breed, sell or import XL bully dogs since the 1st of October 2024, and the deadline for exemption applications is the 1st of February this year. And I met the relevant minister, which is Heather Humphreys, a while ago to discuss these issues and the need for continued cross-border collaboration on these issues, of which there is a significant amount already occurring.
Alan Chambers.
Minister, you will recall that I have raised in this House before the issue of control of these dogs in a residential setting. And in recent months there have been serious attacks throughout the United Kingdom and indeed some tragic fatalities in family homes. Does the Minister plan to keep this issue under review?
Minister.
So the member has been steadfast in raising this issue with myself, and I understand the reason why, because of the safety concerns around this. The legislation that I made, which was secondary legislation, was what was available to me under the primary legislation that's in Northern Ireland. It is something I will keep under review, because it's the same reason that yourselves are raising it, because of the concerns in this area. And what we want to do is, more broadly, is to raise better awareness about good dog ownership, and that's something I'm doing with stakeholders about how we can raise awareness of that issue.
John Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, and where a dog acts or behaves in an aggressive manner, I have no problem whatsoever with the authorities dealing with that individual dog. But I've always had issue and concern regarding the designation of a full breed under the legislation, and the Minister knows that. He'll be aware of the 5-month-old puppy in Lisburn and Castlereagh Max, that under the breed legislation guidance would have had the puppy put down at 5 months old. Now, thankfully, there was a reprieve for a third-party assessment, but can the Minister not accept that to put a healthy puppy down based off an interpretation of how it may in the future behave is totally wrong?
Minister. So on the issue of Lisburn and Castlereagh, which the member has referenced, under the legislation, any dog considered to be a restricted breed and under the legislation, any dog considered to be a restricted breed and in council care can only be returned to its owners if the courts determine it's suitable for exemption. Until there is confirmation of the dog's breed, which you understand the relevant council has agreed to reassess when it is more matured, the council is not in a position to release it. Pit bulls have been a restricted breed since 1991, and the exemption process for the breed also entered in 1991. It is illegal to breed, sell, gift, exchange or abandon a restricted breed dog, and I want to emphasise the reasons for restricting pit bulls in terms of protecting public safety still pertain.
Ciara Ferguson.
Just in relation to the exemptions, and I'm aware of both the 31st of December, and I'm also aware that, particularly in our own local council area, the council staff have been really, really proactive in out visiting those and encouraging them. I did have in the new year ones that didn't meet the deadline and were gravely concerned. Was there any directive given by the department in relation to council and people who missed the 31st deadline, but it was the 2nd or 3rd of January? Thank you.
Minister. Thank you. So, first of all, I want to put on record my thanks especially to animal welfare stakeholders, but also print and broadcast media in terms of the effort that was undertaken last month in raising awareness around the pending deadline around this. And I think that has demonstrated itself in terms of the level of sign-up for the exemption process, and I want to thank people for that. In terms of the deadline, it was set in legislation, and that date is now unfortunately passed. Therefore, it is no longer possible to apply for an exemption regardless of the circumstances. Owners had a period of almost 5 months, the longest window provided in all of the UK, to submit their application. My department, in conjunction with councils, carried out extensive communications and had direct contact with known XL bully dog owners to ensure they were aware of the legal requirements and the consequences of missing the deadline. Unfortunately, any unexempted XL bully that is found may be seized by dog wardens, and the relevant council responsible for enforcement will decide the best course of action. Owners of seized dogs may have to go through a court process to allow them to retain ownership of the dog. My department will provide comprehensive guidance on the legislation to councils and continues to work intensively with the Northern Ireland Dog Advisory Group representing council dog wardens to ensure the legislation is effectively enforced. Seeking executive approval for the introduction of the dilapidation bill once the process of confirming that the bill is within the legislative competence of the Assembly is completed. The proposed bill will provide councils with a modern and fit-for-purpose regime, including a clear toolkit of powers to tackle dilapidated buildings and neglected sites, including a series of notices, offences, penalties and appeals. Powers will be similar to those available to local authorities in other parts of the UK, where low-level dilapidation can be dealt with at a much earlier stage.
Mr Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's answer. And the Minister will be aware that some within the sector have been calling for this for some time, and it would benefit many areas, including within our own constituency of North Down, where some derelict buildings can become a real health and safety hazard. Can the Minister give us a more detailed timescale for when we will see it in action, and that when will it benefit the redevelopment and regeneration within our town, city and village centres?
Sure. So as soon as we get sign-off from DSO and those legal sign-offs, I'll bring it to Executive and then I'll bring it to the Assembly. It has taken a bit longer than I anticipated, but I would hope that it does come here very soon, so then we can scrutinise the legislation and we can see the benefits of legislation passing in this Assembly for local communities.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. I know, like myself, you share frustration that regeneration was not put down to councils to deal with. But Minister, I'm quite excited about this dilapidation bill as the proposer has put forward. Can you maybe outline to us what difference this bill will make to the regeneration of our towns and cities?
Sure. So dilapidation is something that does affect towns and cities, and it's an area that once it develops, then it restricts investment in the area because people are less inclined to do that. So this legislation will give councils the powers to be able to tackle this dilapidation in their areas, particularly in terms of the powers to go after if they can't find the owner, in terms of the financial bodies around us. So this is by bringing us up to date in terms of the legislative powers, and we've been working closely with the councils on this to give them the necessary tools within this legislation.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank the Minister for his replies so far. Minister, one of the issues that's been raised to me about the dilapidation bill, which will be welcomed probably to most people, is about the issue of historic buildings and buildings that do have a degree of significance that some people just won't quite like to get rid of for various reasons for that. Could you outline any safeguards that we expect to have within the dilapidation bill to ensure that our much valued built environment is not desecrated?
So at the outset, in response, I would declare I'm a member of the Ulster Architectural Heritage Society, so I do have an appreciation of our built heritage and in terms of listed buildings. That primarily sits within the Department for Communities, and when councils are exercising the functions associated with this legislation, that's one of the benefits in terms of the greater enhancement of powers to councils, because also then some elements of listed buildings protection within planning also sits with councils, so there's an expectation that they would consider this in the round when they're looking at the interventions in relation to this. They currently already have powers such as urgent works notices, so this is bringing us in addition to this. But I think it's an important point, and I'd like to see a situation in Northern Ireland where we value our built heritage a lot more, because it's something that when we do have it, it's something that's for the tourism to come and see, and for us to be able to celebrate our history in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, you touched on the fragmented nature of responsibilities here. When the dilapidation bill is finally introduced, can I ask that there is very careful joint working, to use that cliche, between the different agencies? We clearly have a crisis in terms of, certainly in parts of the city, I brought it to this chamber around the Tribeca Quarter, but also Crumlin Courthouse, where we're allowing our built heritage to slip into disrepair. Will there be jointery between councils, the Communities Department, in some cases the Finance Department, and yourselves and yourself responsible for the dilapidation bill to actually properly to make this all joined up and cohere in terms of regeneration?
So I'm very keen that we do that, and that's why I will be visiting Belfast City Centre with the Lord Mayor and also the Minister for Communities around dilapidation within the city centre, because it's important we have that joined up approach and have a continued liaison with the Finance Minister, because we all have different powers, but we can use those collectively to deal with those areas which we want to see that regeneration within our towns and cities. So as a practical example of the cooperation that we're doing immediately before passage of this legislation, it's something also about my own commitment working with local government and also across departments.
Peter McReynolds. Minister.
The Climate Action Plan will set out Northern Ireland's approach to meeting the carbon budget for 2023 to 2027. It will also establish a pathway towards the interim targets for 2030 and 2040, and the overall net zero by 2050 target. Ambitious policies and proposals will be required to put us on a path to net zero. Our current policies as they stand will not be sufficient. My department has been leading on the development of our first climate action plan with input from all departments. Extensive work has been undertaken to ensure that we have a credible plan which is supported by robust science and evidence, which I think is really important. Significant progress has been made. Last month, the first 3 carbon budgets for the periods 2023 to 2037 and the interim 2030 to 2040 emission targets were set. This legislation came into operation on the 12th of December 2024, and it was a really positive moment. Officials are now in the process of finalising the draft Climate Action Plan document for consultation. Given the cross-cutting nature of the Climate Action Plan, the draft will need to be approved by the Executive prior to its publication for consultation. I aim to bring the draft Climate Action Plan to the Executive colleagues as soon as possible, seeking their approval to publish the plan for a 16-week statutory consultation. I am fully committed to delivering a climate action plan that is transformational, evidence-based, informed by stakeholders and in line with my own commitment for a just transition.
Mr. McReynolds.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I'm sure you'll have seen the devastating destruction of the wildfires in LA over the last week. And against that context, what is your response to news that in 2024 it was the first year to pass the 1.5 degrees global warming limit?
I thank the member for his question. I think it's an important question. That news is very concerning, but sadly not surprising. It's yet another example of a global tipping point. And what we know is that with these events, climate change is expected to become more severe and frequent as that warming increases. And this is going to have real-life impacts on lives and livelihoods. And tragically, we're seeing that today. And my thoughts are with all the people affected in California, especially those who have lost loved ones and have been forced to flee their homes. And whilst that might be on our TV screens, it is real to us here today in Northern Ireland, because each one of us, whether individually as citizens but also as governments, needs to take action in relation to climate change and to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, because it doesn't need to be like this, and it's really important that we invest in taking action, whether it's climate change mitigation or adaptation. And that's why I'm taking forward this work around climate change, because I believe in it, and I believe we have a moral responsibility for not just the people of Northern Ireland but way beyond that to address those issues which are affecting people across this globe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the delay in the Climate Action Plan is concerning because of the crisis in global terms. What impact do you actually think that it will have on our ability to meet the interim carbon budgets and the overall net zero targets as well? And you did mention and talk about the cross-cutting nature of this. You know, are you concerned about the lack of pace that we're making towards these?
Minister. And thank you, Sinead, for your question. We lost a lot of pace in this place around taking action on climate change as a result of the collapse of this Assembly. We lost 2 years of that, and we lost years before that in terms of stop-go government, and that's why we need to have reform of these institutions. But upon taking up office, I've been working hard on this, and I worked hard to get executive agreement around the carbon budgets, and then I was glad to get support within this Assembly to be able to do that. What we did is we moved very quickly thereafter, so that was just before Christmas, so I met up with officials very quickly after that to go through the content of the CAP, and that's now being finalised. It's important, detailed work, and then we're bringing that to executive for consultation. The first CAP, I'm quite confident about it in terms of what's in it and what the interventions are. It is a bit like a marathon. The first 10k is a bit easier than the last, but I think it's important that we do the first 10k around this, and that we collectively take action on this, because just me or my department can't do it. We all need to do it collectively together, and that's why I'm confident in Northern Ireland we can do that if we actually put our shoulder to the wheel on this issue, because I'm massively positive around this, and I brought the Green Growth Strategy to the Executive, and I continue to engage with my Executive colleagues to get agreement on that, because this is about the benefits associated with decarbonisation, which is about good green jobs, which hopefully everyone's on board with.
All for it.
It seems to me that the main outcome, or one of the main outcomes of the Minister's ambitious plans, is to penalise hard-working people trying to provide a living for their families, including business owners, including farmers, including electricity bill payers and ordinary employees. How can this Minister ensure that the transition is a just transition?
Minister. So I'm firmly committed to a just transition, and I'm taking action on that. So that's why we're looking to set up a Just Transition Commission here in Northern Ireland. It'll perhaps be one of the first Just Transition Commissions set up in statute. But beyond that, I'm glad to be able to secure agreement with the Finance Minister to set up a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture within the draft budget. That's an example of my commitment to that. I'm going to encourage people to respond to the consultation around a Just Transition Commission, because the road to net zero has to be about a just and fair journey, and that's what I'm passionately committed to.
John Bunting.
Question 4, please.
Minister.
The enforcement of non-farmed animal welfare remains the statutory responsibility of each council, and they are best placed to determine how this function should be discharged and the level of resource required to meet the specific requirements of their region. My department has no remit to dictate how councils fulfil this requirement, and to do so would undermine their legal and operational authority. Nevertheless, my department has established structures to liaise with local councils to discuss non-farmed animal welfare policy and legislation. Councils, for example, are represented in my department's multi-agency enforcement working group alongside the police. I also intend to meet the councils later this week to discuss animal welfare priorities for the remainder of this mandate and to listen to their views.
Ms Bunting.
Thank you, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer. He will be aware that there are a considerable number of animal welfare and cruelty issues ongoing across Northern Ireland, and likely a great number going unreported and undetected. I'm advised that on average each councillor has only 2 dedicated officials to take forward every aspect of this work. Could I ask him what message he is hearing from local government on capacity, what assessment has his department made of current effectiveness, and what more can it do to help?
Minister.
I thank the member for her supplementary question. As I said, I'm meeting with the district councils this week, and I think it's important we collaborate together on this. And what I would say is that outcome from your question is we encourage people to report any concerns around animal welfare to the district councils, because it's important those issues are reported to allow follow-up. But we're meeting later on this week, and we can see what more further work we can do by working together on this issue, because if all collectively we can achieve a lot more.
Anya Murphy.
Minister, have you actually assessed whether local councils have the sufficient funding in order to deal with the increase of complex animal abuse and cruelty cases?
So it's for each council to take forward their provision of services around this, and obviously they have the ability to raise revenue through the rates, and I understand the financial pressures that each council faces, as does my department, and particularly in light of the draft budget settlement for next year. But what we can do is we can work together, particularly around legislation I'm looking to bring forward, which hopefully address some of the concerns a number of members have addressed in this chamber. For example, we're going to be commissioning an expert-led review around dog breeding establishments. I've heard a lot of concerns around that. I've listened to that, and hopefully through taking forward potential legislation around that, that'll also make life a wee bit easier for councils in terms of their duties.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister, and thank the member for the question. Just to ask the Minister what action he plans to take to improve animal welfare within the remainder of this mandate.
Minister.
So we're currently finalising those plans, and had a really good engagement just before Christmas with relevant animal welfare stakeholders. It was a really good engagement, not just in Clare House as a department, but also with the all-party group on animal welfare, which my colleague John Blair to my left ably chairs. And we're able to discuss some of the different areas that we're looking to take forward, one of which is Lucy's Law, which is a ban on third-party sale of pups and kittens. The other one, as I've outlined, is a comprehensive expert-led review on dog breeding licensing. The other one is an aversive training devices ban. I just don't agree with the shock collars. I think they should be banned. There's also bringing in mandatory microchipping of cats, and also looking at particularly around licensing of rescue and rehoming organisations. We're also looking at bringing in CCTV in slaughterhouses. So they're just some of the things that we're discussing, and we're meeting with the police and councils this week. And what we're very conscious of is we've got a restricted mandate here, but we can actually focus our resources and work together to get the outcomes. And I find that engagement with the different stakeholders really good, because we can get their perspective, what can work around this. But most importantly, when we're doing this, we need to make sure the legislation we make is actually going to tackle the issue, and that's where we're going to continue that engagement, and we're going to do consultation on these issues.
Rodley.
Speaker, question 5.
Minister.
My department does not provide financial support to local councils to address dog fouling. However, it is responsible for the legislation that grants district councils the powers and flexibility, subject to upper and lower limits, to set their fixed penalty notices for dog fouling offences. In December 2022, following requests from key stakeholders and members of the public to take stronger action in relation to dog fouling offences, my officials amended this legislation to increase the maximum penalty available to councils for dog fouling offences from £80 to £200, and some councils have since increased their fixed penalties.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, my office have been working closely with Council's dog wardens in my constituency to tackle this issue in a number of areas across the North Coast. The dog wardens are doing their best with limited resources. Is the Minister aware of how many fines have been handed out by councils in the past year to dog owners who have let their pets foul?
I don't have those statistics to hand, but my department does support local councils in relation to this. So in addition to overseeing the robust legislation which covers the fixed penalty notices issued by local councils for dog fouling offences when they occur, my department is also committed to reducing and preventing dog fouling offences. DAERA supports educational and promotional campaigns aimed at achieving behavioural change. Our Environment Fund directly supports Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful to deliver a number of programmes including eco-schools, Live Here, Love Here and Adopt a Spot, all of which promote a sense of civic pride and encourage individual environmental responsibility. I will revert back to the member with the information if we have that at hand. Perhaps may not be because it's collected by district councils, but you raise an important issue, and it's something I'm aware of that Harvey Milk, one of the first openly gay men elected in the United States, one of the issues he campaigned on was dog fouling.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 6, please, Minister.
Mr.
A public consultation on the establishment of the Just Transition Commission was launched on the 11th of November 2024 and has been extended to the 17th of January 2025, and I would encourage people to make any responses they feel necessary to that. The consultation focuses on the proposals to establish the Commission, including the legislation that will set out the type of public body the Commission should be, its composition, the Commission's role and legislative functions, the proposed sectors to be represented, its reporting arrangements and the secretariat and support required. As part of the consultation, my officials have also met with various groups within the mandated sectors to be represented on the Commission to seek their views. Following the completion of the consultation, the feedback will be analysed and the draft regulations will be updated. My officials will ensure that the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, which you ably chair, are updated at each step of the process. I shall then seek approval from my executive colleagues on the final draft regulations that will establish the Commission. The regulations will then go through the necessary draft affirmative legislative process, including laying regulations in this place for debate and approval. Once the regulations are made and an operation or recruitment competition will be launched to appoint members of the Commission, and this will be in accordance with the Commissioner for Public Appointments Northern Ireland guidelines. The Just Transition Commission is an important body to support all departments in ensuring a net zero transition which is fair and just. I am hopeful that the Commission will be in place during 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for a very detailed answer. But the Minister will also be aware that politicians make false promises and leading towards the Labour government in particular with regard to farming and agriculture. So we have our farming families and agriculture sector hitting the double whammy last year of unfulfilled promises from the Labour government. What assurance can the Minister give to the farming and agri sector in regard to their voice in the creation, and not just the creation but the outcomes for a Just Transition Commission, given that farmers and the agricultural sector probably face some of the biggest challenges to help us achieve net zero?
Minister.
So I heard that anger at the Oxford Farming Conference when I was there last week around the UK Government's decision around inheritance tax, and at the platform again outlined my opposition to that, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the Ulster Farmers Union, NIAPA and the Finance Minister soon to discuss ways forward around this and further representations we can make to the UK Government, because I believe the proposed changes around inheritance tax are wrong. In terms of Just Transition for Agriculture, agriculture will be represented as part of the Just Transition Commission, but we're going further than that, and the engagement I had with the Finance Minister subsequent to the budget of last year, where we didn't get a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, have been successful, and the Finance Minister has allocated a draft amount of money for us to be able to create our own Just Transition Fund for agriculture here in Northern Ireland. I'm now working through officials about what that will be about, and I think that's really, really key. So it's not only just about a policy commitment, but it's also around funding. And I'm personally very committed for a just transition, not just for farming and agriculture, but more broadly, because it has to be fair and just for us to be able to bring people together on this road towards decarbonisation.
Patsy Malone.
The very constrained funding available to the Executive and agreed draft budget for 2025-26 provides a very difficult proposed outcome for my department. I'm currently working with my officials on how much Resource DEL and Capital DEL funding can be allocated to Lough Neagh to continue to take forward this important work in the next financial year. The implementation of the Lough Neagh Action Plan to address the blue-green algae issues requires significant investment across departments. The issues in Lough Neagh have been decades in the making, and there's no quick fixes. It is important that there is a sufficient budget allocation in relation to this. I am seeking a meeting with the Finance Minister to discuss the draft budget. And there was a bid within, just as context, within the draft budget of £11.5 million for the Environmental Improvement Plan, including Lough Neagh, and I wasn't awarded any funding towards that. I am engaging with officials in terms of what budget allocations we can make internally, but it's important also I continue to engage with the Finance Minister around this key issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, could you advise, we've heard it mentioned here on numerous occasions, the effluent from sewage disposal works into the watercourse, and you have committed in the past, and you have said indeed that officials from your department will meet and have met with the DFI and NI Water officials. Could you advise, please, what have been the outcome of that to try and remedy that effluent that's running into our watercourses quite frequently?
Please, Minister.
So we're aware of the issues in terms of water quality and what the sources are around that. Obviously, agriculture, wastewater and septic tanks are one of the key issues around that. I tasked officials to review what is known as SORPI, which is a Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent. Essentially, it's a separate regulatory regime for NI Water, where the consideration of any decisions around enforcement, the historic underinvestment is taken into account around that. I don't believe it's fit for purpose. I feel that it's something that is not fair in terms of having a separate regime for NI Water. I have a mind to withdraw from SORPI, and I will be writing, if not have already, sent communication to both DFI and NI Water of that opinion. I'll be seeking their views and then taking a final decision within 8 weeks' time.
Moving to topical questions, and the first member down is Patsy Malone. So keep going, Patsy.
That worked out well. A double. Minister, recent inquiries by my colleague Colin McGrath uncovered that 10.2 million had been paid in settlement of employee disputes within departments since 2015. That figure didn't include DAERA, who wouldn't give details. Can you advise why not?
Thank you, Patsy. My department takes all litigation claims seriously and complies with managing public money guidance from the Department of Finance. The amount spent by DAERA on all special payments, which includes litigation cases, is published annually in the department's annual report and accounts. Central departmental records, however, do not differentiate between various types of compensation cases, and this has necessitated a comprehensive review of our records. My department is currently revising its procedures to assist with making this information more readily available.
Mr. Malone.
Thank you for that, Minister. So is that the case now? And if it is the case, I thank you for your intervention, that that information will in fact be made readily available on the public record.
I'm happy to write back to the member once we've done this review of records around this issue.
Mr. Rodley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister what action he has taken to acquire semi-mature trees for planting along riverbanks and rivers leading into Lough Neagh, and has he any plans to carry out such planting schemes?
Minister.
So there's probably two sides to that. There's the work that Forest Service are taking forward, and the Small Woodlands scheme is open for applications as far as I'm aware at the moment. So there's already current schemes within the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan. We're looking at specific interventions around this, particularly in terms of the replanting of riparian buffers. That's something that already occurs within, for example, the Sustainable Catchment Programme. I was privileged enough to visit the programme within the Upper Bann catchment area and see the good work that was going on there, where that planting is taking place in conjunction with Rivers Trust. As part of the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan, we're looking at what more we can do about that, and that's where we're looking to review our progress on that and to explore, as part of the budget for next year, what more we can do. So there's a lot happening, but we're reviewing what more we can do around this, because it's absolutely crucial that we do that and we do a lot more planting around these issues.
Mr. Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer there. And tree planting is just one of many measures that can be employed to reduce the blue-green algae in Lough Neagh. Has the Minister experienced any difficulty in acquiring semi-mature trees in Northern Ireland? And has Brexit or the Windsor Framework hampered the ability to bring semi-mature trees in from the rest of the UK?
Minister.
So Brexit's hampered an awful lot, particularly in terms of the growth of the UK economy, and we're all paying the consequence of that. I worked through these issues. There is obviously trade between GB and NI, and there's challenges associated with that. But my officials work through these issues, and if there is particular concerns in terms of our tree planting targets and those being impeded as a result of the Windsor Framework, I'm happy to work through the UK Government to address those.
Steve Aiken.
Minister, has your department conducted any impact assessments on the EU-Mercosur agreement?
Thank the member for raising this question. It's something that I regularly read the Irish Farmers Journal, read it every week, page to page, and it's something that's been raised as a concern from the Irish Farmers Association. And whilst an agreed free trade agreement between the EU and Mercosur was announced on the 6th of December 2024, it is likely to be some time before this agreement is fully ratified and comes into effect, if it is indeed ever fully ratified. Talks in respect of an EU-Mercosur free trade agreement first commenced in 1999, with an agreement in principle being reached some 10 years later in June 2019. It is expected that progress will be on the full implementation of this agreement will remain slow. Whilst the agreement does not apply to the UK, it does have potential impact on UK agricultural markets, including Northern Ireland, due to the increased imports from Mercosur into the EU, particularly of beef and poultry. I appreciate the concerns expressed by the agriculture sector in relation to this agreement, but imports under reduced tariffs will be limited by a quota for some products, including beef, where the concessionary tariff of 7.5% is limited to 99,000 tonnes, and poultry, where tariff-free access is limited to 180,000 tonnes.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. The Minister is aware that there's currently labelling on various agricultural goods that says not for sale within the EU. I wonder if the Minister could take the opportunity when his talks on north-south basis so that we could introduce labelling in goods in the Irish Republic for not for sale in the UK. That would therefore prevent Mercosur goods contaminating the Northern Ireland market, which is something indeed I think most Northern Ireland farmers would like to see.
On this wider issue, just in terms of the Mercosur trade deal, and we just need to step back a wee bit, and I recognise the concerns that are expressed not just by farmers in Northern Ireland but also in the Republic of Ireland, and I listen to those. But let's just look at the trade deals the UK did with the rest of the world. Not good trade deals, not good trade deals for farmers in the UK. So if people are trying to sell to me any benefits of Brexit, I struggle to find any. And I fully recognise that, and I fully recognise you're one of the enlightened few in relation to this, and I give you that credit.
John Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister give the House a status update on the provision of an animal cruelty register, please?
I thank the member for her question. So there's two aspects to this. First of all, there was discussion about an all-Ireland animal cruelty register, and I met up with the Minister, Charlie McConalogue, in Dublin a while ago to discuss that. At that meeting, Charlie outlined to me that they don't have any current plans to bring in a register in the south, and obviously that causes issues in terms of the north. But what more, I asked officials to review what the possibilities around this, and that's something we're going to be looking at in terms of the future pathway, in terms of animal welfare, and whether having the ability to access NI checks is one of the ways that we could actually potentially resolve this issue, but also get around the issue in terms of data protection and GDPR issues, because that's one of the key issues around this.
Responding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really glad to hear the Minister say that. Does he accept that it is a matter of import for the public? And whilst elements fall between his department and the Department of Justice, it only takes one of them to move in order that we can gather some momentum on this significant issue.
So I've been working alongside this with the Justice Minister, who I have utmost respect for as a person with utmost integrity, but also commitment towards addressing those issues that affect citizens of Northern Ireland. And in relation to this issue, the potential option in terms of giving ability to access and eye checks around this is something I want to explore and want to be able to consider as a way to be able to address those concerns in terms of offenders having access.
Jonathan Buckley.
Minister, the Minister will be aware, obviously, that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency is continuing to be a stumbling block for many of the planning applications in the system at present. Can the Minister give us an update to the progress this agency is making?
Minister.
So, Northern Ireland Environment Agency, I have a lot of respect for, and I've been doing a lot of work in terms of increasing the processing times around applications. There's a further bid for additional staff to be able to do that. One of the issues around this is in terms of applications being made that don't meet the relevant criteria or you're able to give a proper assessment to because you require additional information. And that's about raising further awareness about what's required around this. So some of my engagement with stakeholders around ammonia, for example, is where we can provide additional information in advance of the application being made that will hopefully help speed up processing times. And so there'll be a further engagement later this month with stakeholders around the issue of ammonia so that we can hopefully get an agreement in terms of the way forward on that, and then we can issue that guidance, which hopefully means that when people put in applications, there isn't a need for reconsultation on this.
Mr. Buckley.
Whilst I accept that there is some applications under the remit of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency that have not supplied the appropriate detail, there are vast swathes of genuine planning applications across a range of different sectors that are being held up with a carte blanche no or delayed response from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. Can the Minister outline what level of funding could be rededicated and repurposed to ensuring that they fulfil their obligations and ensure that we can have a timely planning process?
So the issue of funding is quite key, and I'll take any funding going. So if it's been offered from other ministers, thank you, so we can do this. But the other one is about resourcing, so about getting staff into post and being able to do their recruitment around that, and that's key. I would be confident that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency are working quite hard at this. Chief Executive of the Environment Agency has done a lot of good work in terms of turning the situation around. I know there's more needs to be done around this, and it's something that's quite key for me. But one of the issues around this is also about, and I do get your point, but we do need to raise further awareness in terms of ensuring when the applications go in, there isn't need further information and we can get it processed quickly.
Speaker, and the Minister will be aware that in October, November 2023 there was significant weather which resulted in a landslide in my constituency at the Shore Road, Rostrevor. This had significant adverse impact to the road, and right now, 14 months on, we're still at one lane, temporary traffic lights, road closure there, with input being required from DERA. And I would ask the Minister, could he provide any update in his liaisons with the DFI on this?
I'm aware of the issue from the correspondence, and there has been significant correspondence, not just from yourself but from others around this. I know DFI also play a role in regards to this. What I'll do is I'll check on what the latest situation is in relation to this, and I will write to you on it. But I understand the importance of this, particularly in terms of the traffic congestion that's caused as a result of it, but also in terms of the environmental damage that occurred as a result of the landslide.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer on this. On the 3rd of December, I had an adjournment debate here where the Infrastructure Minister had advised that he was waiting on further correspondence from Forestry on that. I just would ask the Minister, have you had any further engagement since the 3rd of December with the Infrastructure Minister on this specific issue?
I'm trying to recall that, and I can't. So what I'll do is I'll check and I'll come back to you on this issue. And if it's appropriate, then we can have a short meeting to move this along, because I'm conscious that's been going on for quite a while.
This morning I attended the opening of the public inquiry into the proposals for a gold mine and processing plant in Tyrone. Does the Minister share the concerns of local people about the impact of this huge industrial proposal on public health and on the Sperrins AONB where the project is proposed for?
Minister.
So there is a public inquiry which has started today. I think members will understand I have to be very careful on what I say in relation to this. My department will work with that inquiry and we can comply with any statutory requirements associated with the needs of the Public Accounts Committee and the Water Appeals Commission.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank you. Minister, I note that the inquiry runs until the end of March. I note from the running order that your department and associated bodies like NEA are scheduled to partake on most of these days. Given the strong local feeling and the scale of the concern, can the Minister give assurance that his department and officials are fully apprised and equipped to scrutinise this proposal to the level it requires?
Minister.
So two things, just in terms of my previous response. I said Public Accounts Committee, Planning Appeals Commission. There's two PACs in Northern Ireland, so it's the Planning Appeals Commission and the Water Appeals Commission. And I think it's important that giving assurance to you, but also the general public, the work that my officials do around this, I've got every confidence in them. They're professional individuals who are going to diligently perform their tasks in relation to this and will comply with any of the requirements around the inquiry as is required.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask for an update on the work that you're doing to ensure that those responsible for polluting our lochs and waterways are held accountable?
Sure.
So this is a very serious issue for me, but also for the people of Northern Ireland. And I think that the issue of water quality is something that has came so much on the public agenda, and it's on my agenda, because the 2 consecutive years of blue-green algae in Loch Ness is something of a massive concern, not just for Northern Ireland, but more broadly. But also the issue around Belfast Loch and the issue of sewage pollution there, the areas of other areas of Northern Ireland in terms of water quality. So I've been taking action on this. I'll be working in conjunction with the Justice Minister in terms of review of fines and penalties around environmental crime. It's important that we undertake that, not just in relation to water quality, but also, for example, in relation to waste crime. Also in relation to wastewater, I believe that SORPI is not fit for purpose. I believe it's now time to end that arrangement, and that's why I have asked my officials to engage with both DFI and NI Water on this issue as part of an 8-week consultation with a view to terminating that. Once that consultation is completed, I will make a final decision on this issue, but I believe that all polluters in Northern Ireland should be treated the same. There should be no special dispensation for anyone. And I'll not be found wanton in relation to that, because it's really, really important that we improve water quality in Northern Ireland.
Okay, time's up for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Point of order, Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask you if it's in order for a minister to willfully misinterpret what a member has said? The record will show that what I actually said during Justice Question Time was that self-identification presented an opportunity for predators to exploit the system. At no time did I equate or link trans and predators. But it's interesting that in labelling me and attempting to admonish me, the Minister ended up linking them by inferring something that wasn't there. Yeah. But I am confident the record will show that I am not anti-trans, instead I am anti-predator.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's a point of order, Ms. Bunting, but you put it in the record, and we will move on to the next issue. And there is an urgent oral question from Connie Egan to the Minister of Education. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Education to detail how his decision to reject the development plans of Bangor Academy and Sixth Form College and Rathmore Primary School to transform to integrated status is in line with his duty to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education.
Mr. Speaker, when I take decisions on development proposals, I work within a very clear legal framework. Integrated education is defined within the law. I am under a legal duty to encourage, facilitate and support the development of integrated education, and I take this duty extremely seriously. However, I am prohibited legally from approving the transformation of a school to becoming an integrated school unless it is likely that the school would provide integrated education. Section 1(1)(a) of the Integrated Education Act 2022 states, integrated education means the education together in an integrated school of those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none, including reasonable numbers of both Protestant and Roman Catholic children or young persons. In the report to me, departmental officials concluded that 3% Catholic children did not satisfy reasonable numbers at present. However, I did not just consider this current religious balance, but also whether it was likely the schools could achieve reasonable numbers from the minority community at some point in the future after transformation. Given the community breakdown in the area and the availability of other well-regarded options for Catholic children, including both Catholic maintained and other integrated options, I was unable to conclude this was likely. Mr. Speaker, I did not vote for the 2022 Act, which confirmed the requirement for reasonable numbers of Protestant and Roman Catholic children, but I am obliged to obey it.
Call Ms. Egan.
I do thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today. The communities of Bangor Academy and Rathmore are devastated by this decision, which I hope you'll understand. Would you be willing to meet with the principals and the school communities to discuss how you will fulfil the need and the desire for more integrated education in the North Down and specifically Bangor area?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have acknowledged in taking the decision that some people will be disappointed by the decision, and I recognise for the two schools concerned, the principals and those parents who voted to allow the process to continue to get to my desk for a decision, will be disappointed with this decision. But what I am absolutely reassured by is the commitment of both these two schools, and indeed all our schools across Northern Ireland, that they want to provide an inclusive education system which is open to all, and I'm confident that both those schools will be able to provide that inclusive education system. I have undertaken to write to every parent. I will be finalising that letter, and I will be sending that to the two principals of the schools and asking them to share that with the parents so that I can directly engage with them rather than through the filter of the media and indeed at times the misrepresentation by some people in this House, including the member who brought the question and how she mischaracterised the decision, but also said things about North Down that I had stopped those who want to have an integrated education. I would encourage the member to speak to other schools in Bangor, some principals who have written to me to thank me for the decision that I have taken, that it's the right decision, who've all assured me that they provide inclusive education within their particular sectors. So there's very much an inclusive ethos within Bangor. That isn't going to be found just in these two schools, it's also found in other schools, and I would commend the member to visit those schools.
Cara Hunter.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, across our constituencies, many schools will seek to become integrated. You have rejected parental choice for these two schools. What would you say today, Minister, to other schools and parents who are listening today, schools in my constituency, for example, that do wish to seek integration? What would you say to them if they were to say they're concerned that their votes and their voice do not matter?
Well, can I thank the member for the question? And what I would say to all parents who are very much invested in their education system, continue to be so, to put forward your case, but decisions that I have to take are not solely predicated on parental choice and parental demand. There are schools that I took decisions to close down last week. The parental demand was to keep them open. The demand of the principals of some of those schools and the representation that I've subsequently received from decisions that I took last week to close schools down was to keep them open. So if parental choice and parental ballots are the determinative factor, why then was that not voted for in the legislation in 2022, which members brought forward? If that is the legal basis upon which a minister must take decisions, then the members in this House who brought it forward should have put it into the legislation. That would have been the legal framework that then a minister has to take forward. But I would also say to the member, I've approved 5 schools to transform to integrated status. So whenever I look at each individual case, there have been examples under my time as Minister of Education where I have supported that transformation. I declined a request for transformation, I think it was St Eugene's in Omagh, on the grounds which wanted to transform to to a integrated school on grounds of sustainability. So there are a number of factors that need to come in to the framework in which I have to apply my decision-making process. But fundamental to this one was the test set out in the 2020 legislation voted for by other members in this House, which stipulated a requirement for a reasonable number of Protestant and Catholic children.
Nick Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's own department, the Section 10 Integrated Education Report, confirms that Ards and North Down is an area where there is substantial unmet demand at post-primary level for integrated education. Bearing that in mind, how does the decision not to approve this development proposal align with the statutory duty to monitor and aim to meet demand for integrated education?
Minister.
Well, I've referenced this in a response earlier to Ms Hunter. When it came to the test of the reasonable numbers, that is a test that is set out in legislation. I know the member who's asked the question wasn't here when this was voted for through the Assembly, so I can give him a bye ball whenever he indicates that he's baffled by the decision. I won't extend that to some of his colleagues who authored the legislation, who put this requirement in law. But I absolutely am meeting the duties that I have on the integrated sector, just as I am when it comes to shared education, Irish medium education, supporting all sectors. And I have made clear that I am here to support all sectors within our education system. But I then have to take decisions based upon development proposals that come forward. In these two particular schools, there were less than 3% of the pupil enrolment identifying as Roman Catholic. So that's 97% identified as either Protestant or other. 3% identified as Catholic. The legislation put through this Assembly puts a requirement for Protestant and Catholic. Reasonable is right. So when it takes that decision, you then look at a school with less than 3%. In North Down, 11% of a Catholic population. In Bangor, a 9% population of Catholic. These schools didn't meet that in terms of reflecting their locality. And then, as I've outlined in the original response to the member who asked the urgent question, it didn't appear likely to me that it would in the future either. And so I have to take these decisions. I appreciate that they won't always be agreed with other people. But then we look, in taking these decisions, members will say, well, what is reasonable? The members are right. It's not defined in law as to what reasonable is. But if you look at NICE, the Northern Ireland Integrated Council, they aspire to 40% Protestant, 40% Catholic, 20% other. Then if we look at the...
Minister, we have a 2-minute limit here, so perhaps you can you can wax lyrical at some other point.
Sorry.
Said that he was legally prohibited from granting integrated status to these two schools in Bangor. However, in the process of working towards that point, his officials believe that he should have granted integrated status. Can the Minister explain to us why there has been such a divergence of opinion within his own department?
So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we absolutely appreciate that when it comes to taking these decisions, that responsibility rests with me as Minister. And I must be satisfied that the process has been followed and that the statutory tests have been met. What my officials did advise, and it's in the report, was that the numbers did not meet the current test as to it being reasonable numbers. That was the conclusion that officials reached and was contained within the advice to me and is now publicly available. And therefore, I then had to determine, was it likely that that could be reached? And it was my view, as I outlined earlier, that that is not likely to be met because of neighbouring schools, but also when I look at the demographics within the localities as well. And it just allows me to conclude on the point, Mr. Speaker, where I had to stop. NICE aspires to 40% Protestant, 40% Catholic, 20% other. Then we look at the 1989 Education Reform Order, which is relevant to this as well. And again, it speaks about in the first year of enrolment there being 10% of a minority enrolment to qualify as it being integrated, and then you seek to grow that figure upwards. So my decision, and I think rationally based upon the legal framework that I have to operate within, was the conclusion that I ultimately reached on these two particular schools.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Does the Minister accept that many controlled schools represent a wide range of children from all backgrounds and take the opportunity to pay tribute for the work that they do?
Can I thank the member for her question, and it speaks to, I think, the wider issue when it comes to how people want to frame this debate. Yeah. I have been in controlled schools, I have been in Catholic maintained schools, integrated schools, Irish medium schools, and I've been impressed by all of them. And I've been impressed by all of them in that they seek to be inclusive and open to all. And that's something that everyone wants within their school system. I have never met a principal that says, we're only here for this particular type of community. Others aren't welcome. I've never met a principal, and I would love to hear someone get up today to say they have met a principal that wants an exclusive, segregated system of education in their particular school. I would want to know, so that I, as Minister, could challenge them on that, because I want our schools to be inclusive and to be open. But the member's right to highlight, in terms of the controlled schools and some of the information around the statistics on that, because these are important in terms of the broader debate. They're important points for us to consider. Let me take Glengormley Integrated College, for example. In 2022, its enrolment was 4% of the Catholic population. Nearly 3 years later, it's achieved 5%. Okay. An official integrated college. Of controlled post-primary schools, there are 28 controlled post-primary schools that have a higher percentage of pupils from a Catholic background than Glengormley, officially called Integrated College. 28. When it comes to controlled primary schools, there are 67 controlled primary schools with a higher percentage of pupils from a Catholic background, above 6.4%, which is more than Central Integrated Primary School in Carrickfergus, for one example.
Minister, your time's up again.
So controlled schools are inclusive. So too are maintained schools, which I have been to, and Irish medium and other sectors. They strive for an inclusive education.
Colin Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Does the Minister agree that the Integrated Education Bill reduced the ambition for having children from different backgrounds share classrooms, which for the majority of parents is the most important ambition and aspiration for integrated education?
The member is right in terms of the point that I have just made. Schools strive to be inclusive. And what I would say to members, there are 73 officially schools integrated in Northern Ireland with a capital I. There are many hundreds that don't have it with a capital I. But of those 73, one Catholic maintained school has transformed to integrated status. So some members in benches opposite, Ms Hunter put in her urgent oral, said that people need to be going integrated. I think some members that want that, I haven't seen them campaign in some of their own constituencies for schools to become integrated. But I think the evidence shows of the 73 that are integrated, one has came from a Catholic maintained background. Now, I caveat with saying that St Columbanus in Bangor, a Catholic maintained school, has a very high level of the Protestant community in it, and far exceeds many officially integrated schools as being integrated, but not with a capital I. So I think the member makes the point. I, as a parent, I, as the Minister for Education, want our children going to school not looking at the colour of their skin or the creed and religion that they hold to, but going into a shared environment where they respect each other's differences. And in hundreds of schools, I see that taking place from across all sectors.
Ryan Kingston. Minister, for his answers so far. And last week, Connie Egan MLA wrote in the Irish News, and I quote, almost 80% of parents from Bangor Academy and over 82% of parents from Rathmore wanted to see the change. Can the Minister confirm that this was not, in fact, 80% of all parents, as implied in the statement, but in the case of Bangor Academy, the true figure actually represented around 40% of all parents?
It's an important point to make, because there was commentary when the decision was initially put into the public domain that I had went against the majority of the parents at the schools. The majority of those who balloted, yes, and have set the context as to where the parental choice sits within the legislative framework. It's not in the 2022 Act. But when it came to it, for Bangor Academy, it was 40% of the parents of that school. So it is important that we frame the facts appropriately and not misrepresented it, as some did, not just Assembly members, but there were some in the media who also framed it in that context, ignoring the legislative duties that I have as a minister to undertake. And I've covered now in a number of responses what it is to be an integrated school based upon the legislation from the 2022 Act, the statutory test of reasonable numbers. I've highlighted what it is to be integrated based upon the information on the NICE website, 40%, 40%, 20% other. The guidance that the department held related to the 1989 order talked about 10%. That was the guidance that the department produced. I think any reasonable person would conclude that less than 3% is not reasonable in reaching the test that was set out by law, passed by members and brought forward by members in this House.
Michelle Guy.
And please excuse my voice isn't the best today. Minister, you contend that you turned down the integration proposals due to legislation. Your officials, in their recommendation to approve, said that they did this in the context of, and I quote, the statutory duty, current legislation and based on the evidence detailed. We can only presume from this that you requested and received other legal advice to help you make this decision. Will you publish this advice for review, please?
Well, can I thank the member for the question? And there seems to be, again, an inability to understand the decisions that I have to take. Let me quote the Article 92(6) of the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989. It states, the Department shall not approve a proposal under this article in relation to a school unless it appears to the Department that if the school were to become or be established as a controlled integrated school, that the school would be likely to provide integrated education. The 2022 Act then went out to spell out in law what integrated education is. Section 1(1)(a), a reasonable number of Protestant and Catholic children. So the legislation passed by this Assembly sets the test. It was the Alliance Party that brought the legislation through. I trust they understood what they were doing.
Probably not.
I certainly understand it. And it's my duty as a minister to make sure that the law is followed. And it is within that framework that I have taken the decision that I have taken. And the basis upon that decision is laid out in the publication of a development proposal, which is available to any member that wishes to access it.
Buckley. Would the Minister agree with me that one of the most regrettable aspects of this debate is the misrepresentation, mischaracterisation of many of our controlled schools, many of our maintained schools and other sectors who already provide that naturally integrated and inclusive education. And it is clear that there are members in this House that such is their lust towards the status of integrated education in terms of school, that they're willing to sacrifice the good and steady integrated education that already exists right across the system.
Well, I think the member's articulating a frustration that I have heard from principals in schools that are not officially designated as integrated. And some of that is as a result of the language used by members, in particular of the Alliance Party, that talk about segregation. And in the promotion of one particular sector, they actually denigrate others. And I don't think that's necessary. It's not necessary to do that. And as a Minister for Education, I have sought to support all of our sectors, and the decision-making processes that I have followed, I think, is evidence and demonstration of that, including funding of new bills for integrated schools, not least Central Integrated Primary School in Bangor, and taking forward other integrated schools which the UK government let down when it came to their Fresh Start funding. I brought them into my department's capital programme. The UK government abandoned them. I moved in to protect them, and I'm taking forward those proposals. So the evidence shows that I have been a minister for all sectors. But we shouldn't run down other sectors to promote others. It's why I'm frustrated that whenever we take forward, for example, the Struil campus in Omagh, an absolute world-defining intervention by this executive, bringing together 4,000 young people from various sectors, but the Alliance Party have opposed it at every step of the way because they don't regard shared education as being integrated education. So they are campaigning actively against a landmark, iconic shared education programme in a town which bears the hallmarks of our troubles, and they're against it because it doesn't neatly suit the particular approach that they want to education. I will be a minister for all of our sectors.
Alan Chambers.
Can I ask the Minister if flaws within the integrated education legislation, which my party opposed because of these shortcomings, has in any way made it difficult for him to apply any degree of flexibility to the decision-making process around the two Bangor schools that I would wish to place on record are both excellent places of education?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is a point that whenever people refer to a head count, and I've heard that language used, I don't want to be involved in a head count. I don't go into schools and look at people and think to myself, I wonder what they are. Who was it that legislated for a head count? The 2022 Act, brought in by the Alliance Party. They're shaking their heads, Mr. Speaker. Let me quote, because they clearly don't know the legislation they brought, because it speaks to the question that Mr. Chambers raised. Section 1, 1A, those of different cultures and religious beliefs and Now, it didn't stop. By the way, it didn't go those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none, full stop. It then went on, and the Alliance Party specified in law, including reasonable numbers of both Protestant and Roman Catholic children. It was the Alliance Party who brought in a deliberate head count as part of the test. It wasn't me. I voted against it. So I think the question now for members and for those that want to promote the integrated sector, and I will absolutely take my responsibility seriously in this regard, if they no longer wanted to specify Protestants and Catholic children, the members shouldn't have included it in their legislation, because that's the statutory test that I have to take decisions upon.
Minister, you say that you'd made this decision on the basis of legalities, but everything you've said today makes it fairly clear that you're taking this decision for clear political reasons. You have outlined what appears to be a vendetta against integrated education, and it comes after you took money. You decided to take money off integrated education, £150 million from them earlier this year. Can I ask, given that your party says it promotes in all other areas parental choice in education, when it's selection, RSE, but on this specific occasion, parents have literally chosen to begin the journey of integration, and you have said no. You said no. The DUP minister won't allow you to proceed with that journey. Can I ask, what is your definition?
If you've got a question, ask a question. We're not doing speeches.
Minister, can I ask, what, in your view, given you have decided that reasonable means you're going to block these two schools from becoming integrated, what is your view of what a reasonable number is, so that parents out there who want to begin this journey can understand what the Minister will say?
Well, I think that the member has just demonstrated his agenda when it comes to these issues. It doesn't say, Minister, can I thank you for the work on Millennium Integrated School? And I know he has an interest in that school in particular. And he doesn't say, Minister, you came, you visited the school, you've taken that project forward, the UK government let that school down, but Minister Given, you stepped in and helped the school that I campaigned for in my constituency. So I think the member, again, wants to misrepresent, deliberately try to frame this in something where I think I've just outlined now for the past 30 minutes cannot stack up in any shape or form. And to be honest, going into even more detail that the member, in terms of his questions, only gives credibility to a question that doesn't have any credibility.
I call Owen Tennyson.
Given that you have now failed to replace Fresh Start funding, given that you have prioritised meeting an umbrella body for paramilitary organisations, and given now you have ignored the advice of your own officials to block 2 schools transforming to integrated status, do you accept that your credibility on sharing and inclusion is shot? And will you apologise to those parents and pupils of the schools affected for letting them down and prioritising ideology over their wish to be educated together?
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I appreciate the member wants to try and frame this in a way that I don't think can stack up. And I've outlined all of the evidence that formed the decision-making process that I've had. I don't think it's helpful on issues of this kind of sensitivity that some members seek to frame their responses the way Mr. Tennyson and Mr. O'Toole have just framed in terms of asking the questions. There are legitimate questions that people will want to ask about these specific 2 schools, and I have outlined the decision-making process that I followed in reaching the decisions that I have taken. I think I've also demonstrated that I have been a minister which has approved schools wanting to transform to integrated status, that I have supported those from the Irish medium, Catholic maintained and the controlled sector, and I'll continue to provide that support, just as I've been out and opened schools from the integrated sector and been very much welcomed whenever I have attended, and I believe that's the right thing and that's the approach that I will take. So I will respect all of the various different sectors that exist. I will seek to be a minister for all of them, but I understand there will be some decisions that my own colleagues on these benches will not agree with when it comes to taking difficult decisions on schools. But that's the responsibility that I have to carry as a minister, and I seek to do it with integrity and absolute sincerity in the decisions that I reach. I cannot answer, though, for how other members want to deliberately misrepresent and frame the responses that they are now trying to put out in the public domain.
Brooks.
Asked actually at quite the defence that some members want to put up of 3% being a reasonable number of pupils of a minority community within an integrated school. Would the Minister agree with me, if we are to abandon the test of reasonable numbers entirely, that some will say that identifying what exactly the integrated label that's attached to many good schools which carry that label, trying to find that will become difficult relative to our other very good schools that are, as the Minister's pointed out, diverse and tolerant and working within all communities?
Well, the member makes, I think, an important point whenever he highlights the areas that he has just raised in terms of what it is to be an integrated school. And I've outlined now the responses in respect of that. I've outlined how many schools I believe are very much inclusive and they're open to all. But the integrated sector have a specific objective that they want to achieve whenever that comes to being an officially integrated school. If the message that's coming through now set aside the reasonable numbers of Protestant and Catholics, that's no longer what the integrated sector aspires to, then I think I will facilitate that conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation with the integrated sector, but that will be a departure from the historical establishment of the integrated sector, which exclusively spoke of 40% Catholic, 40% Protestant and 20% others. It will bring in all of those schools within the controlled and maintained sector that are inclusive, and as I've demonstrated, the evidence shows are more integrated based upon the head count that the Alliance Party supported in their legislation than some other officially integrated schools. So that's a conversation that we should have. And in the past, NICE has brought forward concerns that some schools who have transformed will not meet the inclusive nature of Protestant and Catholic. So the sector has raised concerns about schools that don't meet those kind of numbers, but I'm happy to facilitate engagement if members are now saying, in the integrated sector, saying they want to move away from that. I'm happy to have that conversation.
for your answer so far, Minister. The transformation process is clear that a school, once granted integrated status, transforms over time, and that the school will not be the finished article when making the case for change. Why then has the Minister not given these schools the opportunity to transform, including in relation to reasonable numbers over time?
Can I thank the member for the question, because obviously the report did look at these issues around the transformation, and it did look at the case for change that both schools had to put forward in terms of specifying how were the schools going to address the disparity in the numbers in terms of meeting that gap. And the case for change that was put forward didn't demonstrate how they were going to address that. If, for example, Bangor Academy wanted to take forward an approach in its admissions policy to give prioritisation from children from a maintained primary school, Bangor Academy could do that without being an integrated school. If it wanted to increase the numbers of its Catholic population, Bangor Academy can change, not me, the Academy could do it and change its admissions policy if it wants to. That's a decision that the Academy can do. It doesn't need to wait for me to say, yes, you can do that. The Academy could now do it. Other schools who have also taken forward transformation would, for example, set up stalls at local events, for example, Gaelic football events. It would bring in speakers from other denominations. It would include things like Irish language. Again, Bangor Academy, if it wants to, can go ahead and introduce these different aspects if that's what it wants to do. It doesn't need to wait for me to do that. It can go ahead and do that. So there are things that schools can do that they can take forward. So changes can happen. Bangor Academy is in a position to change its admissions policy if it wants to do that. That's entirely a decision for them, and I will support them in that decision. I, however, have to take decisions based upon the law. The law that his member brought through this Assembly set a statutory test for reasonable numbers of Protestant and Catholic children. That is the framework upon which I have to take decisions.
Anne Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I think this has been a very useful session in this chamber. Can you look at or point to measures that schools can take that will not just produce integration, because we know that that's a particular subset, but that can increase inclusivity across the education sectors. And again, I am thinking of increasing the amount of shared education, the amount of cultural experiences, etc., that schools can offer. And I point to schools like Carrick Primary School in my Lurgan part of my constituency as being a brilliant example of one.
Minister.
Can I thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker? And I've attended schools with the member in her constituency. One of those control schools spoke very passionately about the diversity within their school and the frustration as to how some want to frame her school as not being diverse, with upwards of, I think it was maybe 25 or 26 different foreign nationalities within the school, different languages within the school, an absolutely diverse, rich school. And that is a school which has broken down any barriers that people may have had about attending the school, and that's what I encourage all of our schools when I go to them. If your school resides in a particular locality and there are some people that feel they can't go to it, you need to ask yourself, why is that? What barriers are there that's maybe putting off somebody from attending our local school, and what should we look at trying to change in order to make our schools attractive to do that? So schools, many of them already put this into practice, and there are then very much the deliberate shared education programmes, which I support. Indeed, I'm under a duty to support. And schools are engaged in that shared education, and that takes part in many different ways, whether it's sporting or educational exchanges. Shared education is a way for that to happen. And so there are good examples where that takes place. I encourage that to take place. But I had highlighted in the previous question around transformation, there are schools that can make changes, and Bangor Academy is one of them. It can make changes to its admissions policy if it wants to do so, and give preferential treatment to children from the maintained primary schools if it wants to do so. That's a decision for Bangor Academy. They can take those decisions.
Ellie Armstrong.
And I thank the opportunity to be able to speak on this today. I'm quite disappointed, I have to say, Minister, that your misreading of the Integrated Education
Ms Armstrong, you're not able to speak on it, you're able to ask a question on it.
I was just about to come to that, Mr Speaker, thank you. Minister, in the Act it says you have to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education. In a question in response to me, a written question, where you have outlined that you do not monitor how many children are turned away from integrated schools in Ards and North Down, how are you fulfilling your requirement to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education if you don't even bother measuring and monitoring the number of pupils?
Thank you, Ms Armstrong. Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for the question and welcome the opportunity to engage with the member who has frankly said some outrageous things on the media. When it comes to these particular issues, and she should retract many of her comments. I would advise her to do so, but if she doesn't, then that's a matter for her. But some of the approaches that she has taken and the language that she has used towards people and other schools, frankly, is outrageous. Outrageous. So I have provided in great detail the report behind the development proposal. It is available to the public. I have responded to many of the written questions that the member in particular has put in, turned them round very quickly. All I say to the member who brought the legislation, she really should have fully understood what she was bringing in when she included in her legislation, in law, a requirement for a reasonable number of Protestants and Catholics. It was the member who brought in a head count approach, not me. The Alliance Party brought it in. So I will continue to discharge my duties, as I have been, to all sectors of our education system. But the member and the Alliance Party may want to reflect on the legislation that they brought in. And the member in particular, rather than behaving in her juvenile fashion, with her facial expressions and so on that she's exhibiting here in the chamber, she should take this matter much more seriously and ensure that her language reflects the sensitivity and the seriousness of these particular issues.
That draws to a conclusion questions to the Minister of Education. We now move to the next item of business, which is on health, and if members would take their ease momentarily while the Chair changes.
Members, order. Thank you. The next item of business is a motion on ambulance waiting times. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses grave concern at the pressure facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and the impact on patients with life-threatening or emergency health needs. Further expresses severe concern that response time targets for categories 1, 2 and 3 calls to the ambulance service were missed in every month of last year. agrees that the Department of Health has failed to adequately address the causes of unacceptable ambulance waiting times, including the lack of capacity in the ambulance service workforce and delays in admitting patients to hospital from ambulances, and calls on the Minister of Health to urgently bring forward proposals to improve the availability and capacity of ambulance services, including development of an ambulance service workforce plan to support the new clinical response model.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon to move the motion.
Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Dixon, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to propose the Alliance Party motion with regards to ambulance service waiting times, and to propose with this motion today some tangible measures which we believe can be taken by the Department of Health and the Minister which could ease these pressures going forward. This isn't about complaining, this is about trying to propose solutions and being solution forward. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, many will have heard of the stories in the media over the last number of weeks which illustrate the pressures on our health and social care services. Often referred to as winter pressures. The reality is that these are unacceptable pressures are with us all year round. To quote Dr. Clodagh Corrigan, Deputy Chair of the BMA locally, put it at the beginning of January, we have seen what we would call winter pressure numbers in the summer, but now we've seen that doubling. There has been no respite this year at all. This becomes particularly clear when we look at the fact that in the last financial year, 23-24, ambulance response time targets for every category of call were missed in every month of that year. And I will return to what we might describe as the definition of a target. This means regardless of whether calls were for immediate or life-threatening cases, an emergency case such as a heart attack or a stroke, or indeed any urgent problem, ambulances were not in a position to respond in a timely manner, which they would like to do and for which they have targets. This has led to an unacceptable delay for ambulances, access to emergency departments in recent weeks. We saw a snapshot of this on Friday morning when it was reported that 19 out of 56 ambulance crews across Northern Ireland were sitting outside hospital emergency departments, the longest of which had been sitting for over 9 hours. We know that that snapshot doesn't adequately describe a full day of movement for hospitals, but with Fridays tending to bring an easing of pressure ahead of the weekend ramped up, it is extremely concerning. While we can hear statistics and figures, we must remember who is at the centre of all of this. It is the patient, generally but not always elderly, distressed and concerned family members. For example, in the case of Mary Donaghy, which was widely reported last week after being involved in a head-on car collision, she was left to be treated in an ambulance outside the Royal Victoria Hospital for more than 7 hours before being finally admitted. The story of Robert, an 88-year-old gentleman with dementia who fell on New Year's Eve and unfortunately had to wait a total of 40 hours before being admitted. This included 23 hours wait in an ambulance to arrive, 9 hours waiting inside the ambulance outside the emergency department at the Ulster Hospital, and 8 hours waiting inside an emergency department. In both cases mentioned, the families of Mary and Robert both made it clear they had no issue with the hospital staff or the incredible ambulance crews who took care of their relatives. Indeed, Mary's sister Sharon noted the effort made by staff to ensure that she was kept warm while in a very cold position in the ambulance, and she received proper pain medication. Deputy Speaker, in my own constituency of East Antrim, I've had to deal with the director or head of the ambulance service in Northern Ireland when an ambulance took 1 hour and 3/4 to respond to an urban special needs primary school in East Antrim, where a young child fell and broke his femur in the playground. Distressed staff in the school had to look after him with blankets in a soaking wet playground because it took 1 hour and 3/4 for an ambulance in an urban area just off the motorway to get to him. That, in a situation which was most distressing, resulted in a number of phone calls, 999 calls to the ambulance service, resulted in one of the calls being answered by an English call centre, which is the default backup situation when all other calls cannot be answered in Northern Ireland. That, in an urban area in East Antrim, is just simply unacceptable. Yet in East Antrim, we had a number of years ago, under a previous health minister, the much lauded Maggie's Call scheme, which would have allowed for alternative emergency services like the fire brigade to attend an incident like that, and perhaps to have provided further support. Yet in a written answer to a question from me to the Minister, the sad reality is that despite all the ballyhoo, Maggie's Call has not been rolled out across Northern Ireland. It still only exists in Carnlough. I wish now, Deputy Speaker, to take a broader look at why our unreformed health and social care system inevitably leads, as the motion says, to pressures facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. This is directly related to the sadly but predictable and nevertheless harrowing crisis which we've seen in our emergency departments. We all have constituents who have just read out about, who have contacted us over the last number of weeks and indeed months about such incidents. The frustrations many of us feel at seeing ambulances trapped outside emergency departments and unable to provide services, and those working within it wish to provide. It's a problem we could all resolve with the political will in this chamber. We have the roadmap. The answers are there. They were given to us in the expert panel chaired by Professor Ben Goa, indeed by many others before that. We need to be clear that if we have chosen not to implement the panel's recommendations, then we have opted against change. And now, Deputy Speaker, we're paying the penalty. Fundamentally, the main reason that ambulances are stacked up outside our emergency departments is, in some cases, because people have to be treated literally in the ambulance, and because there are too many people in hospital. We don't need to be there. There is a chain of backlog. If people cannot be discharged, then they have to be left in hospital wards. If people are left in hospital wards, then there are people left in emergency departments. If people are left in emergency departments, others are left in ambulances. Because patients can't get into wards, because patients can't be discharged into care. This is the chain reaction that we're all facing, that stacked up some 700 patients left in or near ambulances because at the same time 500 patients are unable to be discharged from hospital and thus occupying beds where those in ambulances should have been processed within the appropriate time targets. This issue of too many people being in hospital and a failure to discharge promptly and effectively is at scale a particular problem here in Northern Ireland, and yet it shouldn't be. If we compare ourselves to England and Wales, where social care, those people that need to move out from hospital but into assisted help in the community, have to battle with local authorities. Here we have a joined up, allegedly, health and social care system, yet that joined up bit simply has failed us. We could save some £500 million a year if we revised and refreshed our social care budget. This in large part means that the department has failed to adequately address the causes of the ambulance waiting times. One reason for particular inefficiency is indeed our social care system. Understaffed and inefficiently funded. Indeed, that £500 million would go a long way to addressing this. However, as we saw last week, it's not just an issue of underfunding, but one of inefficiency. If we had reformed the system, then we would have more money. We don't even have a proper procurement system in social services. People are pushed out into the community, into the private sector. There is little or no public sector accommodation available for those who need it to move out of hospital, to create space, to allow a flow through, and to allow our hospitals to deliver on their targets. It's particularly distressing to understand that we cannot and we fail to meet targets, a 4-hour target of being in an emergency department. And yet, once that target's breached, all of the rest of the things that flow from that also fail as well. If you can't be treated within 4 hours, if you can't have the appropriate tests, if you cannot get into a hospital bed, then those are how those problems are exacerbated. We need an opportunity where there is more direct to diagnostic testing. GPs should be able to refer people straight to diagnostic testing rather than putting them through quite often pointless appointment systems which result in diagnostic tests being ordered for a second time because a GP says, I think you need it, but it can only be done when a consultant says it should be done. Deputy Speaker, it is important that we recognise the incredible work that is done by our health and social care staff, the amazing work that is done by our ambulance crews, by their management and all the people that have been struggling over this winter to deliver. What we also need to do is to take a step back and recognise that we as politicians in Northern Ireland have failed to support them and deliver proper transformation in healthcare. That's what this debate is about today. That's why I'm appealing to the Health Minister to embark on the Bengoa proposals, get the negotiations up and running and get that delivered as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Dixon, for moving the motion. I call Liz Cummins.
The last few weeks we've undoubtedly seen some of the most harrowing scenes that our health service has seen in many years, and the impact of that has been felt right across the north. Corridor care, patients stuck in hospital unable to discharge home, and ambulances backed up at emergency departments, as others have said, for hours and sometimes days due to the overwhelming pressure on the system. And whilst there has been a serious escalation as a result of the winter period, these pressures are felt all year round. And many of the issues we're speaking about today are unfortunately not new, but a perfect storm of increasing demand for emergency and unscheduled care. There was a 12% increase in Category 1 emergency calls between 2022-23 and 23-24, along with chronic staff shortages right across our health and social care workforce, have led to capacity deficits in our hospitals and in social care. And this has meant that patient flow through hospitals is often at a standstill at both the front and back doors, consequently impacting on ambulance waiting times at emergency departments, and more importantly on response times, which, as we've heard in the last few days from Dr Nigel Ruddle, the Medical Director for NIAS, will result in deaths if not addressed. And sadly, in my own constituency, I have seen where this has resulted in the death of a young woman a number of years ago. So what people want to hear from us here today is not platitudes, is not us talking about the same issues going round and round in circles, but they want solutions. And the solutions are there. Those paramedics and ambulance staff who are held up in ambulances for hours on end with very sick patients, instead of being able to do their job properly that they're trained to do and that they love. Those very ill patients who are laid up in the ambulances, often for 2 and 3 shift changes of ambulance staff before they get through the doors of an emergency department, let alone admitted to a hospital bed. And of course the call handlers in the ambulance control centre, who are dealing with some of the most traumatic scenarios, trying to advise people on the other end of the phone, reassure them and keep very difficult situations calm while patients and their families wait on an ambulance. They all want us to bring forward realistic solutions that will ensure that patients are no longer experience what can only be described as a less than adequate service. But we're all agreed that the budget is not there to do everything that we need to do, and we recognise that and acknowledge that the Minister undoubtedly has a very difficult job. But I think we need to also recognise that the key solution is external to our hospitals and that it is in our social care system and in our primary and community services. And as the previous speaker has said, this is fundamental to the vision of Professor Bengoa in terms of transformation, and the longer that we are unable to progress with this, the further away transformation will be. We know our budget will never tackle all of the issues that we see here, and this is due to over a decade of Tory austerity. No matter how we try to dress that up, the Tories have starved this place of the funding that we not only need but we deserve to deliver the public services that people right across our communities should have access to. But we must start to shift the dial. And some of the solutions to this are things like that will help keep people out of hospital, particularly our older population. Things like acute care at home, or hospital at home as it is also known, which is hugely successful in the Southern Trust area, for example, and has a really effective way of improving patient outcomes, but also taking pressure off our hospitals. And I hope to hear more from the Minister about how the Department can work to not only expand that service so that there is equity in terms of access across the north, but also to enhance that very, very valuable service. Some other ways that we could be also looking at reducing pressure is ensuring that GPs and other senior clinicians are able to assist with admissions, be that a direct admission from a GP rather than people have to go through our emergency departments, or helping to triage in hospital to try and keep that flow at pace. And finally, I suppose the key thing is around social care reform, and I acknowledge the huge amount of work that is ongoing through the Social Care Collaborative Forum. And I hope to hear more on that today, on where we're at with that, because we know that these aren't things that aren't going to be solved overnight, as much as we would like to, but I do think the recent crisis has really crystallised the need for us to move at pace on some of these things, which will have undoubtedly a huge impact right across the board. So I'm not here to attack the Minister today or to criticise him for things that I think are beyond his control in the here now, but I think as a collective we all will work together, and I know certainly myself and my colleagues and the committee are keen to work with the Minister to deliver on these as soon as we can.
Thank you. And I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Alliance Party for bringing forward this motion. I think it is incredibly important and useful for us to do it. So we also need to, in addressing this motion, to acknowledge and be thankful for the absolute supreme efforts of the ambulance service in Northern Ireland to try to keep going in the most difficult of circumstances. However, unfortunately, a lot of what we are experiencing today is not new. It is simply repeated over and over again. It's dressed up at this particular time as winter pressures, but as I said at the Health Committee last week, it means that we are just chugging along, trying to get through this period, but being back to the same old issue. And that's demonstrated in some of the answers to questions that I have received over the last year. Back in May, the former Health Minister responded that reducing ambulance handover delays outside emergency department was a key priority. He described trust as being required to develop plans with specific actions to improve ambulance handover times, including the introduction of additional alternative care pathways to conveying patients to emergency department. He indicated that funding had been allocated to the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service for additional hospital ambulance liaison officers at hospital sites. And as part of the winter planning arrangements, he indicated that ambulance handover information would be made available to the public on a fortnightly basis via the departmental website. Now, Minister, I've hunted the website, and I accept entirely that I may not have found all of the information, but I cannot find figures in relation to this that are easily available on the department's website, and I'd be interested in your comments on the matter. I do think that bringing transparency to this is really, really important. I'm also interested in the number of ambulance hours that have been lost over the Christmas and New Year period as a result of staff being delayed at emergency departments. Now, we do know that over the past year again, for example, between January and August, I've read one report that said in the northern region that the target of having 12 ambulances available was only met once during that 8-month period. In the southern division, the target of having 10 ambulances was only met 3 times. We know that demand has been increasing year on year, but the number of staffed ambulances has not risen, and that results in a failure to keep pace with increased calls and rising demand, and places additional pressure on staff and who have become very overstretched, struggling to deal, very few rest periods, and really cannot finish their shifts on time. And therefore I do think it is really important the reference to workforce planning in this motion, because I do believe that unless we get ahead with that, then we will still continue to have the same problem over and over again. Over recent days, we've heard of patients not being able to be released from ambulances, crews being marooned, having to sit with patients in sometimes very cold conditions. And I know you were at Craigavon last Thursday, and I was there a couple of hours before you, and they were saying it's cold, it's uncomfortable, and it's very difficult for patients, and that does lead to poor outcomes in the long term. Now, we know the answer to this is the issue of patient flow. And it's really, really important that we get to grips with that patient flow. Last week at the Health Committee, I indicated that I'd asked these questions in March last year. 628 patients unable to leave hospital but medically fit to do so. In the summer, 512 unable to leave hospital but unable to do so. And I think Dr. Mark Taylor quoted about 500 at the weekend unable to leave hospital. And unless we get to grips with the issue of social care, then we will continue to have the problems that we currently have in hospitals. It's not new. It's happening over and over again. And we really need to get to grips with this element of the problem. If we can increase patient flow, then we will ensure that our patients will be treated in EDs, not in corridors and trolleys, but in some sort of dignity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm quite sure that no one in this House underestimates the scale of the pressures facing our ambulance service. Equally, I suspect no one is going to stand up and try to pretend that our ambulance response times are acceptable. We also need to be very mindful that the delays on patient transfers at EDs are reducing the availability of ambulances for other emergencies. We also need to be conscious that this is not just a Northern Ireland problem. Various ambulance trusts and even greater numbers of hospital trusts have declared critical incidents across Great Britain in recent days. But our priority must remain on doing what we can to ease the pressure facing patients here. One could question whether a motion which is heavy on apportioning blame, but maybe light on solutions, is really the best use of everyone's time. Similarly, we could also question the integrity of some parties blaming the Department of Health for apparently not investing in greater ambulance service capacity, whilst at the same time actively supporting and voting through a budget which most health stakeholders and expert bodies were quite clear was wholly insufficient in meeting need. The fundamental answer involves sustained long-term investment based on need, strengthening capacity to deal with the growing demand for care. Today's debate, I hope, will serve as a chance to highlight once again the immense pressures on our health service and our dedicated staff. But calling the Minister to do more whilst tying his hands behind his back is the height of double standards, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As MLAs, we should be able to do better than that. And I would ask some parties in this House to exercise a bit of self-reflection as to when the seeds of these problems were first sown. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the proposers for bringing this debate here, because I think it is really important that we acknowledge, if anything else, we acknowledge the fear that there is within our community in terms of ambulance provision. People are genuinely afraid, for by all of our discussions in here as to why, people are afraid that whenever they get to the point where they need an ambulance and they lift the phone and they dial 999, that there isn't immediately somebody at the other end that is able to come and help them. And of course, the paradox of that is, as politicians, we will always try to look and find the blame and see who we can point the finger at to try and say why that isn't happening. And we certainly cannot point the finger at our ambulance personnel. I think we have to recognise the absolute frustration that they feel. And I'm sure all of us will know paramedics. We know people that are working in the trade. And imagine that concept of being a very highly trained, highly skilled, life-saving individual. And you go to work to use those skills. And you're sent to a hospital, to an ambulance that is sitting outside and has been for a number of hours. And you're asked to take over looking after an individual and spend your whole shift sitting in the back of that ambulance. And then you wait till the next person comes on duty and you pass it on to them. We would think that that is something that is exceptional, that only takes place on the odd occasion. But regrettably, that is happening every single day. And when we look at what happened in our health service over the Christmas holidays, we've seen that in a really acute way. We saw on one occasion when the vast majority of our ambulances were stuck outside emergency departments. And it is that issue, as has been referenced, of patient flow. If we had 500 people that were medically fit to go home, but we couldn't let them leave hospital because there was no care packages in place for them, then that meant that those 400 and odd people that were in the emergency department couldn't move up to the wards. And if those 400 and odd people were in the emergency department, then there was no room at the inn for those people that were in the back of ambulances, and that's where they had to stay. So I think that we can identify the problem, but it is not a new problem. And there was a reference earlier about this, the seeds of this problem were quite some time ago. I want to probably even go back further than Alan was maybe thinking, because if we look at the agenda that there has been for the last 20 years in health service here, it has been about centralisation. I was listening to some of those consultants over the holiday period, and they were saying, we have never seen so many people in our emergency department. And I thought, I have never seen the North have so few emergency departments. If we don't have the places to put people, and there's only a handful of them left, then they're going to be crammed. And I look in my constituency, I look in my hometown, there was a home, St John's Home. It used to have 50, 60 beds in it for elderly people, for those that maybe were exiting hospital that could go and spend a few days there or a week or two there before they would go home. But the whole agenda was to close these places. I have other homes that are in my constituency that are only open because there was a massive movement of the community to fight against the agenda of closing these places. And I think we need to wake up to that realisation. If we close places, if we don't spread the burden around, then we're going to have these pinch points.
Will the member give way?
Of course, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and he raises a very valid point. People in Fermanagh are travelling past the SWA, past the Omagh Hospital, and having to go the whole way down to Derry for an emergency department. That is adding to huge pressure that really could be taken away and spread over those other two hospital bases. Would the member agree?
Extra minute. Thank you very much. Yes, I totally agree. And also, if you're in the rural community, there is that little added concern that if your ambulance comes to collect you and take you to somewhere, for example, like Belfast or up to Derry, once the ambulance rolls out of that hospital, it could very well be diverted to another call in that area, in that city, which means that the people living in the rural community, they have to ring for the ambulance. Sometimes it has to be sent from 20 or 30 miles away, which means that the rural dweller is often the one that loses out in that movement around. Now, I know that we have problems with staffing. I know we can't open every single unit and have every single emergency department filled with professionals. We don't have them. But the reason that I raise the point is because I know that we're wanting to look for solutions, and I know that the Minister will agree with me, and he has tried this in the past, and I would continue other ministers from the past to the present to the future. Let's try and build our workforce so that we have people. Because I know about 6 weeks ago, I sat with my mother in the Ulster Hospital for 6.5 hours to get a blood test. Surely that was something that my 81-year-old mother, who'll slaughter me for calling her age out, but 81-year-old mother could have had that done somewhere much closer to home than having to travel 25 miles to get a blood test. So there are lots of problems in the system, not the ambulance staff, it's the system. So let's get the systemic problems fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Murphy.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today. The strain on our ambulance service is undeniable. Every missed response target means a patient is left waiting in pain, distress, or in potentially life-threatening circumstances. These are not just numbers, they are people, our parents, grandparents, neighbours, friends, who deserve timely, compassionate and effective care. The evidence is both staggering and heartbreaking. As we've heard, 19 ambulance crews were left outside EDs, patients held in corridors for hours, and delays stretching beyond 12 hours for far too many individuals. Behind every one of these cases is a person whose health outcomes and well-being have been compromised by a system under relentless pressure. Dr Nigel Ruddle, Medical Director of the Ambulance Service, has made it clear that these delays have a direct and devastating impact. The longer patients wait outside EDs, the more their conditions continue to deteriorate, and tragically lives are being lost as a result. Las Cancollier, this is unacceptable and it cannot be allowed to continue. The causes of these issues are indeed complex, but we must confront them as a matter of urgency. Our ambulance service is stretched thin, with workforce shortages making it increasingly difficult to meet rising demands. Ambulance staff are under enormous pressure, and handovers at EDs are delayed by bottlenecks in hospitals, and there is an over-reliance on EDs as the default option for care. These are systemic problems that we can and must solve. We need a robust plan to support our ambulance service workforce. Recruiting, retaining and training paramedics and support staff is not just an operational necessity, it's an investment in saving lives. Our health and social care workers have shown extraordinary dedication under extraordinary pressures. It is time we show the same dedication to them. Hospital capacity, as been addressed already during this debate, must be addressed. Too often, patients who are medically fit to leave remain in hospital beds because the social care they need is unavailable. By improving discharge processes and expanding social care supports, we can free up critical bed capacity in our hospitals, enabling emergency departments to function more effectively. As we know, timely discharge results in better outcomes for patients. We must also rethink where care is delivered. Many patients do not need emergency department care, and expanding alternatives such as acute care and hospital care at home, urgent care centres and community paramedic schemes will ease the burden on hospitals whilst providing that patient-centred care. For others, new pathways such as telemedicine and integrated care models can ensure they receive the right treatment at the right time, at the right place. Les Cancollier, this is a matter of life and death. Delays in ambulance response times and patient admissions are not mere inconveniences. They are failures of a system meant to protect and care for our communities. We must invest in solutions, improve patient flow and support our dedicated health and social care workers. Let us come together to deliver the changes needed to save lives and restore dignity to our health and social care service.
Paul Robinson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we should all have a very grave concern at the pressures facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and the very profound impact that these pressures are having on patients with life-threatening and emergency health needs across this province. None of us know when we or a family member or constituent will need an ambulance. Indeed, when I saw the headlines over Christmas of multiple ambulances queuing outside hospitals, of patients waiting 19 hours in the back of an ambulance, and given that I had elderly relatives who were very unwell at that time, I would be lying to say that it filled me with fear. But it would be pretty selfish of me to say that it put a dampener on my Christmas, as it pales in the insignificance, the fear of the patients in those ambulances and the staff who had a huge pressurised responsibility upon their shoulders dealing with people in life or death situations. Over the past year, we have seen response time targets for categories 1, 2 and 3 calls have been missed consistently, month after month. As far back as 22-23 alone, over 100,000 on-the-road hours were lost due to Northern Ireland Ambulance Service ambulances missing handover time targets and having to wait outside emergency departments. As a service struggles under huge strain, it is a clear indicator that there is something fundamentally broken in the way we are delivering emergency healthcare in Northern Ireland. The missing of these targets throughout the year can't be solely blamed on the current sustained pressure due to the large numbers of patients presenting with flu-type illness. Category 1 calls, those relating to patients in the most critical situations, are missed with disturbing frequency. Category 2 calls, which include serious but not immediately life-threatening emergencies, and Category 3, patients with urgent health concerns, are also suffering from unacceptable delays. The missed targets are failing to meet the basic needs of the most vulnerable citizens when they need help the most. The issues facing our ambulance service aren't new. The Department of Health are aware of these challenges, and yet it does not have the ability to address them. Pressures on this hard-working workforce have been exacerbated by delays in admitting patients to hospital with a lack of flow in the system, including lack of available domiciliary care. Ambulances, often filled with patients in desperate need of care, are left waiting outside hospitals for hours, unable to hand over their patients to EDs. This gridlock further exacerbates delays and strains on the entire system. The consequences of this should fill all of us in this chamber with fear. Lives are being put at risk, and lives have been lost, with 12 patients dying in 24-25 while waiting on an ambulance. However, the department states that patient deaths whilst waiting on an ambulance can be complex and needs consideration of a number of factors. Families are being left in limbo, unsure whether the care of their loved ones' needs will arrive in time. And for those who do receive care, the experience of waiting for an ambulance, sometimes far longer than is medically acceptable, adds unnecessary distress and anxiety to an already difficult time. Patients indeed deserve better, and they deserve a health service in Northern Ireland that can respond swiftly when their lives are in danger. Dedicated ambulance staff deserve the resources, the training and support they need to do their jobs effectively and safely. Therefore, I support the motion and the call for the Minister of Health to bring forward any proposals to help address this. It is imperative that there is a comprehensive ambulance service workforce plan, a plan that not only attracts new staff but also ensures that current staff are supported, trained and better equipped to meet the demands of this vital service. But the issues within the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service are only one part of the jigsaw. The wider health and social care system needs repaired to resolve the delays in patient handover and the lack of capacity in our EDs. The bottlenecks are contribute to this crisis we are witnessing and in desperate need of being addressed. Today is yet another critical moment for Northern Ireland's Health Service, in which staff say has been and continues to be the most difficult in its history. The ambulance service is the pipeline that connects individuals to the care that they need in the most vulnerable moments. A forward-looking strategy that supports the new clinical response model is an absolute must, ensuring that the right response is available at the right time for every patient, regardless of the complexity of their condition. I therefore support the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Deputy Speaker, members, as we've heard several times already this afternoon, this is not a new problem and is not something which therefore should be blamed entirely on the current Health Minister. As far back as 2016, my predecessor in this House, Jim Allister, was tabling questions which revealed that in just 1 month, January 2016, there were no less than 20 occasions when an ambulance's downtime at Craigavon Area Hospital exceeded 2 hours. This afternoon, I would like to touch on why speed from our ambulance service and hospitals generally is so essential. The fact was particularly brought home to me by a briefing which I suspect all members received ahead of this debate from the Stroke Association. Stroke continues to be one of the biggest killers in Northern Ireland and a leading cause of adult disability. We have the second highest incidence of stroke in the UK and the second highest mortality rate. Most pertinent of all to this debate was the fact that according to the latest stroke stats, it took 13 hours and 15 minutes for a stroke patient to arrive at a stroke unit following the start of their symptoms. This is an increase from the same period in the previous year when it took 10 hours and 3 minutes. Only 61% of stroke patients are scanned within 1 hour of arriving at hospital, and this is in most part due to a backup of people at our A&Es. With a stroke, every minute is vital. I'd like to take this opportunity to relate to the House something of a personal experience. Shortly before Christmas, my party chairman, Cusher councillor Keith Ratcliffe, had a suspected mini stroke. This was later confirmed to be a transient aphasia. He waited 13 hours before approaching the desk to inquire about his situation, only to be informed that there was just one full-time doctor available that evening for emergencies. Keith was eventually seen 26 hours after arriving at the hospital. He couldn't speak more highly of the stroke clinic for its efficiency, but his experience in A&E left him deeply concerned about the state of the health service. One of the major issues in relation to the pressures on A&E that night in Craigavon were the number of people there because of alcohol abuse, many of whom were in A&E every weekend according to hospital staff and the police officers present that day. Let's not kid ourselves that the issues with alcohol only arise when people arrive in A&E. Alcohol abuse also contributes towards the pressures on the ambulance service. Yet when in 2021 the Assembly voted to liberalise the licensing laws, where was every member of this House, with the exception of Jim Allister and Jim Wells, voting to approve such a move? Members did so in spite of evidence from the Public Health Agency, which was presented to the committee considering the bill. Mr Meehan of the PHA told MLAs there will be an inevitable correlation between later closing times and presentations at accident and emergency. They did so in spite of evidence from Professor Fitzgerald of the University of Stirling, who told MLAs in Norway studies found that for extra 1 hour extension to opening times, you get a 16% increase in police reported assaults at night time, and that if you reduce those opening hours, you get an exactly converse 16% reduction in those assaults. There is therefore a really clear link in both directions between late night opening hours and police reported assaults. Returning to the issues of strokes, alcohol consumption seriously increases the risk of someone developing one. The point I want to make to this House is this: there needs to be a holistic approach to the health service. There is an onus on us all to think about the impact of what we as legislators have on the pressures in the vital service we all rely on. I am not convinced that this has been the case in this House to date.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, unacceptable ambulance waiting times and a lack of capacity in the ambulance service are terminal symptoms of a health and social care system on the brink of collapse. This is a matter of life and death, quite literally. The longer a patient waits outside an emergency department, the more likely they are to experience harm and a higher risk of death. The longer a patient waits for an ambulance after experiencing a critical illness, the higher the risk of death. This sounds like an obvious point, but I think it's too often missed when we talk about patient flows through the hospital system and bed blockers. These are people we're talking about, and they should be regarded as such. We should remember that we're talking about people, and the people are dying in ambulances, in our emergency departments, and on the street of this executive's watch. On Friday morning, as we've heard, 19 out of 56 ambulance crews were waiting with patients outside emergency departments. That's 19 crews that can't respond to other emergencies in the community. 19 crews who are listening to emergency calls coming in, desperate to respond to, but unable to do so. And years, Deputy Speaker, of political failure have normalised, and under various ministers and various parties' watch, have normalised long queues of ambulances outside EDs, patients being treated in corridors, changing rooms and tea rooms rather than on wards. Annual what's called winter pressures that bring our healthcare system to the point of collapse year after year after year. That's of course not to mention the women who are forced to give birth in cars on the roadside because of a lack of support when giving birth for them. It's not possible, Deputy Speaker, to talk about ambulance waiting times and the crisis in our EDs without considering the wider issues. Ambulance crews are tied up at EDs because our EDs are over capacity. Our EDs are over capacity because hospital wards are full. Our hospital wards are full because patients can't be discharged back in the community in a safe and timely way. Last Sunday, as we've heard already, more than 500 people who were medically fit were unable to be discharged from hospital. This is partly because of lack of care packages in the community. There's a lack of care packages in the community because of a wider crisis in social care. The fact is, social care workers simply aren't being paid near enough what they deserve. Some domiciliary care workers aren't even paid for travel time between house visits, a scandalous state of affairs. These are the workers who provide life-saving, life-enhancing care to our loved ones and when they're chronically ill or in their older age. And not to mention, a lot of that care is obviously privatised as well, and the DOH is actually funding that privatised care as well. And rather than investing, Deputy Speaker, in our health service, the Department of Health is literally throwing good money after bad, spending millions on private ambulances, and since 2020 the department has spent on average 10 million per year on private ambulances. Saving lives, Deputy Speaker, shouldn't be a private enterprise. The Executive needs to turn the tide now to increase capacity in the ambulance service and fleet. This is the only reliable way to reduce response times and save lives. But instead of increasing investment and in-house capacity, the Executive has overseen the widespread use of agencies to provide workers the use of private healthcare and the use of private healthcare facilities. This is exceptionally poor value for money and diverts resources away from core funding of health and social care services. Instead of shifting the responsibility to individuals to mitigate against the crisis in our emergency departments, the Executive should be tackling the systemic issues plaguing our health service and our social care system as well. Chronic underfunding, lack of planning and coordination, and not listening to the voices of the workers on the front line. Until we value all health and social care workers properly, Deputy Speaker, until we finally end the creeping privatisation of healthcare, we can't solve this recruitment and retention crisis. We can't fix the chaotic scenes in our emergency departments until we reverse the effects of years of chronic underfunding, plan and coordinate our services, and listen to the voice of workers on the front line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll, and the other members also who have spoken. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and thanks also to the movers of the motion. I think it's important always to test our mutual understanding of the issues and indeed our passion for finding fixes. And I'm sure there's not a single member of the House who does not recognise the health of our people is the single most important issue we face, although the exception may be at budget time. Now, within the health and social care system, I am loath to pick any specific area or service for special attention because healthcare is a continuum and there are so many moving parts and they're all interdependent. So changing one part may improve that aspect of health and social care, but it may also have unintended and negative consequences for other aspects. So when this motion states that this Assembly expresses grave concern at the pressures facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, I'm conscious the same can be said about the entire HSC service across Northern Ireland and indeed the entire National Health Service across the United Kingdom. And as each day passes, I think we become more and more aware of the fact that pressures are being felt UK-wide. And when the motion references the need to address, quote, delays in admitting patients to hospital, I do question how well understood it is that those delays are about hospital flow, the flow from front door to back door and beyond, but I am encouraged, Mr Dixon recognised it, various other members recognised it is about the flow. So you could double the number of ambulances, you could double the workforce. That alone will not solve the problem. But I want to begin, Deputy Speaker, by paying tribute to all health and social care staff and the work they've carried out over the Christmas and the New Year period in incredibly challenging circumstances. And this includes thanks to the frontline clinical staff and support staff working for the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. Since Christmas, I've visited 6 emergency departments, and what I've seen and heard is both universal to all 6 and, I believe, fundamental to the problem that needs fixed. In the current circumstances, far too many patients have to surrender their dignity and their privacy to spend hours and sometimes days either lying on trolleys or sitting on chairs with limited facilities. I've stood and listened to ambulance crews outside EDs, often in the freezing cold of recent weeks, and like ED staff, they are suffering moral injury. They signed up to deliver better than this, as did so many health workers across the UK. And I think we have to recognise that, and like elsewhere in the UK, our health and social care system as a whole is under sustained and significant pressure. That's not to minimise the challenges faced here, but members will be aware of reports of a significant number of trusts in other parts of the UK having declared critical incidents, and that includes the East Midlands and the Welsh ambulance services. So my goal is to develop a better, more equitable, more effective and better integrated urgent and emergency care service, and I've already set out my long-term vision to improve services and to deliver better outcomes. Part of this involves making it easier to access the most appropriate services as quickly as possible in an appropriate setting. So the issues with EDs are not about our EDs. EDs are where the problems manifest themselves, where the problem becomes quite horribly obvious, where they emerge. The problem is about the flow. So I don't believe the answer is about bigger EDs, but I acknowledge it's essential we have sufficient capacity. And that's why in the coming months I'll be commissioning an evidence-based emergency care capacity review. But rather it's about identifying the pinch points where the flow gets blocked, and currently, as members have acknowledged, the problem is not the front door where the ambulance crews and their patients seek access, it is the back door where trusts seek to discharge patients who no longer need an acute hospital bed. So this motion, this debate could easily and rightly have been about community capacity as much as ambulance service capacity. And on that topic, let me put it on the official record. On Hansard, Deputy Speaker, I'm committing some £500 million next year to introduce the real living wage to social care workers. And by next year, I mean next financial year, in the hope and expectation it will help address the huge gap between demand and capacity in providing social care in the community. For the first time and for the remainder of my term in office, I want to ensure we take real steps to break the association of social care work and the minimum wage. It's an incredibly rewarding career, and under this new plan we'll see more money put into the pockets of the workers. Our ambulance staff are facing the daily challenge of not having sufficient available resource to respond appropriately, for timely dispatch, for timely response, and for timely delivery into EDs. And like all staff involved in emergency health service delivery, they are asked again and again and again, day after day after day, to make judgment calls, to make a call about what is the least worst option, not the best option, the least worst. And with that comes a constant worry about whether they've made the right least worst decision. And that's a worry they often take home with them at night. I will give way, yeah.
Point, and taking the agreement that there is in the room about the problems that there are at the back door, but at the front door as well, the mere fact that patients are remaining in an ambulance and not the emergency department means that a form of triage has taken place to say that they are the least unwell because they're able to sit in an ambulance rather than in the ED department. Is the Minister aware of places like London where they have a minimum handover time because there is that understanding that the patient can be passed on? Not great for those that are in the emergency departments, but it allows those ambulances to get back out onto the road.
I'll come on to that in a moment. It also touches on something that Mr Dixon talked about in terms of sort of double diagnosis, because you go to the GP and then you go to ED, and is that second diagnosis really necessary? But I just want to repeat, in terms of the moral injury that staff are feeling, it's not what they signed up for, it's not what they trained for, and it's not what they do turn up for shift after shift. And I have to say this, Deputy Speaker, to members of this House, because some want to add to the pressures on those individuals by placing upon them a statutory duty of candour as individuals with criminal sanctions. And I say to members, respectfully, please, 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 think about the consequences of what you are proposing and how those staff may react. Now, whilst there are difficult and unacceptable challenges, my department has taken action to increase ambulance service capacity and to address workforce challenges. There's a broader trend in healthcare where paramedics play an increasingly versatile role, not only in emergency response, but also in primary, secondary and community care. I can tell you, I remember being with my dear mother the Monday morning. A paramedic came out to examine her, said he wasn't prepared to risk not admitting her to the Ulster Emergency Department, and he was right. So are we fiddling while Rome burns? No, we're not. My department has provided funding to train 50 paramedics every year here since 2021. That means people from Northern Ireland who wish to graduate with a BSc Honours in paramedic science no longer need to travel outside of the province to complete their studies. As a direct result of this funding, 41 paramedics graduated from Ulster University in 2024. They've already taken up paramedic roles within the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and I'm glad to say I was in Derry to see them graduate, and delighted to hear that there were jobs, local jobs, for each and every one of them. In addition to paramedic training, my department is actively engaged in developing a 10-year workforce plan with NIAS to further develop capacity, capability and utilisation of skills mix. This will allow the ambulance service to better meet the needs of our communities by developing the enhanced paramedic role, new care pathways and even better coordination across the health system. NIAS have a targeted programme for 2024-25 which has addressed long-term staff absence and increased available workforce. In addition to workforce, we've funded a number of initiatives within the ambulance service, including the development of an integrated care hub. This hub places clinicians, paramedics, nurses and mental health professionals within NIAS's control centre to triage patients and direct them to the most appropriate care pathway or service. Mental health practitioners play an important role in providing support to those in mental health crisis, and early indications are that this has reduced conveyances to emergency departments by around 40% for those in crisis. I repeat, 40%, leading, of course, to better outcomes. The Integrated Care Hub has enabled NIAS to enhance their see and treat and hear and treat capabilities in line with best practice as part of their reform agenda to reduce patients needing conveyance to EDs. The Integrated Care Hub has been invaluable to NIAS this winter, ensuring emergency ambulances are prioritised for people who need them and that patients are directed to appropriate alternatives, which may include hospital at home, it may include fall services and community teams. Investments associated with the Urgent and Emergency Care Review have resulted in phone first and urgent care services being established across all geographic trusts, and this is an alternative for patients to calling 999. Over 160,000 people accessed these services in financial year 23-24. And of those, almost 85% finished their care without attending a Type 1 ED. More, of course, remains to be done. My department also has a programme of work to provide access to same-day emergency care for patients without the need for an overnight admission to hospital. And I want trusts to afford the ambulance service with direct access to these pathways. We're also working with trusts to create pathways that avoid ED. So if your GP says you need to go to hospital, do you need a second assessment in an ED? Or can the GP refer you directly elsewhere, like an urgent care department at hospital, an ambulatory unit, a dedicated respiratory, or a cardiac unit? These things are happening. We are reforming the HSC system. And last month, I visited a new service, the Regional Coordination Centre, or RCC. This is a trust-owned initiative to provide a coordinated response on a daily basis to regional pressures. All 5 geographic trusts discuss their ED pressures and discuss how they can help each other. It's new, it needs time, they need to build trust in the system, but I believe it's going to work, and it's part of that reform. I accept the need and requirement for further and more urgent reform. I only have 2 years left, but I aspire to taking a big bite out of that problem. And for those who are disappointed in that, I simply direct you to the fact that the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in London has a 10-year plan, and that's beyond my term of office. Importantly, however, there's also a palpable decision from across the Cabinet to prioritise the health of patients, whereas despite some rhetoric here, actions are not matching words. I believe I can only make some difficult decisions, some unpopular decisions, and hopefully set a direction of travel the next Minister feels compelled to follow. I accept there's an urgent need for reform, including the development of community-based services, enabling patients to stay well, to remain in their homes and avoid the need for NIAS to convey them to hospital for admission. However, this does require financial support. And let me reiterate this point. In negotiating our return to Stormont, we made a collective argument to London that our block grant should be based on assessed need rather than accrued headcount. That argument was successful and resulted in the current 124% Barnett calculation. Yet when it comes to the health budget, assessed need has been overlooked. It's been replaced by another crude statement that health gets over half the block grant. This statistic is quoted like an incantation as if it proves by itself health does not need additional resources. I accept we need to be more productive and efficient. I get it, but I stress that to the leadership of the HSC. But I also acknowledge this: no amount of efficiency or productivity will close the gap between demand and capacity. The Independent Fiscal Council says to deliver the same service here as NHS England manages, we need £104 to £107 for every £100 NHS England spend. The same Fiscal Council say we used to get £109, today it's £101.50. Members, do the math. So I want to express my deepest gratitude for the remarkable commitment and dedication shown by staff in the ambulance service and across the HSC. They have worked tirelessly to provide essential services during some of the most challenging of times. On behalf of our 70,000 plus workers, I say to members, do not suggest Bengoa has been gathering dust on the shelf for 9 years. It is happening. But the pace and the impact is dictated by our ability to fund change. If you're told the budget is entirely inadequate to meet the needs of the HSC service, and then vote for it despite the warning, and then complain about the consequences of your decision, are you comfortable taking that position? And when I say comfortable, I don't mean politically, I do mean morally. So I thank the members for the contributions. I don't have time to go into too much, but members do accept it is about the flow, that highly skilled individuals are not delivering the service that they want to deliver, and they are suffering moral damage because of that. And I repeat, patients who expect to be able to retain dignity and privacy when they attend a hospital are being denied that, sometimes not just for hours, but for days. It's not right, and I get it.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call Danny Donnelly to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Mr Donnelly, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I begin by thanking all members for their contributions here today? This is a very important debate, and I welcome that this is the first Assembly motion of 2025. I encourage all members to vote in favour. As the final speaker in this debate, I would like to discuss some of the points raised throughout the debate by other members, and particularly by the Minister. But first, there is a few specific points I would like to make first. As mentioned, this is the first opportunity for debate in this new year, and it is absolutely appropriate that we begin with such an important issue, the pressures facing the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and the implications of those pressures across our wider health and social care service. As we all know, the pressures on our health services are significantly worse in the winter months, and I was pleased that we have already discussed this last week with the Minister in Health Committee. These pressures were simply too urgent to wait until we returned today. To his credit, the Minister did provide a written statement to the Assembly on his plans regarding winter preparedness on the 6th of November, which, while welcome, did not provide the details or the planning needed to fully tackle the yearly crisis we faced this winter. That will require a long-term approach, including multi-year budgets, political support for reform, and greater efforts to protect the welfare of our hard-working HSE staff, who go above and beyond all year round to deliver the best possible service. But as has been said many times, we cannot deliver in the long term until we have proper political stability in this place. The need for institutional reform cannot be ignored or forgotten. The statistics which indicate the pressures on the ambulance service are truly shocking. As the motion states, response time targets from Category 1, 2 and 3 calls were missed in every month last year. The number of people who have died while awaiting on an ambulance has also trebled in the last 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. 149 people have sadly lost their lives waiting at home for emergency response help. Specifically, 50 in the year from 2023 to 2024. And of course, it cannot be said that a delayed ambulance response is a contributing factor, and that we must remember that every death is a tragedy for the individual, their family and their friends and the wider community. The Department of Health must do what it can to assist the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service in releasing ambulances to respond to these calls. The motion raises some of the issues facing the ambulance service, which to date the Department of Health has failed to adequately address. One such issue relates to the lack of capacity in terms of workforce. While the Minister has indicated that more staff have been recruited in the last year, and certainly members of the Health Committee have visited the Ambulance HQ and met with some of our new trainee paramedics, which is fantastic to see. These recruitment is always welcome, and that we should encourage people to consider a career within the paramedics or as ambulance staff. But we have not heard the equivalent number of people who are retiring or leaving the service. There is also the threat of abuse, harassment and even violence to ambulance staff. Last week it was reported that approximately 55 members of ambulance staff were abused or attacked every day across the UK. Now, this is absolutely unacceptable abuse, which can have a lasting impact on the well-being of staff, and it has led to many people leaving the ambulance service. There is no excuse for such violence, and no one should ever have to face this while they're at work, especially not those who are working under severe pressure to save lives, as our hard-working and resilient ambulance service are doing every day. Another problem facing our ambulance service is the difficulty to admit patients into hospital, and we've talked again and again today about the issues with flow. One example of this was reported by BBC News during the Christmas holidays, where a patient was waiting outside the hospital in an ambulance for 19 hours. Now, 19 hours, for anybody that knows, is a series of paramedic shifts, and I think it was referred to by Mr McGrath that paramedics are handing patients over to each other in the back of an ambulance. No patient should ever have to wait that long. However, the most concerning aspect of this is not that this is not an isolated incident. It has become increasingly common for long waits outside hospitals. And again, this was something we heard when we met with paramedics and ambulance staff at the headquarters. While this is an all-year process, this is exacerbated by winter pressures. The key problem here is the flow of patients throughout the hospitals, and particularly the bottleneck at the back door. The failure to discharge patients when appropriate, leading to a lack of beds available for those who need to be admitted. I've seen this myself while working over the holidays in a busy hospital ward, and it is clear that little has changed since the publication of the Department of Health's Winter Preparedness Plan in early November. It did not adequately address these issues, which led to overcrowding in hospital wards and a delay in people being safely discharged. It should be noted that overcrowding in A&E departments is associated with longer hospital stays and even with increased mortality. We know that Dr. Russell McLaughlin from the Royal College of Emergency Medicine had done a study last year looking at 2022, and the evidence that he presented suggested that 1,400 people had died in that year in Northern Ireland, excess deaths because of overcrowding within our A&E departments. I can only imagine what the figure will be for this winter. While it is understandable that the Minister has called on people to consider alternatives to hospital when appropriate, such as visiting pharmacies or general practice first, this needs to be accompanied by more decisive decisions by the Department to support these people in vulnerable positions, and the community staff are working as hard as possible to deliver these essential services. We also need further progress and support for care homes and domiciliary care, recognising that these can provide an alternative to hospital visits. But here, the Department is not providing adequate support. The Minister's statement in November on winter preparedness did mention the possibility of people accepting a temporary community placement in a care home or a nursing home after being discharged from hospital. This would be a positive step for those who can avail of it, but what further support can the Minister and the Department provide, not only to care and nursing homes, but to organisations such as our community pharmacies who are also facing pressures? We'll have all heard from constituents over the last couple of weeks who have sadly needed A&E or ambulance service for medical emergencies. We've heard their experience. It's very real for anyone who has been in these circumstances, and very, very real for their families. One case that particularly struck me was where a 98-year-old lady required an ambulance. She was in the back of the ambulance for 11 hours and then on a trolley in A&E for 5 days. Now, that is absolutely unacceptable, and it must have been incredibly traumatic for herself and for her family, who were hoping to see her get better as soon as possible. Just to address a few of the comments that people have made during this debate, my colleague Stuart Dixon opened the debate and gave examples from his constituency of the long stays in ambulances and A&Es that people had come to him about. He suggested that GPs should have better access to be able to refer people to diagnostic tests quicker, and emphasised the need for transformation towards the Bangor reforms. The Chair of the Health Committee, Liz Kimmins, then highlighted that these pressures are not new, but the result of a perfect storm of increased need, and certainly we have seen that with the increased numbers of flu over the last couple of weeks. Liz highlighted the hospital at home service that is active in the Southern Trust and suggested that an expansion of this across Northern Ireland could help to divert people away from our A&Es. And also suggested that direct admissions to hospital from GPs could also help people avoid our A&E departments. Diane Dodds then again noted that the pressures are not new, but we are just chugging along, and that the number of staffed ambulances has not risen given the increasing pressure on our staff, and that there is a need for workforce planning to improve patient flow and to address issues within social care. Alan Chambers said this is not just a Northern Ireland problem and pointed to critical incidents across the UK and queried whether this is the best use of everyone's time today. I would say it is. I would say this is a very important debate, that people need us to be talking about this. They need us to be highlighting solutions and raising these urgent issues that people have faced over the last couple of weeks. It is very important that these issues are raised in this place at this time. Colin McGrath highlighted that paramedics are handing patients over at the end of their shift to the next paramedic in the back of an ambulance. Again, something that really must be unbearable for them to do and for the patients in the back of the ambulance. And that closures of unit that could provide beds for recuperation could have eased a bit of the pressure. I'm just going to go on to the Minister's statement here. The Minister has said that he had visited 6 A&E departments since Christmas, which I think is laudable, and I would welcome the Minister from doing that, because I know he has talked to frontline staff and he's had those conversations about what they see as solutions. He's highlighted that the health of our people is the most important issue that we face, and he's absolutely right, and that all areas of healthcare are interdependent. It is about the flow, and that we need to address the problems within social care in order to widen the bottleneck. So I'm very glad to hear about the investment that he has said, the £500 million, to increase the real living for domiciliary care workers, and that is, sorry, 50, to increase the real living wage for domiciliary care workers that's coming on this year, and that 50 paramedics are being trained now every year here in Northern Ireland. And to hear the announcement of the 10-year workforce plan that he has with the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and the success of the integrated care hubs, again something that we've seen from the Health Committee's visit to the headquarters, resulting in a 40% reduction in mental health costs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you support our motion.
And thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease before we move to the next item on the order paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 1800, in accordance with Standing Order 10, subparagraph 3, I will allow business to continue until after 1900 or until the business is completed, if earlier. Thank you. Sinead here? All right, good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've received notice from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 1900 under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, 13th January 2025 be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
Okay. I call on Sinead Ennis to move the motion. Thank you, Sinead. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, the next item of business is a motion on protecting frontline services from increased employers' national insurance. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the need to protect businesses and community and voluntary sector organisations that provide vital frontline services in Northern Ireland from the destructive impact of the increase in employers' national insurance contributions. Notes concerns voiced by general practitioners, dentists, care homes and a range of other independent providers that this extra cost could lead to job losses, jeopardise the future of some services and create additional hardship for those most vulnerable in society. Further notes the rising pressures facing executive departments, local councils and the Northern Ireland Civil Service as a result of the Government's decision. Calls on the Minister of Finance to work with executive colleagues to ascertain the total additional cost of increased employer national insurance contributions for the public sector, including independent providers, and further calls on the Minister to lobby the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the funding required to meet this shortfall in full, protect jobs and incomes, and place the delivery of frontline public services on a stable footing.
Okay, thank you. I call on Diane Forsyth to move the motion.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected as and published in the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Diane, could you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And today I'm moving this motion with huge concern for what is about to hit us on the 1st of April 2025. Since the Labour Government came into power over our United Kingdom last year, they have acted unpredictably and with incredible detriment on so many of us. First, it was their shocking removal of the winter fuel payments, seriously hurting some of the most vulnerable in our society. And then in the autumn statement, it was the unexpected announcement of the increase in employers' national insurance contribution, imposing a hugely destructive impact on employers, their businesses, our public services and our voluntary and community sector. And the fact that both of these significant decisions were not in the Labour election manifesto and were not consulted upon is disgraceful. Today we have brought this motion to call upon all in this Northern Ireland Assembly to recognise this huge impact and the need for us as elected representatives to take steps to protect our businesses, our public services and our community and voluntary sector here. We know that this Labour budget has caused increased anxiety for many of our small business owners and their staff who make our high streets and our town centres thrive. They provide essential services to the most vulnerable and are at the cutting edge of manufacturing and food production within all of our communities. And it's alarming that following the budget announcement, the Office for Budget Responsibility downgraded its projections for growth in real household incomes. They've warned that the employers are likely to pass on the higher tax to employees. There will be lower nominal wages and labour supply will be impacted by a reduction in employment and a reduction in hours by those who stay in work. The impact will be far-reaching throughout our society, with lower wages and higher prices. Many businesses are considering redundancies and pausing their growth plans on the back of this announcement. It's incredibly detrimental to our economy and to our workers who may be going forward paid less or even be out of work. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy here in Northern Ireland and we want to see them grow. However, this budget will see an increase in the employer's national insurance contribution and a decrease in the threshold at which businesses start making those contributions. Combining these factors with an increase to the national minimum and living wage will result in a rising cost of doing business. And this leaves many of us feeling as though we're being taxed to death. Hospitality Ulster in particular have warned that trying to balance the books from pockets of high street businesses will simply leave hospitality as collateral damage, threatening jobs, future investment, price increases for consumers and business viability. And we've seen reports of recently there being investments on hold due to the rise in national insurance contributions. Then we also have the impact of passing the increased costs on to consumers, and the businesses needing to do this to remain profitable. But with the cost of living crisis, the public do not have the disposable income to be able to pay these increased prices for goods and services. The childcare sector is one sector which has been prevalent, and childcare is widely accepted as critical economic infrastructure, with it being a key priority of this executive. A sector already under pressure sees these increases to employers' national insurance contributions leading to a number of settings considering closure, and again, if they remain open, they will need to pass on the additional costs to the public, seeing childcare costs increase further when it's already so unaffordable to many. And this is a real risk, with many businesses facing a cliff edge on the 1st of April 2025. We need to protect our local businesses. We need to protect our local economy, including our childcare sector, and we also need to highlight the risk that this increase by the Labour government will have upon our public services here in Northern Ireland. And through a series of Assembly questions, I've identified some of the increases to costs of this national insurance increase across different departments and their arm's length bodies. And just a flavour of these are infrastructure, additional 9 million, justice, an additional 10, DERA, an additional 0.8 million, the Department of Economy, an additional 6.8 million, communities 2 million, health some 100 million, and education through the Education Authority's employer national insurance contribution £51 million additional. And I also note those health services, businesses like the GP practices, dentists and community pharmacies, who will all face increases but do not operate in a business environment where they can pass increased costs on to the end consumer, yet they're expected to continue to provide the same high-quality health services with significantly higher overheads. Most local councils are looking at an increase of a region around £1 million each, which will then be passed on to ratepayers without any intervention taking place. This is huge. In Northern Ireland, we are already under significant financial pressure. Our DUP leader, Gavin Robinson MP, has long led the fight to achieve a fair funding model here for Northern Ireland. And whilst we've made progress, we are not there yet, and facing increases of tens of millions of pounds in employer national insurance contributions from April will have a destructive impact on our public services. We simply do not have the money to fund this. And I ask the Finance Minister to urgently please seek clarity on the total additional cost to Northern Ireland and how much of this will be provided by the Treasury and the Labour government, who imposed this extra cost of employment on our public sector. It was widely reported recently that in Scotland only 3/5 of the additional costs will be funded by Treasury, falling well short. We really need to know where we stand here in Northern Ireland. And I also take this opportunity today to highlight once again in this chamber the incredible contribution of our voluntary community sector to the delivery of our frontline public services in Northern Ireland. On government-funded contracts, supplemented by fundraising, they deliver critical services to the public across all of our departments. They will all be subject to this substantial increase to employers' national insurance contribution, but have been advised that there will be no subsequent increase to their funding from departments to cover it. There will inevitably need to be a reduction in service provision under the existing funded projects as costs of employing staff go up. The impact of reducing service provision is a reduction in our frontline public services, and this is of huge concern. I've made the point before that the Executive needs to identify the full scale and reach of public services and public sector outcomes that are delivered by our voluntary community sector. The failure to do so has exposed us to a much bigger risk than I believe is fully realised. The voluntary and community sector groups provide direct health services, including mental health support, to thousands of people across Northern Ireland, with direct referrals from Department of Health and GPs into the sector. A recent NICFA survey with responses from some 68 organisations representing a breadth of organisations in terms of size and scale across the voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland showed that 76% of the organisations surveyed expected major financial impacts with many facing additional costs between £5,000 and £200,000 annually from April 2025. One social care provider anticipates costs of up to £500,000 annually. The reduction in capacity of our voluntary community sector will have devastating effects on our healthcare system and our wider public services. I wish to specifically mention the impact on organisations supporting victims of domestic and sexual abuse within Northern Ireland. These organisations will be imposed with the additional cost of tens of thousands of pounds per regional body, reducing their capacity to support services throughout Women's Aid, Nexus and others at a time when the Executive are prioritising ending violence against women and girls and the high levels of murders of women in Northern Ireland. We are one of the most dangerous places to live for a woman in Europe, and we cannot afford to see these services reduced. This increase to employers' national insurance imposed upon us from the 1st of April will be of huge significance. It really is a cliff edge, and we need action. I would ask the SDLP to reach out to their sister party Labour for any intervention that may be possible, but in terms of action in this motion, it is imperative that the Minister of Finance works with executive colleagues to ascertain the total cost of the increased employer national insurance contributions for our public sector, including the independent providers and voluntary and community sector. And we also ask that the Minister lobbies the Chancellor for the funding required to meet the shortfall in full, protect jobs and incomes and place the delivery of frontline public services on a stable footing. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. I call on Owen Tennyson to move the amendment.
Moved. Okay.
Propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Owen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and you might be relieved to know that I'm not intending to take up the full 10 minutes in proposing the amendment. Mr Deputy Speaker, during the last general election, Alliance warned of the real and pressing challenges facing the UK's public finances after 14 years of Conservative rule. We also, however, set out credible and progressive solutions focused on ensuring those with the broadest shoulders bear the greatest burden and on promoting economic growth. Sadly, it appears that the new Labour government has largely ignored those calls, instead pursuing a regressive tax on employment, cutting the winter fuel payment and breaking promises made to WASPy women. The hike in employers' national insurance contributions will create obvious and enormous pressures on businesses, on the community and voluntary sector, but also on the Executive itself at a time when our finances and public services are under strain. The additional costs, some of which have already been read into the record by Diane Forsyth in terms of estimates for individual departments. I won't repeat what Diane has already said, but I would echo her call for the Finance Minister, hopefully in her wine, to provide some more clarity today in terms of the implications for the whole Executive, given that the Scottish Government has already set out their assessment. And despite the obvious complications and implications, it's clear that no meaningful consultation took place with the Executive or any other devolved administration, nor with business or with third sector organisations. And whilst the Chancellor has confirmed her intention to provide relief to public sector employers, she has not committed to cover the costs in full. Instead, we will receive a Barnett consequential based on funding provided to Whitehall departments. That approach is obviously flawed, given that Northern Ireland's public sector is proportionally larger than that in other parts of the UK, and means that in effect, Northern Ireland's public services will be funding a tax increase for the rest of the UK. Nor has there been any commitment to provide support for those in the community and voluntary sector who are providing vital frontline public services on behalf of government. And again, it's already been mentioned, those vital organisations like Women's Aid and Nexus that are key to the Executive strategy to end violence against women and girls, or those mental health charities that are key to delivering our ambitions in that regard, or to those childcare providers that are key to the Executive's ambitions in terms of universal and affordable childcare. And this will create a bizarre two-tier system whereby those third sector organisations delivering vital services on behalf of government are hit harder than those in the public sector itself. And this is against a backdrop of enormous challenges already facing those organisations in recent years, including the loss of EU funds through Brexit and the recent decision of the UK Government to reduce shared prosperity funding. The picture is bleak too for independent providers. GPs and community pharmacists have warned of the potential for these changes to create a further disparity between funding for primary and secondary care, fears which have since been echoed by the Health Minister when he stated that he is not anticipating any additional funding being made available to support family practitioners and the independent sector. It is clear that in failing to properly mitigate these cost pressures, we will be hampering service delivery, jeopardising the reform agenda and capping the ambitions that we have in moving towards a preventative and community-based model of care in our health service. At Westminster, my colleague Saoirse Eastwood MP has tabled amendments on behalf of Alliance which seek to protect vital services. Our proposals would exempt care homes, domiciliary care providers, GP and dental surgeries, pharmacists, health and social care charities and community organisations from Labour's proposed national insurance increase. But the UK Government must go further and properly compensate the Executive for all of the costs incurred. And I welcome this motion today in that we do have an opportunity to send a clear and united message from this Assembly to Government that Northern Ireland's public services and community and voluntary sectors should not bear the brunt of this tax hike. On that basis, Mr Speaker, I urge members to support both the motion tabled today and our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call on Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in favour of the motion today. Increased national insurance contributions will put an additional strain on our local businesses, our public sector employers, and critically our community and voluntary sectors, as has already been stated, especially at a time when they're already struggling from rises in inflation, the cost of living, and of course decades of British Government underinvestment and austerity. In addition to this, we know that our voluntary and community sectors have already faced massive cuts by the British Government through the Shared Prosperity Fund, funding which many groups and communities rely on. And the knock-on effect of these national insurance contribution increases will have on an already stretched frontline services is deeply concerning. I know the Finance Minister has been raising this issue consistently, and the fact that this will compound issues that are already there in a stretched budget. GPs, dentists, care workers, to name but a few of the industries affected, have all spoken out to warn against the damage of their ability to provide the much-needed services that our public here rely on, and that there's not an appropriate mitigation being forthcoming from the Chancellor. We know that we have heard on in terms of the impact that this will have on areas such as childcare, on tackling violence against women and girls, but also on those with disabilities, and particularly those who rely on direct employment and support to address their social care needs.
Would the member take an intervention?
Yeah.
Just, I would like to mention to the member, would you also agree that the budgetary changes by the British Government will exacerbate an already incredible challenging situation within our housing sector? In particular, our 80 supporting people organisations that are providing vital services for over 20,000 vulnerable people to ensure that they can remain and live independently within their homes across the north.
And the member has next.
And I think that further demonstrates the fallacy that this is being done to protect public services. In fact, it's actually continuing to erode public services and actually to increase inequality within our community and society here. And while the motion calls here today on the Minister to lobby the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I know that Minister Archibald has already engaged with the Chancellor, as well as the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the Minister of Housing and Communities with regard to these issues. Thankfully, it is something that the Minister recognises, and she's been working hard to try and mitigate yet another British Government's assault on our frontline services. The motion also calls on the Minister to ascertain the total additional cost of increased employer national contributions, and indeed we are aware that she has already moved to commission the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre to conduct a cost of doing business sectoral study that will look at this issue, but also a number of other factors that are having an impact, such as insurance costs, energy costs, and the rise in property costs as well. And I look forward to seeing the result of that detailed study. These increases are just the latest in the move by the British Government over decades in terms of their attack on our public services, on our frontline services, particularly here in the north, as was stated earlier. And again, what it shows is we may have different faces in the British government, but it's still the same policies. I trust that all parties can join forces today in uniting against these policies and indeed any future austerity measures that may be forthcoming, and work collectively to press for further investment in our public services that the Finance Minister has been raising on a consistent basis. And I commend the motion and support it here today.
Thank you. I call on Diana Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the proposer of the motion for bringing it forward today, and like others, I'd like to support the motion today. The motion before us highlights the urgent need to protect businesses and community and voluntary sector organisations who provide vital frontline services across Northern Ireland from the disastrous impact of the increase in employers' national insurance contributions. Many businesses are still struggling to process what this means for their long-term sustainability and for the future retention of employees. There's no doubt that a range of really important sectors will be adversely impacted by these changes. That's particularly the case for those sectors with independent providers with large workforces, such as domiciliary care and the childcare sector, which has been mentioned, which are often dependent on public funding, but which don't have the same certainties and guarantees such as day-to-day operational costs. To focus on public sector employees, His Majesty's Treasury said that at the time of the budget that they would work with the public sector to support them with additional costs. It is assumed that recurrent funding will be received for the 2025-26 period to cover the costs. The Treasury has said it is compensating public sector employers for employer NIC bills through increases to their budgets, but there is a big difference between who is eligible and who really should be eligible. And on this point of compensation for the public sector, I'd welcome clarity on this issue from the Finance Minister. For instance, healthcare providers will be greatly affected by the rise in employers' national insurance contributions. Amongst these, general dental practitioners, GPs, community pharmacies, care homes and hospices have all voiced major concerns about the impact this will have on them. As public contractors, any business that undertakes more than 50% public work is ineligible for employment allowance. Additional costs imposed by the increase in national insurance contributions threaten the long-term sustainability of many vital frontline services, as has been highlighted by other members. These were the very services that really stood up to the mark during the COVID pandemic, and this underlined at the time how much society depends upon their services. Is it right now that they should be facing threats to their sustainability? It is surely incumbent upon the Labour government to recognise the role of vital frontline services and to protect them where possible. As it stands, the providers of some of our very most important services, like these mentioned, are facing a great deal of uncertainty. Therefore, there needs to be absolute clarity on the definition of the public sector adopted by HM Treasury. I, of course, will support the motion and the amendment. However, I would also call for the Minister of Finance to seek assurances from His Majesty's Treasury around the definition of public sector to ensure those frontline services are protected from Labour's disastrous autumn budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Happy to speak to today's motion, which we will obviously be supporting, because I think, like others in the Assembly, we recognise the negative and damaging impact that the increase in employer national insurance contributions is going to have on our public sector and on the bits of the community, voluntary and private sectors which help deliver public services. And that will have a deleterious knock-on impact across a range of frontline services. It's really important that where we as the opposition can add our voice constructively to an executive approach to the UK government, that we do that, and that's what we will do today. It is clear that it would be better if these additional costs were not being lumped on to our public sector and indeed to our community and voluntary sector. It's particularly important to say that in the area, for example, of general practice or in social care and domiciliary care, where we know that, given the debates we are having today, given the state of our health service, that those costs, that it is vital that those areas of service are primed and ready to take the burden of acute care, particularly our emergency departments, but general hospitals more generally. They are well staffed, they are operating as they need to be, and they are able to do what the Health Minister keeps referring to as the shift left. So this is a particular concern for them, so I share it. It is, however, I think more broadly, the fact that we're having this debate is in itself slightly frustrating and a bit sterile, if I'm honest, because this is a devolved chamber. I completely agree with the thrust of the motion, that I would rather that we weren't facing these additional costs, but ultimately people do send us to the Assembly, and the Assembly appoints or elects an executive in order to use its power to effect meaningful change for people's lives here. It is slightly ironic that we've heard from the opposition party, from the party opposite, I should say, we're the opposition party, and indeed from the other main governing party about the frustrations around the limitations of the power that they have. Let's go back to why the UK government is doing this in the first place. The UK government is doing this in the first place in part because the UK is a smaller, weaker economy than it used to be. That's the blunt truth. Brexit has weakened the UK economy. We had a decade and a half of austerity which ground down public services, which reduced deficits on the back of the poorest people and at the cost of public services. And now what is happening is a new government has come in and simply does not, simply has a weakened economy which it cannot, it has made the decision not to invest in. I find it ironic that the DUP are bringing this motion forward, having championed Brexit. They are the ones who have no particular interest in us looking to a new future in which we can make more of these decisions ourselves here on this island. I personally think that would be a more preferable outcome, because, to be honest, much of what we say today isn't going to change the employer national insurance picture. I wish it were otherwise, but let's be honest with ourselves about that. But I strongly support the call that we should lobby, and the Finance Minister should, of course, make those representations to lobby, because imposing extra costs on our public sector is not the way for the UK government to proceed. We strongly oppose it, and we wish that it hadn't been imposed, and we're deeply frustrated with some of the contents of the budget. But let's be honest, unless we choose at some point to do things differently ourselves here, we're going to keep being faced with decisions that have a deleterious impact on our public services. We're going to keep being faced with choices that we didn't make and we can't fundamentally change or reshape. So by all means, let's lobby the UK government to give clarity in terms of additional what support they are going to give, to lobby them hard to meet the additional costs of this, and we fully support that, and we'll be supporting both the motion and the amendment. But let's also be honest about the long-term limitations of our current arrangements and how, in the very long term, we aren't actually going to be able to effect fundamental change without more fundamental change in our arrangements. I have very little time, but I'm happy to give way if I'm allowed.
Me that maybe he's in a position to lobby his sister party in Westminster to change this.
And the member has an extra minute.
Because
you
he
get
gives
an extra minute from
to
this Deputy
respond
Speaker.
to being a sister party in the Party of European Socialists in no way binds me to agreeing with decisions made by the British government. I'm not. My party is not in a conference supply arrangement like yours was. That went really well for the DUP. You were able to undo austerity. My party, like all the other parties here, will vote for today's motion and agrees that rising employer NICs is the wrong decision. It's the wrong way to go by the Labour government. The point I made in my speech is, unless we're fundamentally honest about the limitations to our current arrangements in terms of the devolved settlement and ultimately in terms of where decisions are made, we won't ever be able to effect fundamental structural change. Those are the only points I wanted to make, but we will support today's motion and the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Matthew. And I call on Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. by some that the election of a Labour government things could only get better. We were told that that government would deliver a budget that would be about growth and would be about investing in the long-term future of the United Kingdom. Despite their whopping majority, Mr Deputy Speaker, they have presided over cuts and they have presided over chaos. The first target was our pensioners right across this United Kingdom and in Northern Ireland when they stripped the entitlement to universal winter fuel allowance. They next targeted our farmers by proposing the most fundamental reform to family farm inheritance anywhere in Western Europe in a generation. And now, Mr Deputy Speaker, they are targeting small businesses and hard-pressed family budgets right across the United Kingdom, but for us and very worryingly here in Northern Ireland. Their record of delivery as a government has made this place seem like a panacea and makes the record of ministers here in Stormont get a A+. But I am extremely concerned at these changes that they will have upon our economy. And I make these remarks as DUP spokesperson on the economy and not as chair of that committee. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. Official records show that 90% of businesses here in Northern Ireland are small businesses. Their turnover is less than £100,000 in 60% of cases. And for every full-time employee they have, Mr Deputy Speaker, the additional cost to them will be £2,500. And frankly, for many businesses, that is unsustainable. What that will do, and what we've already seen in the media and conversations I and I'm sure other members have had, is that those businesses will slow down expansion opportunities. They will reduce the amount of hours that they are offering to workers, and they will limit new job opportunities into the future. The budget proposed by the Labour government is anti-growth, and it is anti-competitive in trying to get Northern Ireland's economy back on the right footing. And that's why this party has taken immediate action on issues that budget inflicted upon the people of Northern Ireland. The winter fuel allowance, our Communities Minister has come forward to deliver £100 for those families impacted by the winter fuel cut. Our Education Minister has today announced that childcare subsidy scheme will continue next year. The childcare sector in Northern Ireland estimates that £18,500 will be the extra cost of the National Insurance contribution changes on them next year. This scheme will ensure that millions of pounds is put back in their pockets, but we need strong action, Mr Deputy Speaker, from our other government departments. To date, the Department for Finance has been unable to tell us how much these changes will impact budgets right across Northern Ireland and right across the public sector. We are now weeks and weeks, months and months after the announcement, and not to have those figures, Mr Deputy Speaker, makes the case for change even more difficult. The Department for the Economy has their budget set just before Christmas. Not a single proposal, not a single mitigation package for those businesses right across Northern Ireland who will be impacted by these changes. And I understand that the Minister for Economy's focus may be on seeking election to other places rather than protecting the economy here in Northern Ireland, but that's where my focus and the focus of this party is. We need to see the executive collectively coming together, but what that means is that other ministers now need to step up to the mark. I do want to, in the brief time that I have available, also make clear the impact that this will have on our universities. Our two universities are estimating that the impact upon them will be £5 million of extra cost each year. Our university's income is already dropping. And what this will see, Mr Deputy Speaker, is discretionary spend being lowered, and that's on issues such as maintenance support for those from low incomes and widening participation bursaries, again the most vulnerable in our society, losing out on the support that they need and they deserve. One of my other hobby horses, the Northern Ireland Hospice, has estimated that £3 million will be the cost to them. This is simply unaffordable, but we need the evidence now to go to the Executive, and I will call on the Minister to try and get those figures, those facts together as quickly as possible so that this House can speak with one voice. I do commend the Leader of the Opposition for attempting to defend his sister party for their actions, but the policy was more of Vicky Pollard. Yes, but no, but yes, but no. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you. I call on Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, members, it is important to remember that when it comes to national insurance, it is only part of the tax burden to fall upon employers. It is shocking that the Labour government has chosen to reduce the threshold to £5,000, meaning that the vast majority of people with a part-time job will end up with their employer now paying 15% national insurance. This will result in question marks over the viability of many jobs. The hospitality sector in my constituency, a sector which already runs on relatively small margins and employs a lot of part-time people, will fall victim to a double whammy: the increase in the living wage plus employers now having to pay national insurance. Many businesses in Northampton are small. They employ 10 people or less, but have a vision to expand and grow. These changes will mean that many of them simply can't afford to do so. As I understand it, the government is offsetting the national insurance rise in relation to the public sector. That said, in response to a written question in the Commons, my party leader has obtained information which suggests that the higher level of employment in the public sector in Northern Ireland, which is 26.8% as opposed to 17.3% across the UK, will not be recognised. Therefore, we face being shortchanged and another issue developing in terms of budgetary pressures which bedevil this place. Importantly, I believe that the change will result in Northern Ireland once again being funded below the level of need. Since that definition was adopted by the UK Government, the funding has fallen below the definition of need not once but twice in the space of 5 years for Northern Ireland. I would also note that there is no suggestion of the Government offsetting the cost of national insurance in relation to agency staff who, as members will know, do a Trojan amount of work and without whom our health and social care service would simply collapse. These changes... Yes, go on ahead.
I thank the member for giving way. Part of the reason why we are in such a difficult climate in terms of the UK public finances is low growth and low productivity. Given that, surely he would recognise the importance of the UK returning to the single market to boost trade and boost headroom for investment in public services.
I thank the member for his intervention. I certainly would rather that the shackles of the Northern Ireland Protocol were released off Northern Ireland to let us... To what? People would be poor. No, it certainly would allow our businesses to flourish and take advantage of Brexit. Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit, but here we have the Alliance Party once again still in denial. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to finish off my remarks, these changes will mean that the sector will struggle even more than currently. So this is another reason why I want to support this motion before us tonight. Agency workers in Northern Ireland do provide a backbone of Northern Ireland to our industry, and certainly foisting this upon them. And when it comes to the public service, if the government does not stand over helping to offset the cost of the national insurance increases, I do despair, and I look to the Finance Minister to see what work she has done to date and what figures she's going to produce to members here this evening on that issue.
Last Cancolia, and Happy New Year to you too. I welcome the opportunity to address the House on this important matter, and I thank the members for bringing both the motion and the amendment. It will not come as any surprise, I'm sure, to those members that I have done what has been asked for in the motion. I'm sure they would expect nothing less of me. The planned increase to employers' national insurance contributions will prove incredibly challenging for our local businesses, our community and voluntary sector, as well as for public sector employers, including our local councils. Devolved governments quite simply do not have the financial capacity to compensate for decisions made on reserved taxation matters. The British Chancellor has said that support will be provided for departments and public sector employers. However, it is unlikely to be sufficient to meet the increased costs across the board. I have written to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury asking for these costs to be met in full, and have appealed for consideration to be given for those outside central government who provide and support us to provide public services. My department has been working with departments to ascertain the additional total cost of increased employer national insurance contributions for the public sector, including the independent providers. The current assessment is that the additional cost facing departments and other central government bodies as a result of the changes in 2025-26 is likely to be at least £200 million and potentially higher. This does not include the costs facing healthcare providers or for local councils. For example, the Department of Health has estimated that an additional annual cost of over £35 million for family health service providers, which includes GPs and dentists. I understand the Department for Communities has received information from local government which estimates an additional cost to councils of around £12 million. These are huge additional costs for our vital public sector providers. There does appear to be some confusion surrounding announcements that were made before Christmas in England of funding for councils. To be clear, we have not yet received formal confirmation of the Barnett we will receive in respect of national insurance increases. However, it looks like what will be provided through Barnett consequentials will fall far short of what is required by tens of millions of pounds to meet our increased costs. This was a decision taken in Westminster on a reserved taxation matter. The Executive does not have the ability to mitigate against those decisions, and therefore the Treasury must meet those costs in full so that we are not limited in our ability to deliver public services. The Scottish Finance Minister is of the same view that the funding devolved administrations will receive is unlikely to be sufficient. The British Government has said additional support will not be provided for voluntary and community sector organisations. And I, like Diane and others, acknowledge the huge role that is played by our community and voluntary sector in helping us to deliver public services. So this is extremely disappointing and concerning that they have not recognised the need to either provide support for or to mitigate the impact of the changes to national insurance contributions for this sector. I am extremely disappointed by this, given the critical role voluntary and community sector organisations play in delivering services to all citizens here, including support for some of our most vulnerable individuals. The voluntary and community sector has also faced a double blow, as some other members have referred to. Some of those organisations will be receiving shared prosperity funding, which is being cut in the next financial year at the same time as their bills increase. In a recent survey of 68 organisations, NICVA found that 76% expect major financial impacts, with many facing additional costs between £5,000 and £200,000 annually from April 2025, with one social care provider anticipating costs between £200,000 and £500,000. I raised this issue with the Minister of Housing, Communities and Local Government when I met him in December and urged for reconsideration of this approach. The Executive's budget is extremely constrained, with demands for funding far outstripping the funding available. I will be continuing to press the British Government on the need for support or mitigations to ease the impact. To do that, I am keen to present as strong a case as possible, and therefore in December my department commissioned Ulster University Economic Policy Centre to carry out a sectoral study into the cost of doing business here. I have asked them to present evidence to the impacts of the planned increases to national insurance, as well as other potential cost pressures such as insurance and energy. It is important that we hear the voices of those impacted, which is why the Economic Policy Centre team will be engaging with business bodies, but also the public, community and voluntary sectors as they undertake this research, which will be concluded by the end of March. The terms of reference have been published on my department's website, and I am keen to understand which sectors will be hit the hardest, and if the impacts and costs are more severe for our sectors and businesses here, given size and structural differences compared to Britain. While my department is leading this research, the national insurance increases will impact on the whole of the public sector. Therefore, other departments will also be engaged as the work progresses. For any organisations that would like to engage in the study, I would urge them to reach out to the Economic Policy Centre, and the contact details are included in the published terms of reference. This will be an important piece of work to provide evidence-based research and will put me in a position to provide a strong as possible case to the Treasury as part of the spending review. The British Treasury has indicated that the second stage of the spending review will provide funding for 2026-27 to 28-29 for resource DEL and for a further year for capital DEL. It is anticipated that the outcome of the spending review will be announced in June. There is no doubt that the financial outlook for public services is incredibly difficult, and these increases in national insurance contributions exacerbate this. Therefore, I will continue to prepare the British Treasury for further investment in public services. To close, I want to state that I support this motion and amendment, but as a devolved administration, our ability to absorb the costs are limited. I will continue to urge the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to ensure that the public sector is fully compensated and to put mitigations in place to support those outside central government who play a key role in delivering our public services. Thank
you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I will try my best to be quicker. We all have to think today about why did the Chancellor Rachel Reeves bring these changes forward in her budget. Certainly raising £24 billion to fund public services, she believes that this will add funds to a stretched health service. Mr Deputy Speaker, this might make sense until you consider that the monies being raised are coming from employers. And as others have confirmed, this includes frontline deliverers of public services. This includes our GPs, dentists, social care providers, pharmacies, our education system, infrastructure, justice, DAERA, councils and the community and voluntary sector. And they cannot pass on increased costs to customers. As others have said, SMEs, small to medium enterprises, who make up most of the non-public sector and provide a significant number of jobs across Northern Ireland, they too won't be able to pass on costs to customers because we are still in a difficult cost of living situation. And their customers, or the public, Labour say they are trying to increase investment in to provide public services. The impact on employers, and I mean all employers, could be to freeze wages, to evaluate and alter long-term strategic planning, including decisions on recruitment, to delay business expansion and potentially to reduce operational delivery of services. Nothing that sounds good news for Northern Ireland. The community and voluntary sector will be one of the hardest hit. Grant or contract income, especially from health, has been restricted for some time. When you have wrung the sector out, there is nothing left to squeeze. The losers will ultimately be those needing domiciliary care, addiction services, domestic abuse survivors, support for children with learning disabilities such as autism, and many of those services that help to keep people out of hospital. There's no point in raising money or raising funds for the health service if we won't be able to deliver the frontline services citizens across Northern Ireland need. The Labour government's approach, while aimed at employers, will have a negative impact on local people. Here in the Assembly, we do not have the capacity to compensate for decisions made on reserved taxation matters, as the Minister for Finance has highlighted. The amendment brought forward by Alliance adds a specific requirement for the independent and community and voluntary sector to be included, with the call to the Chancellor to meet the shortfall created by her budget on the 30th of October that will create such difficulty for frontline service deliverers who depend on public funding to deliver vital public services. As my colleague Owen Tennyson has outlined, Northern Ireland will be funding a tax hike by Westminster out of the public purse. We will be robbing Peter to pay Rachel. If support to meet additional costs are not found, we must be honest with the public and the potential reduction to public services. To this end, I ask the Minister of Finance to ensure that she publishes all responses from the Chancellor and the Treasury, confirming what support is coming, and if no additional support is coming, to ensure all departments confirm what the additional national insurance costs will mean to their delivery of public services and the services delivered by those in receipt of grants and contracts. I ask all who can to support Saoirse Eastwood MP's amendment in Westminster to do so, as it will extend exemption to all public service delivery agents, such as the independent agents, including GPs, dentists, pharmacists and the community and voluntary sector. As raised by Diane Armstrong, we do need to see a change in the HM Treasury definition of public sector. I thank all who have spoken with one voice today. It's a clear message out of this House to the Chancellor. Stop breaking Northern Ireland. Please do support the motion as amended, and thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Paul Frew. Paul, you've up to 10 minutes.
Speaker, and I applaud, first of all, I welcome the one voice shown here today, because I think that all of the parties, despite the Leader of the Opposition's defeatist attitude, I think we all realise the actual damage that this tax raid will do to every single sector and every single business in this country. Every single one of them will be victims of this atrocious play. And whilst we all lamented the fact that the previous government was incompetent, didn't do detail very well, didn't understand the problems that they had even created, Labour promised so much more. In fact, Labour promised that there would be no tax hikes in regards to certain elements. But what they have done, in many ways, is sneaky, because the way they have went about trying to raise revenue. They've tried to do it through the back door, but what it really means is that it will hurt every single person. No matter whether you're an employer, no matter whether you're an employee, no matter whether you're in the public sector, no matter whether you're in the private sector, you are going to be hurt by this. And it's simply because most businesses that produce something will have no other choice but to put the burden of this cost onto that product. It doesn't matter what it is. And who pays for that product? The consumer, the housewife, the house husband, all of us. We pay. It's going to raise inflation. And that's one of the big no-nos that the government should have been trying to not have happened. It's also going to lead to low growth. And when it leads to low growth, you're then talking in terms of recession, which will impact on jobs, which will impact on wealth. No one is going to avoid this damage. It will affect every single one of us who live in Northern Ireland. But whilst it's true that producers, small businesses that produce something, will be able to put those costs, no matter how much they loathe to do that, onto their product, there are so many people in Northern Ireland who produce a service, and they won't be able to hike the cost of that service, because so many of them provide that service for the public sector. And so we will feel that when we lose GP surgeries, when we lose dental surgeries, when we lose care homes, when we lose hospices, it will affect the most vulnerable, in fact. So everyone will be affected, but the most vulnerable will be affected more. The Minister even raised about the councils, and it's something that hadn't really struck on me. I think the Minister said the council costs will be in and around the 12 million mark of a burden. Who pays for that? The ratepayers. No matter what way you look at this, we have all been told about trickle-down economics. This is trickle-down torture from a Labour government who their first act as a government is to attack Labour, is to attack the workers. That's how stark it is. That's how blatant it is. And they must know what they're doing. You don't really go far in it to a degree in economics before you hit everything that I've just said. Yes, I will, yeah.
He is, I share some, I don't share all of his analysis. I don't come from exactly the same place as him politically or economically, but given his, what he's saying, the two alternatives are greater fiscal powers for the Northern Ireland executive. I don't think he wants that, or perhaps an entirely new constitutional settlement, and there's a jurisdiction just down the road who are in a much better fiscal position and they're not having to impose new charges. Would he like to select from either of those choices? I'd invite him to pick one.
The Minister, or the member, for his intervention, and again, it's his sister party. It's his sister party that has done this damage, this blatant damage. And it's his politics is the same as the Labour Party politics, and yet they're going to do this on our people. They're going to do this on our people. And the member scares me every time he raises the spectre of fiscal powers for this place, because I am not sure we will have enough maturity to be able to tackle some of the issues that Westminster and the global factors have in play when it comes to the attack on our people. And so I worry about incompetence, not only in Westminster, but also in other global places, global markets and democracies around the world with regards to this sum. One other thing I would raise is that many people have blamed many things for the place that the British economy is in. Not one member has mentioned the price and the cost of lockdown philosophy and how the mountains of money that was pumped out on lockdown philosophy that shouldn't have and wouldn't have been required if we had tackled that a different way. And so we have to pay for that somehow. In fact, the Labour Party has to pay for that somehow. And this is the manifestation of what we experienced through lockdown philosophy. But not one of the parties here will admit to that. Why? Because they were zealots when it came to lockdown philosophy. They were absolute zealots. So, we can all blame the big bad Tories, we can all blame the big bad Labour Party, but we also have to look at the measures that this place had in place. And it was okay then because it was the Westminster government that was flowing money in, and we were giving it out like it was Smarties. But it wasn't Smarties. It was taxpayers' money. And in fact, it wasn't even that, it was debt. But yet we have to pay it back, somehow. So we all need to have a look at what we've played, the part that we've played in the last 4 or 5 years. But on this budget move and on this sneaky way of raising revenue, there's no doubt about it. There are other agencies and business groups that have poured cold water on the budget that Labour has produced. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has already poured cold water on the suggestion by the government that levy increased employers' national insurance contributions will lead to anything close to the £24-25 billion claimed by the Labour government. So, how much money will this raise? Doesn't really come into it whenever we know that government won't necessarily spend that money wisely. So even if it did raise the £24-25 billion, can we be assured that it will be spent wisely? But what we do know is the impact that this will cost on our employers and our employees and our small businesses and in places that provide a service out with government. So GP surgeries, dental surgeries, care homes, hospices, charitable groups that do the work that government can't do. They haven't the ability to do, but yet they do it at the coalface, at the front face, the tip of the spear. Those services will disappear when every single person loses their job. That impacts on the service they provide. And this will lead to job losses in that sector because they cannot cost their way out of this. They cannot put a new price on the service they provide. They don't produce a product that they can hike the price up. They produce a service on behalf of government. A lot of this is contracted already, and they won't be able to change that contract. So we are in dire straits, and this will affect every single person in Northern Ireland, as I've said. Rich or poor will be affected to some degree or not, but the most vulnerable, the person who needs that GP service, the person who needs that dental care because it will lead to more complications down the line, the person who needs that home help, the person who needs that hospice care, it won't be there. And those people, or loved ones, will be affected most by this Labour government. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the debate as we had so far. So, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Owen Tennyson, Kelly Armstrong, David Hannaford and Nick Matheson be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is then that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Can I move on to item number 6 in the order paper of the adjournment? The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you all.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.